And I cross a blackbird, riding with they diligence. Kid more than death if you boys really really know. Cause now we squared up, hold up.
In the home of stock car racing, the stay is longer and the journey to a series championship takes on NASCAR's backyard for the most enduring race on the calendar. Live from the virtual Charlotte Motor Speedway in Concord, North Carolina, we bring you the 7th race of the 2024 Sunoco Cup Series season. This is the starting marker for what's about to be a 600-mile endurance to the checkered flag, and it's a warm welcome from us here at VSPEED, where alongside producer/colleague in the booth, Bradley Cooper, I'm Kenneth Bueno. Now, Bradley, we have been almost a full month removed from regular season points-paying racing. Sure, we had an all-star race in the middle, but we're back onto the journey towards the series championship tonight, the longest at 400 laps, 600 miles around Charlotte.
Yeah, I hope these guys have the AC dialed in, climate control, because you're going to need it. If you're not sweating by the end of this is an endurance event, the longest one of the season. And if you're not sweating by the end, you weren't trying hard enough. Charlotte Motor Speedway notorious for putting guys through a 1.5-mile grueling race, and we'll transition from, the late afternoon into the early night hours. By the time we're done with this track, it won't be the same as where we started.
It's going to be our 4th 1.5 mile race of the 2024 season, and as we already passed halfway in the regular season mark after Kansas several weeks ago, Charlotte going to be the extra addition to what's already been a challenging and pretty fruitful season of the moment. And as we turn to the point standings, we'll see the amount of drivers that have been to victory lane, those who are locked into the playoffs, and those still looking to recover. But we'll look at Charlotte Motor Speedway first. From the overhead cam at 1.5 miles, Bradley, this track was basically born off of a battle between Bruton Smith and another track builder wanting to get a track in the Charlotte, North Carolina area. All of a sudden, they banded together, made this motor speedway back in 1960, and ever since it has been a classic on the NASCAR schedule, including hosting this phenomenal race, formerly known as the World 600.
Yeah, some people wonder why it took so long, because Charlotte and that whole area in North Carolina, kind of the capital of motorsports. So kind of fitting that they would have a racetrack. And I mean, they did it right. This place has been very successful. And with all the amenities and the spectator comfort, it really shows what NASCAR and motorsports can be capable of when it comes to putting on a show. Just look at this facility. It's a massive, massive 1.5. I believe it takes up over 800 acres, just the track alone. It's a massive area.
But in a way, it is one of the more narrow 1.5 mile tracks on the schedule. We'll talk about that in just several moments on how these drivers will be challenged over the course of the 600 miles on tap. But here's a look at the point standings fresh off of the race at America's Heartland in Kansas Speedway, where Austin Reedy continues to hold on to the points lead by 13 over Rookie of the Year candidate Eddie Smith, right behind Colin Forrester. Ford Fast Banana has dropped off to 3rd, but you're seeing all of the drivers sort of fluctuate back and forth. You're looking at the winners, 6 different winners until tonight's race. We could have a repeat for the first time tonight, but at this moment, Bradley, it seems to be all up for grabs, specifically in the top 4 or 5 in the standings.
Yeah, I hope you're wrong about that, Kenneth, but I would love to see another first-time winner this season. We're still early on, and, that's just adding more and more to the playoff side of things, where a guy's locked in. It would almost be storybook to have more winners than we have spots in the playoffs. But, from outside looking in, there's a good chance right now with, as we add to that list, that someone's going to repeat. Who's it going to be? Who's going to be the first guy to get that done? Steve Stempien, of course, trying to maintain after that injury into the top 20. He's kind of a guy that I think needs to have a second win here if he wants a good shot there when we go postseason.
And usually we bring up the conversation of stage racing, just how important that is to gain points. Tonight we have 3 So will be plentiful of opportunities for drivers to try and gain those specific playoff points, look to put themselves inside the top 10 or so and get themselves a nice playoff spot. Tonight, we go 400 laps, a total of 600 miles, the longest race of the 2024 calendar by far. Pit road speed at 45 miles an hour. We might see green flag pit stops in the middle of each stage, and because it is such a long race, 10 tire sets available for the drivers, and we've got 3 stages instead of the typical 2, each stage coming to a close every 100 laps, so we will have every stage of this race be at least a 100 lap stint all the way to the checkered flag at lap 400. Just before we get to the grid, let's turn to the rear view mirror and get a look at what happened several weeks ago in the All-Star race at North Wilkesboro. We were not that far away from Concord, North Carolina in sim, but it was a race, Bradley, that was dominated mostly by the likes of Lawson Peel and Eddie Smith. You look at the highlights there as they wave the green flag. Sean Kalis, Stephen Harlow getting into an incident, and several other drivers finding trouble. There's Jesse Whittington going around, but the main story was Mario Miranda, the Tulsa, Oklahoma driver, being able to get around Lawson Peel using the chrome horn to get around, and he never looked back.
Yeah, and it was unfortunate, though. Eddie Smith had led a lot of that race. He had fallen out about, 20 or so to go, and so unfortunately he doesn't get the victory. But again, it goes back to it's not a points day. It was for kind of bragging rights overall, and you'll see right there, Mario Miranda, he's going to be the first Sunoco All-Star win. And yeah, just kudos to him. He put it all together, and that's what you got to do here when it counts the most. That was a good race for him.
He's looking to become the first driver this season to win more than one race and looking to be the first to have back-to-back wins in the Sunoco Cup Series when you're talking about points-paying events since he won at Kansas, looking to be the first since Lawson Peel last season in races 12 and 13. Some of the quick Sunoco race trends before we bring you trackside for the starting grid. There has been an average of 8.5 lead changes at Charlotte in the next-gen era, but also to note, we've never had a full-length race in the 600-mile format at Charlotte Motor Speedway in series history since Season 3, so you're looking at more of a shorter sample in terms of the amount of laps, and since Season 3, there has not been a repeat Charlotte winner. Jesse Whittington, the driver, last to get to victory lane here in Concord, North Carolina. Let's take you trackside and get you tonight's starting grid for the 600 miles that we will have on tap for you here on VSPEED, where on the pole is the defending winner in the 94 car, Jesse Whittington, lining up a 29.661. He'll lead us to the green flag first with Steven Stempian on his outside in row 1. Ray Rogers continuing a consistent second half of the regular season. He starts in third. Eddie Smith, Rookie of the Year candidate, wants to snag away the points lead. He starts in 4th place. Chris Progar, a race-high 5th in qualifying. He'll be with Isaac Mock on the outside of him in row number 3. Behind them, you'll find the 20 for POW Racing, Justin Erb, and Shane White in the number 27. Zach Wilson in 9th place, and Alex Muscarella to round out the top 10. We'll have the rest of the order pan out across your screen as the field gets through 3 and 4. They are ready to take the green flag. We go 400 laps, 600 miles. We're so happy that you're with us here on VSPEED on a Sunday night. We just had NASCAR Cup Series action from Gateway wrap up not too long ago. Well, it's going to be a long one here tonight from Charlotte, but sure to be a fruitful one as we get forward into the regular season of the 2024 Sunoco Cup Series. Jesse Whittington wants to make it 2 in a row from Charlotte. Steven Stempian on the outside. They make their way to Barney the Flagman, and to the green. We are racing from Charlotte. By Whittington, going to be able to take the field back to the first corner. Stempian lagging back a bit, but he stays in second. Smith to round out your top 3. First side-by-side battle already on tap for 5th place. Isaac Mock looking on the outside of Ray Rogers, but a solid lap as the sun will set over the Charlotte horizon. The battle for 4th place continues to heat up. Whittington, though, in control after lap 2.
It Coming off that corner, almost a little bit of contact between Ray Rogers and Isaac Mock. Maybe use the door just to straighten that car out enough. 23 looks pretty stout on that inside, but being able to clear somebody coming off of that exit, he's going to have to be careful. He's not going to have the run off.
You know, this is one of those tracks, Bradley, to where it can be pretty difficult to pass, especially as the tires wear down, because, you know, you've got the next-gen cars that produce a good amount of dirty air from the back end of the race car, specifically where that underbody is off of the diffuser. So you'll see a lot of these drivers be more of the aggressors in the opening laps. Isaac Mock using that to pay itself tenfold. He moves up to fourth, and Chris Progar looking to attack on the 23. Going to be 2 drop spots early for the 23 if the 7 can complete it, uses the middle, gets through. Justin Erb to fill the space right behind, and we are side by side for 6th place this time.
Coming off of turn 4, Chris Progar just about gets clear of it. Not quite. They go to the outside again on the 47. Isaac Mock holding it down there. You're going to see a number of these guys come and go, and I think that race transition you were talking about earlier where the lights are going to come on, that's really when you're going to see who has the most balanced drive around this racetrack.
So far, everything calm, though. Chris Progar using his tires to patrol to 4th place, although backs up as he got to the rear end of Eddie Smith. So far, Jesse Whittington being able to hold on to the lead. Everything in the mid-pack, though, that's where the excitement is, and you'll see that side by side. Joe Sanchez, Dustin Reeves, but even more drivers back then through the top 15. You look at Charles Stevens in the 84. I believe he's making his first start tonight in a points-paying Sunoco Cup Series race. Was a part of the All-Star race and ran in the All-Star Open several weeks ago at North Wilkesboro, but nice to see the 84 take on to the track in his Simrap Market Chevrolet, under fire from Talladega winner Alex Huffman, and again, that for 14th place.
Huffman's going to be able to clear pretty quickly. It looked like maybe the 84 bobbled through 3 and 4, got a little loose, had to lift out. That's going to allow Huffman to get up to 14th. The top 10, pretty much single file out. It's a hornet's nest, so from 15th, 16th on back.
You know, back at Kansas, Bradley, where we had a lot of the action go down around 14th, 15th, 16th place. It seems to be the same in tonight's race already. Even though we're only 7 laps in, a lot of these guys in the mid-pack find themselves in pretty good spots. And, you know, they're all around each other almost each and every week. You'll see the side-by-side action continue here. This is from 18th, right behind Austin Shoemaker, Curtis Kelly, and his Toyota Camry 4 Fast Banana down on the inside. And right behind, the man who's looking for 2 in a row, Mario Miranda, the driver out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, who earlier this afternoon, Bradley, ran the iRacing Indianapolis 500 in this fixed setup race. He was able to move up to 7th at race end after rolling off on a restart from 15th place. So in a way, in this sim, he's doing the Indy-Charlotte double. Ran a bunch of miles in Indianapolis earlier this afternoon. Now taking on the sunset and the nighttime action here at Charlotte with 600 miles as he rolls from 19th to get an onboard look.
That just sounds grueling to me. I can imagine how tired his shoulders probably already feel after, 500 miles. And now here we are for an additional 600. That's 1,100 miles. That's driving, almost coast to coast. That's a long way to go. Couldn't imagine that.
I mean, it's a long, long day in the sim. You're going to spend a lot of hours behind that computer screen. You maybe have some glasses, something to maybe help with the eye strain, because I know if I was behind the screen for that long in the day and didn't have a lot of rest in between, I think my eyes would be sore for the most part. So Miranda wants to complete off Indy-Charlotte double in the sim. It just shows you how cool it could be. You can just all of a sudden be in an IR-18 and an Indy car, and you don't even have to take a flight to Charlotte, because you could just load into a new session and you're already in the track in North Carolina. So good for Miranda. He runs 18th. We'll keep an eye on him as things continue to move forward. A look from Alex Huffman in the 10 car, then the battles right behind. Richard Swavely, Dustin Reeves, Joe Sanchez among a heap of cars into the mid-pack. Swavely, the second driver of notes in the Sunoco Cup Series chat earlier today to have run the iRacing Indianapolis 500. So the 32 car also running his version of the Indy-Charlotte double. Look on board as Joe Sanchez, Bristol winner, to the outside out of turn 2.
Looks like they're getting pretty good runs on the outside. We saw that a lot at the Last race we watched for points was Kansas. It had to be on the outside. You really couldn't afford to drive anywhere else. That track had some racing at the bottom, but then it migrated up. Then back towards the end of the race, it went back to the bottom. It was just a single groove track for the most part. This place, a little bit different. You're going to see guys trying all kinds of different strategies, and you can probably run the bottom and get away with it for quite some time here.
And that bottom, specifically important, Bradley, because you look at that blue and white line at the bottom of the racetrack. That's where you can get those left side tires gripped up in the middle of the corners, and it just helps the car rotate a little more and be able to put the throttle a little earlier than you would if you were a little higher up on the racetrack. And this is one of those mile and a halves that operates so differently from the likes of Las Vegas, Texas, and Kansas that we've seen earlier in the regular season. This track feels a lot narrower than those tracks do. And so when you talk about missing the corner or going through the inside, middle, and outside, you have to be very precise with car placement, because if not, you can easily wear out the right front. You'll get right sent into the outside wall.
On the outside here for 7th position, Ray Rogers. Eddie Smith has lost a few spots, but this is Zach Wilson on the high line trying to get clear of this 23 machine. Looks like this time by he will do so. Ray Rogers kind of falling off the pace a little bit here as this run progresses. 15 laps in.
And he's fallen all the way back to 9th after starting in 3rd place, so -6. Dropping the anchor here is the Florida native of Ray Rogers, who's just coming off of one of his best finishes in his Sunoco Cup Series season at Kansas Speedway, where he ran considerably quick and was able to be one of those top 5 and top 10 drivers at race end. But so far, continuing to hold on, and only 16 laps in of a 400-lap race. So I'd imagine there's still a lot of work to do if you're a guy like Ray Rogers. And as long as you can keep in touch with those in front of you, then that may be all you're really worrying about. Battle for 3rd place, Chris Progar. Isaac Mock crossed the start-finish line back to turn 1. Progar had used his tires to be the aggressor early on. I believe the effects are starting to reach him. Isaac Mock down low for race team. Progar looking to hold on as the top 2 pull away.
Little blink there by the 47 just briefly, but shouldn't affect it too much. And you see the 20 of Justin Erb. I think this might be his best start to a race this season. He's up here in the top 5, flirting with the inside of Progar for 4th now.
Down low Erb in the 20 car, looking under the 7, and Progar nowhere to go but that top side. And Progar's best finish of the season came at Texas, where he finished in 20th. So for the 7 car, this is a shining light in the middle of what's been so far a struggle in the Sunoco Cup Series season. Doing well to hold on to top 5 position, but you can tell those tires are really starting to squeal every time he gets into the corner, because he runs up high, car is not rotated. Down low behind Justin Erb, that car wanted to go right up the hill.
And that's a dirty air not helping as well, so now he's directly behind the 20. He's going to lose a little bit more ground. Shane Wyatt to the outside. He's going to crack the top 5. Eddie Smith trying to claw his way back up there. I think you saw a lot of guys go out here with a maybe overdrive a little bit, but you've got plenty of resets to try to figure this place out. This race will, ultimately reset 3 times guaranteed. So now I think it's the trial and error. How far can we push it? How hard can we drive into these corners? These guys are going to learn a lot in the first 100 laps.
Specifically as the track changes, that's a really good point, Bradley, because, we'll have 100 lap stages from 1 and then to the last stage that takes us to the checkered flag at lap 400, but each stage is going to tell us a different story, and this first one might be the exemplary one for the rest of the stages onwards. If you have those caution flags to give you those breaks, where you essentially have little checkpoints throughout the race to tell yourself, where am I performing at my best, where am I performing at my worst, and what notes I can take to become a better driver or to use most of this setup for the rest of the event, plus the tire and fuel situation. So for all these guys, including Chris Progar, lessons learned across the board. 7 car continues, though, to drop. He falls to potentially 8th here as Zach Wilson tries to make a bid down the inside. And Shane Wyatt, fellow rookie, going to be on the inside there with Eddie Smith right in front in 5th place.
Rewind here through 1 and 2. 51 said, okay, I'm tired of waiting. Let's figure it out. Contact. 51 sideways into the wall. He's wrecking down the backstretch. We're going to stay green, but heavy damage on the 51.
He got tapped at the exit of turn 2, and he goes hard into the wall.
Oh,
He has
boy,
not
he
taken
gets
it
hit
off.
anyway.
More cars get into him. Still, we have no yellow flag. 22 laps in. Wilson at this point is begging for a yellow to fly. It does not. We stay green at Charlotte, and the RTR Motorsports Ford Mustang is torn up.
Right, here's the 3 wide that starts this. Progar maybe could have gave him a little bit more room there. But, I mean, yeah, the patience ran out. I think with Zach, he was just, I need to get around these guys. They're holding me up. And then that right there, I think, just kind of finished the car. That's tough. For right now, he's looking at probably, the entire field ahead of him now.
And it's a long race, and you really do not want a situation like this to happen to you because, you know, in this series, you don't have fast repairs to give you a fresh race car in just a matter of seconds. So for Wilson, he's going to have to endure all of that time down pit road. It appeared that he basically had the best run through the center of the corner. The other 2 cars on the inside and outside did not. So the 51 found the end of those consequences, and he is on pit road, already a lap down in 38th place. Here's the battle for 4th, heating up. Justin Erb looking to hold on to the Rookie of the Year candidate, the 87 of Eddie Smith, 2nd place in point standings going into tonight, and so far one of the most consistent drivers in the series entirely. Comes into this one with a 3.6 average finish, the best of anyone in the season. He's yet to finish outside the top 10 in any race so far in 2024.
I keep telling him to give himself some credit, and those are statistics that just don't lie. He's doing a great job, and right now, just inside the top 5, he's pulling away. He's kind of the cream of the field with the rest of these guys. Erb, Mock, Stempien, and Whittington, they've all pulled away about 3.5 seconds. Ray Rogers was back here side by side to clear the 7. Yeah, back to Eddie Smith. It's just been a phenomenal drive all season long, and you know, Rookie of the Year honors, that would be one thing, but a championship on top of it, that's an entirely different.
To have those accolades with the rookie stripes on the back of the race car, it tells you something. And he's sort of following the footsteps of guys like Mario Miranda or a Lawson Peel. It doesn't matter whether it's your first, second, third, or year in the series. You know, as a rookie, you can still do marvelous things. And Smith is just following in the footsteps and adding his name into the history books. So far, running inside the top 5. And I know that probably there was, you know, a little bit of love lost for North Wilkesboro in the All-Star race after what happened then, where he was leading the race, then got loose out of turn 2 and basically took himself out of contention. Surely wants to redeem himself after a race like that. Look at the latter half of the top 10, rather, this huge battle around Mario Miranda, Stephen Harlow, and Chris Progar in the 7.
Yeah, Chris Progar was blinking a little bit there. I was kind of wondering if Miranda was going to give him room there. He kept disappearing, and easy to do. We've seen it at the beginning of the season, and speaking of that, the 48, he was one of those where he blinked out, no one knew where he was, and he reappeared inside of a race car. So you have to be mindful of that, give the guy the room. Just imagine that that car is there. It's kind of like driving without a spotter.
You know, thankfully a sigh of relief for the driver of the 48 in Muscarella after Kansas, because he finished inside the top 10 in 8th place. So it was certainly a race that could turn around the season for what's been a tough one for Muscarella in this case, who's been to the championship before in this series, wants to get back desperately, lurks on the inside of Progar, and that's going to be for 9th, and Progar continues this downfall here through the top 10 and might just be out of contention for points-paying position as Ross Harlow, Colin Forrester, 31 and 3 car, go to the inside and outside. They may try to split them 3 wide. They do. Progar up top.
We've
Harlow
seen this
through
once
the
already
middle.
today.
Forrester down low, gets a hip check, but they're all going to keep it stable. We're going to stay green.
Speaking of the 3 wide, 51 of Zach Wilson has called it a night, and we had just seen that just about 10 laps ago. Yet again, we had contact. It worked out a little bit better this time, but the 31 of Forrester ends up losing 3 spots out of that.
He is trying his best to run that inside lane, but each lap it gets tougher, and especially when you run 3 wide in a matter of seconds. You're going to have to hold on to what your throttle pedal can give you, but he has to back off, and he falls instead. Curtis Kelly, Alex Huffman, about a 5-car breakaway in the middle of the corner. We'll keep an eye on what that Dunkin' Donuts Toyota Camry for a Fast Banana goes into tonight's race. 3rd in the point standings, but so far not good enough to beat Eddie Smith. If you're looking at just raw track position, he'll give the bump to Curtis Kelly going back into turn 1. A driver to note early on in this one, Mario Miranda up to 6th place. He is up 15 spots from the drop of the green flag. Miranda is fast. He's cleared the likes of Stephen Harlow and Ray Rogers back beneath him in 7th and 8th. Next up to challenge, Justin Erb, about a second and a half off the road.
Long way to go, but to be fair, Miranda, like you said, started all the way back in 21st. He's passed about a car a lap, only 33 into the books here. That's moving, and he's got the speed. Obviously, a little off in qualifying, but as this race goes, he's got a better chance when we hit that 100 lap mark in the stage, because everybody that's pulled out, 3.5 seconds ahead of him, they're going to be right back in front of him, and he can also pass on pit road. We've seen him do that.
And talk about passing on pit road, that means you're thinking about green flag pit stops. 33 laps into a 100 lap stage, you'd figure that with these drivers being able to go at least 40 to 50 laps on a tank of fuel, maybe even a little bit more, you're looking at these guys potentially cutting each stage in half. So Miranda's gain early on by 15 from the drop of the green flag in 21st. Miranda could be able to utilize the gain track position to maybe play an advantage on pit road and be able to gain even more track position with either an under or overcut. You see the side-by-side action for the last spot inside the top 10. Harlow and Rogers going at it for 9th. Alex Huffman not too far behind in 10th. So we talk about Chris Progar and his drop all the way to 13th. Ray Rogers still continues his trench through the field. He's back into 10th, and Alex Huffman, Kelly, you've got Progar, Forrester, and Sanchez in the pack behind them. Maybe some more trouble.
22, Justin Winters leading this group. Actually, it's a 4 of Chris Shoemaker at the front. This is from 16th on back. Justin Winters behind him. They've spread out 6.5, almost 7 seconds from the lead, and an additional 1.5 from Joe Sanchez in 15th. It's always interesting to see who sits back, and you're probably going to see 2 or 3 of these guys from 15th on back end up in the top 10 later in this race. But right now, they're just ticking the laps away. One of the guys that I guarantee will be up there in the top 10, it's the 12 of Lawson Peel. Never count him out to get a good finish.
Surprising that we're seeing him in 19th place, but that's because he started this one in 37th, second to last for the 2-time Sunoco Cup Series champion. And for Peel, Memphis, the later stretch has been pretty tough on the 12 car. He really hasn't had a dominating season by any stretch of the imagination. His 2 best finishes came of the likes of Bristol in March and then early April at Texas Motor Speedway. But since then, a top 10 finish was nice at Talladega, but then the bad luck continued with a 34th place finish at Kansas several weeks ago. So the 12 is certainly looking for a bigger turnaround and wants to replicate that dominance that he had in the last 2 seasons. Working on Aaron Adcock here for the 18th spot. 17 car is going to give this one up too easy, though, as Peel will work to the outside. He'll follow in the footsteps of Justin Winters, and him and Miranda continue their move up through the field. Battle for the race lead decided. Steven Stempian, our first official lead change at lap 38, and I was about to turn to the point before we got to Lawson Peel. Bradley, look how close the top 3 have gotten within each other over the long run. That's really where you find who's the best on their set of tires. Whittington falling off, Isaac Mock and Stempian using their speed to get that target on Whittington's back.
Well, yeah, they saved it the best, but they also pulled out for the rest of this field. They've had the advantage of clean air. Now that they're grouped back together, you might see Eddie Smith and Justin Erb start to reel them back in. They're going to get to racing each other a little bit harder, and the 88 taking over the point. How much tire does he really have left now that he's taken the lead? Because Whittington is still running a different line than him. He's getting clean air through the exits of these corners. He could very much go back to the outside and take that lead back. Watch him through 3 and 4 as he goes all the way up next to the wall.
He's the only one in the top 3 to run near the boards. As Isaac Mock goes down low, he's in that pursuit for second place. But, we've talked so much, Bradley, about the oval refresh, and I think it's been a wonderful addition to the sim. You've got definitely expanded grooves, and while it isn't fully multi-groove racing, they still have a second phase of that oval refresh coming soon in the next several quarterly builds for iRacing. The first phase definitely changed the way oval drivers saw racing entirely. Before it was chase to the bottom feed until your tires are saved and then move throughout the field. But with this new oval refresh, you can be able to experiment with the middle and the top to gain time in either part of the racetrack, something that Jesse Whittington is trying to exploit here, but at the moment, not too good against Isaac Mock, but it's still something to think about over the course of this long run, specifically in a 400-lap race. Bradley, you're thinking of, I don't know how many pieces of rubber will be on the racetrack, but countless that could help that outside line flourish later on.
Yeah, you're going to develop a film on the bottom of this racetrack. It's almost like it's going to be paved with Crisco after about 100 laps, and the heat down there on the bottom of the racetrack is, we'll look at the track temperature right now. It's 84 degrees. When the sun goes down, it will grip up a little bit more. However, those strands of rubber that build up on the track, that creates a situation where it's almost like a hotter racetrack. So you're going to have to change your line entirely. I think the 94 of Whittington, experimenting up there on the high side, it'll probably pay off later in this race.
And on the precipice of getting the green flag pit
in the
stops,
wall.
it's a why not call for Whittington. Bit of a kiss on the outside wall. He'll back away from it. Isaac Mock going to take over second, and this could be good news for Eddie Smith, who's been lurking around behind these two drivers. He's been picking up pace as of late, set a 31 flat. Last time they crossed the start-finish line, so this 87 car could be in contention to make it a full quartet in that battle for the race lead. But for Whittington, a driver who got his first career win here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, I'm assuming he's very excited to be back in Concord, North Carolina in the sim. He talked to us after that Charlotte race and said, quote, "I wasn't really focused on trying to go out and blow everybody's doors off or anything, but I got tired of being happy with the top 15, so it feels awesome." There was so much raw emotion, Bradley, from a driver like Jesse Whittington when he got his first career win, because like many others, he's on the constant grind. You join this series and you realize just how hard it is to win. So at a track like Charlotte, in a race like it was, Whittington being able to win that one was so special for him. And a special call this time by. He's on pit road first at lap 45.
Yeah, I mean, the emotion, I think that wave that came over him was, now I don't have to worry about finishing in the top 15 every week. I'm locked in. And that changes your mindset, because now you know that you're capable, for one, of winning these races. You might have felt that way the whole time, but it kind of grinds on you after 2 or 3 weeks of just, top 15, top 10, whatever. Now he's in the situation where he knows that he's capable of winning these events, and this will be a long one, though. This is an entirely different animal. We went to, 300, 400-mile races, 600 miles. You're going to have to keep your focus for a long time.
You're right. When Jesse Whittington won that Charlotte race, you know how many laps there were in that one? 180. So not even close to halfway about the 400 laps that we've got tonight at Charlotte. Certainly a different beast that you're dealing with. But Whittington is going to take this gut call and come in on pit road. Second driver to say that they're coming in, the 32 are Richard Swavely. So he's going to be the second driver to come in. Are you surprised at all, Bradley, to see these calls happen at lap 48?
No, I mean, that's pretty much splitting the run. Some of these guys may be short pitting to get that. It's about a full second fall off right now. So, a couple laps in, he might end up resuming the lead. And if we get a yellow flag, we've got 10 tire sets tonight. They're gonna have 9 left. There's another one coming down pit road. This is about the time I think that everybody would come in and stop.
Yeah, this is Isaac Mock, driver of the 47, running in second place behind Stempian. Just made his call to come in on pit road as he comes off of a 22nd place outing in the fellow mile and a half at Kansas Speedway about a month ago. This is the battle inside of the top 15 or so, all the way back to Curtis Kelly inside of the top 20. Jonathan Cofield with a beautiful Coast Guard scheme on his Chevrolet Camaro tonight. Just one of the many patriotic schemes and tributes to fallen memorial soldiers in the U.S. military throughout all of the branches. Look at that, 3 wide with Wyatt Brackett down the middle.
Brackett's going to get it here. 30 car on the move now. One of the few times that we've seen it be successful. They're going to peak again here with the 58 on the bottom.
It never is easy when you run in the mid-pack, and for Brackett, he breaks free of Adcock, Ray Rogers right behind, stealing it away from Cofield momentarily into turn 3. These drivers door to door for at least 2 rows, like a 3 wide again. Whittington
Fresh
on
tires.
fresh tires, and more cars on pit road ahead of him. Chris Progar, Chris Shoemaker, Austin Reedy, and fellow others down pit road this time by.
Justin Hendry in the 1 that's coming down. He was about the 24th position, but 96 into the stall. Yeah, this sets up a lot of people right on the split, and we just talked about the 96 coming in. He's kind of been quiet here today. When does he get up there into the top 10? He's another one of those drivers that I would predict to be finishing well here today, but he hasn't really made it out of into the top 20 yet.
Started back in 35th place. Reedy was one of the later cars to get a lap in from practice and qualifying. Didn't really spend that much time in this session, but nonetheless, that red, white, and blue 96 is up and away. Still looking to hold on to the points lead after tonight, although it will be a tall ask considering that Eddie Smith has been able to put on the performance that he is. He's lurking towards Steven Stepien for the lead. There's Joe Sanchez on pit road in the 55. He was running inside the top 15 prior to this pit stop. We're seeing more of these guys elect to go a little later on. We still know that at least they're looking for a halfway or a little over a halfway call to the end of stage 1. One pit stop will get you there to that yellow flag. So for Smith and Stepien, they're just giving it all that they've got. Still on racetrack, and Smith the fastest car so far.
88 only has 2/10 separating him. Remember, the top 5 had pulled out over a second and a half at one point. So for Eddie Smith to chase them back down, Stepien took a while to get around for the lead. Now maybe he's in this boat where the tires aren't quite as good, and he's playing defense, taking away that line from the 87 a little bit.
Stepien nonetheless holds on, and very reminiscent to his performance last month, Bradley, at Kansas Speedway. And if you really take out the disconnection near midway through the race, you could argue that Stepien would have been a driving force to get a second race win in 2024. And really good news for Stepien as the weeks go on by. His leg and his injury is recovering. I know in the middle of his recovery, he sent me an Instagram post that talked about Kobe Bryant when he tore his Achilles at age 35, and that he vented and let all of his raw elements out, but emphasized how important it is to let all of those emotions out and then go out and conquer whatever's set in front of you. And Stepien sent that to me and said, hey, I didn't realize how close in age me and Kobe are at tearing this Achilles. So he's trying his best to conquer those demons. He's doing so well right now in his black and white number 88 Chevrolet Camaro leading this race. As there's Mario Miranda down pit road. More drivers through the top 10 getting their calls in at lap 56.
Sometimes you put guys in pressure situations or change the situation altogether, and they thrive on that. So I think for Stepien, it was like a new challenge. You kind of run out of those first-time moments the older you get, and I'm well aware of that. Trust me, I'm speaking from experience. So when you have something that maybe is a little bit out of your comfort zone, you see it as, well, this is a challenge. I'm going to go out there and attack it. You got to have that right mindset, and those are the champions. Those are the guys that win it all. If you can overcome any situation, ultimately at the end of the season, it's going to pay dividends. You got to make the best of what you're handed.
Trips down pit road, one black flag given to Dakota Curtis, who just hit the grass on his way out to the blend line. There he is in his number 43 Chevrolet. And some struggles there for Curtis. Not sure exactly what happened or whether that rear end just stepped out on the bumps down low. We'll take a quick look at the replay. So this is right off of the black flag penalty for speeding on pit road. Curtis basically having to deal with that, but I think it was up through the gears that he found some trouble.
Oh, this is a weird transition there in that bump. Looked like it upset the car. Looks like it happened to somebody else as well. There's some tire tracks down there in the grass. Might have to come out a little bit wider on the exit of pit road, but he's going to have to come back down and serve this penalty. And this is going to be a whole penalty for the 43.
And this will put him 2 laps down and counting. So the bad news to start 59 laps in for Dakota Curtis. He'll make that extra pit stop. Steven Stepien still remaining out on the racetrack with Eddie Smith and Ross Harlow back in 3rd place. And these guys continuing to extend this stint. We'd imagine, Bradley, that they would have come immediately at halfway, much like Jesse Whittington and several others did, but they're just gambling, staying out as long as they can. possibly awaiting a yellow flag that could give them some sort of saving grace. But I think over the radio, Eddie Smith just alerted the field that he will be coming down pit road this time. And we'll watch and see if that 88 will do the same thing out of turn 4. They will hop on the brakes. Top 2 leaders are in this time by.
And Eddie Smith's going to be pretty much on the back bumper of that. Half a tenth there as they came into the entrance of pit road. Looking like a good race here for stage number 1. It's probably going to come down. You did have that short pit there that we have to go back and talk about.
New race leader, Alex Muscarella in the 48. A look from the 94 of Jesse Whittington as he continues his move up through the field on fresh tires. He has cycled to 7th, and he is the best running car that has recently come down pit road. Everybody's still needing at least one more stop. Stempien and Eddie Smith are on their way out. Alex Muscarella, the next car yet to pit. Whittington trying to catch him to 20.1. Second gap with a little under 40 to go here in the first stage. There's a look at what was the drivers coming out of pit road, Stempien being one of them. They will be lapped by the 48 of Muscarella. But look at all this lap traffic. Everyone having to scurry through, specifically Muscarella having to dodge all the fresh tire traffic. He'll blend back down low, and this is going to be another lap led and another lap staying out. There's the trio of Drinkin' Bros Racing cars right behind him. Actually a duo that is Peel and Brandon Banks. And then Stempien looking to unlap himself.
Stempien gets by on the outside with ease. The tires here, 63 laps old for the 48 car. He still probably has enough fuel to go an additional 10 laps, but would you really want to? I mean, everybody in this field working by him. There he will come down pit road finally. And yeah, I think for every lap that he stays out, he's going to dwindle out of the top 20. He's going to have his work cut out for him to get back up here.
48 going to be the last driver to make a call down pit road, so that will officially cycle out our first round of green flag stops. Jesse Whittington should take away the race lead with Isaac Mock and Mario Miranda back there in 3rd place. Now, for Stempien, I think it was rather an awkward entry to pit road and an awkward exit because he's in the middle of what's a 5-car pack in front of him out of turn 4. He runs 17th right now, so to be from the lead back here in traffic with a bunch of cars that are sure on older sets of tires just because of how many laps they've run. But when you have this amount of cars in front of you, it's sort of a brick wall. He's going to have to get through.
Yeah, and does he want to get, we saw the patience wear thin earlier with Zach Wilson. Does he want to take it 3 wide? You've seen how tough it is. This is a very narrow racetrack, but for every lap that goes on with this, he's losing ground to some of these guys that may be short pitted on top of the ground they already gained because he stayed out so much longer.
And what that means is that Stempien is going to miss out on stage points as long as he stays back here. And as long as they go side by side in front of him, Stempien is not going to have that many lanes to choose in terms of open air. He rolls right behind Brandon Banks in the 54. They're looking to get around Richard Swavely, but no other option for Stempien other than the high side or whatever lane is available here around Charlotte. And again, that turns back, Bradley, to the narrowness of this speedway. At a track like maybe Kansas or Texas, you can use all of the available asphalt, and there's a lot of space to work around. But here at Charlotte, not that much, so you have to be pinpoint accurate on where you place this race car.
Yeah, it's a little bit more like a road course where you have to premeditate where you're going to pass. You have to plan accordingly and maybe be 2 or 3 turns ahead and size guys up, because if you meet them at the wrong portion of this exit or the wrong part of where you snap back to the throttle, it's just the natural line of this racetrack, the characteristics, you know, built back in the 60s. It hasn't changed much. So you have to be very careful. It's still very bumpy here, and even with the new pave, you can make a mistake with ease and touch that apron and end up taking a guy out.
Well, he goes underneath the POW MIA Tribute Chevrolet of Stephen Harlow. Great tribute to Memorial Day for the rookie driver. And Stempien going to go down low across the fellow Stephen and potentially look for what will be the last spot into stage points territory. Lawson Peel, who holds that final spot in 10th. And I'll tell you, it isn't even easy at all for this 88 car, even though he's on 4 lap pressure tires. This 12 car may have to put up the armor, although Stempien in his Air Force-inspired paint scheme might try to move on by. But look at this. Draft off of turn 2 will help Stephen Harlow stay ahead. Stempien gets brushed off again here at lap 68.
We just got to go on board here and look at, he's stressing out a little bit. We're actually on board with the 33. Steve Harlow holding off Steve Stipien. Even though there's 4 or 5 lap difference in tires, the draft down the backstretch got him back clear, but watch, the pressure's on here. He's looking up in the mirror every now and then, checking to see what's going on back there. Now a dive to the inside, just behind him by Stipien.
It goes right back to the point about the oval refresh that we made earlier in this race, because Harlow and Peel were using the middle lane to beat Stepien off the corners, and every lap that this 88 car cannot break through is every lap that the tires will continue to fade away, and that goes the same for not only Stepien, but Eddie Smith, the rookie back there in the 87 car. He also pitted with the race leader formerly in Stepien. Now they're struggling to even make the top 10 points paying position with about 30 laps to go left in stage 1. Whittington, the race leader. Isaac Mock back in second. Mario Miranda up to a race high third after starting back in 21st place. And Whittington going blow for blow with the lap car. Bill Schoonover, that's not what you need at this juncture of the race.
That is definitely not what they ordered, but he gets clear of the 9. I think he's probably just getting a little frustrated that the 9 of Schoonover was in his race line on the exit of turn 2. Just letting him know, like, hey, I have a big lead here. Let's single file out. No reason for us to race each other. As Isaac Mock was actually shaving down some of that time, and Mock has 3-lap fresher tires. So I'm sure that Whittington's thinking about that and just wants to get clear of Schoonover as soon as possible.
He was a little over half a second faster than Whittington the last time by. Whittington dropped the 30.7 while Mock dropped the 30.5. So it was very close between those two. And it looks like the 47 has really been fast all night long. And he continues to put on. I think when you eliminate Stepien and Eddie Smith from the conversation momentarily and you get the head-to-head between Mock and Whittington, you might have a race that favors the driver of the 47, who is shot out of a cannon through tonight. His best finish of the season was 6th at Talladega, and he hasn't even had a top 10 finish at a mile-and-a-half race this season in 2 starts at Las Vegas and Kansas. So for someone like Mock in that Team Watson Racing Toyota Camry, this could be a solid rebound and potentially a road to his first career win, or rather second career win.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have that recovery moment. We've had a few this season for other guys, and look how it turned them around. It really changed the pace and how they were racing overall. Man, there is a cluster of cars going on back here still. Oh, off the wall. 87 of Smith into the wall. Big wreck down the backstretch. This might bring out a yellow. It does.
Our first caution of the day unleashes at lap 75, and it involves Eddie Smith. He is torn up at the exit of turn 4. They were going 3 wide at the exit of turn 2, and all of a sudden it brought mayhem to the back straightaway. First yellow flag out tonight.
Need to figure out exactly how this went down. We might have to get a blimp camera to see exactly. I think contact. There's Sanchez. Then in front of the 71, a bad tag there. I think that's what sent the 55 down into Eddie Smith, but Sanchez was already a little out of the speed there out of 2.
And to the point we brought up, Bradley, about using the middle to pressure some drivers down low, and you're losing less throttle down there, so Sanchez, no real option but to lag off the throttle and hope that everyone could keep it sane behind him. But the tap by Curtis Kelly sends that 55 for a wiggle, and down he goes into Eddie Smith with nowhere to go. Stephen Harlow, the fellow rookie, also involved. The look on board from Sanchez. Take a listen.
Yeah, it was definitely Curtis Kelly hit the back end of that car. It might have surprised him, and another little piece there at the end of it. But this takes out probably 2 or 3 of the cars that were doing really well at the start of this race. Led some laps, been up front a lot of the day. Eddie Smith probably going to be done. Heavy right front damage. The whole front end of the car is missing. Pieces of Sanchez all over the racetrack. And I missed who it was. There was a third car that was involved with that went all the way down to the inside wall there.
So Smith in his first attempt at the Sunoco Cup Series version of the Coke 600 it is squandered. 76 laps into the books. Our first caution of the night here from Charlotte. Lawson Peel, in turn, is the race leader, but that's because everyone behind came down pit road. It is 11th on back, those who just got fresh tires on their race cars. Some 2-tire calls, but the majority 4. And everyone up ahead, they're going to be staying out on what's going to be 15 to 20 lap old tires on their specific ranges. Bradley, do you like this call by the top 10? I'm not sure if I like it all too much because you've got 10 sets to use here at Charlotte, and sure, lots of opportunities for yellows down the road, but right now you probably want the best rubber to get some stage points out of this one.
No, I like it. I like it if it's Lawson Peel. He's got plenty of cushion behind him. He's got about 10 cars behind that will be able to maybe hold these guys up. We saw how well Stempien got held off by Harlow and a few others where he just wasn't able to pass in certain instances of this racetrack. So for the 12, I like it. Now, what I like the most is Jesse Whittington right now. He was in the lead. He gave it up, came down, got 4 fresh ones. And when we hit the stage break, he'll probably be the leader, but he'll be on the flip side of this. So we got to look at where these guys will be in 15 laps when we go back to a caution. And you're probably going to see kind of a wash, rinse, repeat for the whole field.
And you know that Jesse Whittington, as we've seen, has been the best car around the lap 20 and 25 range on a run. Past lap 30 is where he starts to reach that cliff, and he struggles a little more, but for the most part, that mid area of the run is where Whittington shines the most. And as the sun sets here in Concord, I think Whittington might just be one of the fastest cars, but it's all going to be about how you can break free of the traffic in front. We know for one thing, Bradley, that it hasn't been easy. Even through the green flag cycle of stops, you could imagine that the fresh tire cars would just blow by the competition. And while that was true for maybe several laps, for the most part, it's been tough for those guys to get through, with Peel, Stempien, and then Eddie Smith, which then led to the caution flag soon thereafter. So sure that Whittington is happy that he'll have fresher tires, but not happy about the amount of traffic that he'll have to get through.
So here we go. Stempien's already been caught in it once. He's going to be caught in it again after he hits pit road. I think frustration will set in after this first stage. I think a lot of guys that have been used to this clean air, we're going to see how they respond to being stuck behind guys for 10, 12 laps. Might create some more yellows. We stayed caution free all the way up to lap 77. It's going to be a different animal here for stage 2. I'm excited.
So lights are off from the iRacing official pace car. Lawson Peel in his pursuit for his first win since Pocono back in mid-July of 2023. He has yet to find a checkered flag this year, while Stempien searches for his second after winning the season opener at Daytona. Ross Harlow, Alex Muscarelli going to be back there in 3rd and 4th. Aaron Adcock, Austin Shoemaker, Chuck Stevens, Ray Rogers, Chris Progar, and Garrett Brown are those mostly to have stayed out. Everybody 11th on back, beginning with Jesse Whittington and Chris Shoemaker. They are on fresh tires. They've got a chase ahead of them. They're going to try and catch these dogs up front because they're going to be contentious as can be with under 20 laps to go and about several laps in stage 1. Lawson Peel and Steven Stempien to the line, to the restart. We're back under green.
Already, Ross Harlow gets to the inside of Stempien down the backstretch. He'll come up in 2nd position. Fresh tires, not moving just yet. We'll get him up to speed. You're going to see it in turn 3, whether or not this 94 is going to have a hard time.
And those are teammates there, full lock racing, side-by-side contact up the road. Austin Shoemaker and Aaron Adcock going side-by-side. They touched for a moment in 3 and 4. The onboard look from Jesse Whittington is not gaining that much ground. He looks under the Season 1 champ of Garrett Brown, but so far, Peel the race leader, Ross Harlow, chasing him down at the exit of turn 2.
Seeing Ray Rogers back there in the 7th spot trying to pick up a couple. This, of course, 4 points. This is the important time of stage 1. You got to get as many as you can and hold on to them. Fanning out behind. There's the 94 rather. He's picked up 2 spots, but I don't think he's moving fast enough here.
And Isaac Mock behind could pressure the 94 into saying, hey, let's go. Mario Miranda is back there too. 3 really fast cars tonight looking to move through the pack behind him, or in front rather, and to push to the 94 entering turn 3. Whittington got a bit out of shape. He hangs on to it, looks to get under Ray Rogers. They get through Austin Shoemaker, and that's for 8th place. 20 laps to go in stage 1. And caution is out. Crash behind, a big one. Justin Hendry among those involved. Shane Wyatt, the rookie, and several others escaping from the madness. Our second yellow flag raises at lap 82. There's Justin Hendry and his sort of beat up Ford Mustang in the aftermath.
Happened really quick through the quad oval. Maybe somebody brushed the exit of turn 4 wall to trigger this. We'll have to go back on the replay and find out. And the 27 just shot across the whole racetrack here. Back it up one more time to figure this out.
Derivative of 3 wide.
Yep.
There it is. Turn 4, Shane Wyatt in the middle, Wyatt Brackett down low, Chris Progar up high, and they all make contact. They just lack the space. There's really no space to maneuver around off the corner. Everyone runs up the hill, and so all 3 of them made simultaneous contact, and they got the 27 into Shane Wyatt, but then in the same token, it got the 1 of Hendry out of shape as he got tagged going up the racetrack in the quad oval, went back down and got hard into Jonathan Cofield and Justin, or rather that's Kip Easley right there that Justin Hendry got into. So it's a sizable accident, our biggest of the night, and that will take out several cars, including that Coast Guard machine, who is now down pit road getting all the damage repaired.
And that'll take a couple more into the pits. You got Hendry, Cofield, Feltz, maybe got a piece of it. Curtis had some problems earlier in this race, and you know, Eddie Smith and Zach Wilson both done for the night, and that's unfortunate. With, you saw the run that Smith and Wilson were both having. Wilson was really fast, but early exit for both these guys. Not even out of stage 1 yet, and you know, there's still plenty of mileage left in this race. I almost want to say that if you had a car to salvage, you might want to stay in this, because you could still end up with a top 30. It just a lot of miles left. There's still an opportunity for some of these guys to get totaled, and you can pick up some spots.
And one thing that we took away from that green flag restart was that the fresh tires didn't really have much to say. You know, they gained some track position here and there, Bradley, but for the most part, I'd say that if you're those guys who stayed out on the last yellow, you're thinking to yourself, wow, they're not making up that much ground. That's good for us. We're going to get fresh tires at the end of the stage. And why not? Like, let's do this. And for all those back there, you know, they're starting to think, well, maybe we're not gaining as much as we used to. So I'd say that as this restart moves forward, you know, you're looking at not that much gain from the fresh tire cars. And with every passing yellow, each of the tires are going to equalize out with these old tire guys. So Bradley, it's going to get even tougher for guys like Whittington, you know, Isaac Mock, Mario Miranda to gain this edge, sort of looking like it's turning to the other side for the old tire gang. They're starting to work their strategy out nicely with this yellow.
What it does do, though, is puts them in a better situation for after the stage break, because you know that everyone that didn't take tires that last time is going to come down pit road. But for every lap that we run under caution, that's going to even things out a little bit, because in that long run, 8 or 9 laps is going to be a lot. You're going to see guys that maybe don't save tires as well overall. It's really going to make that situation worse. So for Jesse Whittington, he short pit by about 5 laps on the rest of the field. He comes down a second time. He's never been on the same strategy as these guys, and I think there's a reason behind it. He maybe feels that he's a little bit faster, or if he can short pit and be on different tires altogether, that helps him. It's an advantage. However, now he's going to be a little bit closer to that, and I think maybe as the sun goes down, that'll help him overall.
Well, let's see if we can dial up the driver of the 94 through the second yellow here from Charlotte Motor Speedway. We're joined by Jesse Whittington now, and Jesse, I'm guessing that some great memories were sparked when you guys came back to this speedway, knowing that this was the site of your first career win. You've had a really fast Chevrolet Camaro tonight. What are you making of this race 85 laps in?
Yeah, well, I mean, the aggression is high, but at the same time, it seems like most of the field is given room where needed. And overall, I'm just having a lot of fun. Clean air is always way more fun than being mired back in traffic.
You know, as one of those cars who's on fresh tires here from the last restart going into this one, is there anything you've noticed from this strategy call to come in and get that set of tires on, bolted before we get to the end of stage one?
Well, the biggest thing that I've noticed is it's really not that big of a difference between you know, fresh tires and like 10-lap old tires with a heat cycle. So it's going to be interesting these last 13 laps of this green run, and hopefully we go green, and just to see how it kind of plays out, because I got some fast cars behind me that are trying to get past me.
We've got a fast car yourself, and we're excited to see what you can cook up here at the end of stage number one. Thanks for joining us for the moment, Jesse, and best of luck on the restart.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
Jesse Whittington restarts in 7th place on the inside of Isaac Mock, fellow fresh tire car. So that's going to be the first car on the best rubber in the field. Lawson Peel and Ross Harlow remain the top two at the exit of turn 4 when we get this next restart after our second waving yellow of the night on lap 86. Should give us about 13 laps until we cross the line for the end of stage 1 at lap 100. Remember, we do this at least 3 more times before we wave this checkered flag, so everything's similar at 3 stages at 100 apiece. Lawson Peel, the leader, he's up first. Ross Harlow on the outside to react into the zone. Peel is away first. That inside line buckled, though, right behind the 12, and we're back under green. They chase for turn 1. Lawson Peel in charge.
Just talked to the guy. He's 3 wide right now on the bottom of the racetrack. That's Jesse Whittington. He does get clear, but he's very loose coming off of turn 2. That's going to hurt him a little bit. He's going to lose those spots back.
And the run up high, favor of Isaac Mock. Mario Miranda up there looking to gain some speed at the exit of turn 4. The wiggle out of turn 2 is what set Whittington a bit out of shape. And the fresh tire leader, now the 47 of Isaac Mock race team, is puncturing the fresh tire lead pack. And they're trying to get by Ray Rogers, the next old tire car in line. In 5th place, they're side by side. Miranda pressed into the outside wall.
I believe that was Mock hit it as well, right in front of him. They followed each other out of the exit, and that puts the 94 Whittington back into the mix. But they have hit a brick wall yet again. The fresh tires are not gaining as much as you would think, and these guys are running out of time to do it. 12 to go when they cross the stripe.
And Jesse told us aggression is certainly high, and these drivers are tapping the outside wall more frequently. At the last exit of turn 2, or turn 4 rather, Ray Rogers had smacked the outside wall with his Ford Mustang, gave Isaac Mock the spot, so the 47 slides up into 5th. Jesse Whittington not giving this one up just yet. Peeks down the inside on Miranda to no success. Now he's in the middle, 3 wide.
It's not where you want to be going into the turn. Somebody, yeah, I think that was the 4 of Shoemaker, backed out of it. Wise decision there. Shoemaker still has a chance here to get some stage points, so wise decision. But this, third on back is just, it's a cluster.
It's an absolute war zone. Harlow on the outside there of Stepien. They're in that tussle for 2nd place. 10 laps to go until stage 1 is over. Skipping through the grass was Chris Shoemaker on the outside, and he got Curtis Kelly into the outside wall. But Austin Reedy took a evasive maneuver, went down low, and gained 2 spots. He's up to 9th.
Pass in the grass. That's what we were looking for tonight, right? They have 600 miles to do it, so try it out. Seemed to work right now. Wouldn't recommend that you do that too many times. Alex Muscarella on the rebound. Remember, this was the car that stayed out the longest in that last green flag run. He's up to 7th now, looking to the outside of the guy that was leading when this all went down for that first caution.
It's becoming hectic up front. Isaac Mock still leading the brigade of fresh tires, and his race team working in tandem with Mock and Miranda down low. They work under the 3 car of Ross Harlow. Whittington, another send into 3 and 4, gets him right behind the 3, but not enough there to clear the 48. Now the battle for the top spot going into turn 1. Stepien down low, Mock on the high side.
Walks on that high side with the fresh tires, but he's got to get through Peel, who's on a little bit older ones, 99, 3 wide down the backstretch.
Oh, and he hip checks into Miranda, sideways, the 88, hard into the outside wall, brings Muscarella and several others with him, and that's our third yellow of the race. Miranda chirps over the radio. He was not happy with that move in the middle, 3 wide by Stempien, as Whittington came down the racetrack, and the 88 car is toast, crab walking at the exit of turn 4.
Another driver that's had a lot of success before this caution, the first caution. Caught up in another one here. And that probably will do it for stage 1. Stempien cannot get this car to steer straight right now.
Plenty of our yellows have come away from 3 wide action, and that's the newest yellow sparked here at lap 94. We should have possibly a 2-lap dash or less to the end of stage 1, but race control might call it official. There's a look at how it all went down. Stempien down the middle. He attempted a half block on Miranda to send him away before turn 3. But what else happens there, Bradley?
Big contact with the car on the outside there. It was the 94 or the 47. I'm not entirely sure here. Yeah, the 94 came down a little bit off the wall, but he also had Harlow on the back end, so that might have forced him down. Let's see if we can get a higher angle here of this down the backstretch.
Stempien also not happy with exactly what happens there. So he's in the middle, 3 wide. He sends the block to the 99 of Miranda. Down goes Whittington, and that's what sends Stempien out of shape. He ping-pongs into Miranda, back up the track into the 94. He gets sideways. Austin Reedy gets a pretty big piece of this. The look on board from Whittington. You'll see this from the left side of his race car. Into frame and out of it is Stempien on the left. That's the contact and the second hit that sends the 88 hard into the outside wall. And then even in the aftermath, Miranda goes up the track and Whittington has to save the race car. But that's one of our strongest cars, Bradley, taken out 5 laps before the end of stage 1. Look on board with Miranda.
Man, it could have been a lot worse for Whittington and Miranda both. You're just kind of pulling the safety chute at that point. Trying to get the thing slowed up. That's a shame, though. Stempien was strong, and, you know, I think the 94 of Whittington's going to have substantial damage from this as well. I mean, he does find himself in 3rd position for this restart, but that car probably not going to be as fast as it was. A lot of the people that were leading this race or up in the top 5 are now out entirely with heavy damage. This completely flip-flops the entire field.
And that leaves one old tire car in the top 10. And that's your race leader, Lawson Peel, with 39 lap old tires. Isaac Mock has been able to break into 2nd place. And it was only a matter of time before we would see the likes of the 47, the 94, the 99 just work up through the top 3 and make their statements. But unfortunately, the caution waves, and we're going to have to see whether Miranda comes down pit road, because he's got some pretty sizable right front damage on his Victory Fuel Toyota Camry. So maybe another stop down pit road just before the stage is over, or maybe he'll just wait until lap 100 ticks by, because, you know, we've got a really awkwardly timed yellow, Bradley. We may just have a 2 or 1 lap dash to the end of the first stage. And I'm sure that Miranda doesn't want to come down pit road until he knows he has at least a semblance of stage points.
Yeah, you got to weigh the points, but could he end up losing that with the damage? Will he fall out of the top 10? You got to weigh that as well. I think he's plenty fast enough as a driver that he can maintain that top 10. But right now, let's look at the big picture. There's still over 400 miles to go in this race. Where do you sit right now on that damage? It could be something that is easily repaired, as he'll start on the outside in 4th.
The lights will flicker off from the iRacing official pace car, and indeed, it's basically a 2-lap dash to the end of stage 1 here from Charlotte. And after a good long green flag run to start, flurry of yellows to bring us 3 total. And Isaac Mock will have a chance to take away the race lead and grab his first stage win of the 2024 season. Lawson Peel, though, still the control car. And we saw the last time by Bradley that behind Lawson Peel, they sort of shifted a little bit and they could not get going like the 12 did. Do we expect the same from Whittington and everyone on back?
I think the heat cycle now is going to be a little bit better. I think getting it going is going to be a little easier for Mock and Whittington. Gill's going to have his work cut out for him. If he can hold him off after one lap and maybe take away their line, I see Mock probably taking it to the outside, but if the 12 can take away his line on the entry of the corner, he might be able to hold on.
Well, here we go. 2 laps to go in stage 1. Lawson Peel, the race leader. Steven Stepien, unfortunately, has disconnected. His night is over in our 600-miler from Charlotte. Peel the leader, Mock on the outside. It's all up to the control car entering the restart zone. The 12 will have discretion. Once again, the inside line doesn't go quite as strongly. Green flag back in the air. Mock shuts the door on Whittington for second place.
That's the gap that the 12 needs here as they go into the corner. He is in clean air, has no pressure on the back end. What a jump there for this restart. He'll get the white flag for the stage coming out of turn 4.
And it's a bloodbath behind him. They go side by side for third. Miranda sliding up high, and look who joins the conversation for the first time tonight. Colin Forrester in the 31. Peaked at 3 wide. He stays down low. Final lap in stage 1. Peel the control car. The look from the rear of the 31. Austin Reedy behind. Miranda up front. They single file out at the exit of 2. The half a lap left until the end of stage 1. Mock still has a way to give a blow to the 12. He goes up high in 3 and 4, but no match for the Mississippi driver. Lawson Peel hangs on and wins stage 1 from Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Well, I told you he could hold on to it, but it was the restart that decided it. He really didn't have to play too much defense. He got such a good jump there out of that restart zone. Nobody could even contest the line and what he was doing. And I'm really impressed. That's 20 laps in tires that he was out there in a difference. And he still was putting on 29.8s.
It was fast, and the good thing for all those yellows coming out is that all the fresh tire cars equalized on pace. Lawson Peel could hang on, and for the first time tonight, we've got a stage winner in the 12. As Isaac Mock falls to second, that is his best stage finish of the season, and his best, I believe, since Bristol Motor Speedway, where he had a third-place stage finish behind Zach Wilson and Eddie Smith. So great for the 47 to be able to knock that one down. And for Peel, this will be, at least as we see it, his first stage win of the 2024 season. Weird to say that, considering how dominant he's been over the last 2 campaigns.
Yeah, that's weird. I didn't even know that that was his first stage win. Like, to say that, he has had success at races prior to this and dominant performances, but it's been a struggle all the way through. And I think part of it right now, you're seeing he's the first one into the stall. He's got the very end of pit road here. Qualifying has been partial to that. It makes it a lot harder to win races when you start that far back in the field.
Just want to correct myself. Second stage win for Lawson Peel. So not his first rodeo at a stage finish win, but nonetheless, second win in the season. Despite all the races we've had so far in the campaign, that's certainly still surprising. And no matter how you slice it, bunch of those guys on pit road. Peel the first one out, although Mock might beat him to the line. He does. So Isaac Mock give him the lead out of pit road. We've got some drivers to stay out, and our first stage is complete. From Charlotte, a crazy 100 laps to bring us our first stage yellow. But so far, Joe Sanchez leads the way here in Concord, North Carolina.
What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best. Fuller,
Yeah,
needed F-150 for Smith build.
got it.
Yesterday.
I know.
Don't forget my BMW.
Gotcha. Check this out. All the major online automotive sites in one place. BMW, done. F-150, done.
How's he do it?
I can search nationwide, even those classified sites. Auto Tempest, all the cars, one search. That's how I do it.
There is Max Papis in the Ferrari. As great a race as Ferrari has ever won.
The steering wheel for me has always been a sensitive spot. I know there's a whole experience there that we're all trying to refine. Max Pappas, he asked me one day, he said, what can I do with a wheel? I said, well, with the new wheel.
What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Welcome back to Charlotte Motor Speedway. Our coverage continues here on VSPEED, and another warm welcome to the booth. We're alongside our producer / colleague in the booth, having a lot of hard work cut out for him tonight, Bradley Cooper. I'm Kenneth Bueno. We are only 103 laps into our 400 lapper from Charlotte. Your opening thoughts, Bradley, on what we've seen so far, even though many contenders have been taken out?
That's what I'm thinking right now. I'm seeing all these guys that were having great starts to the day, dominating performances. We had one yellow that kind of reset everything and put these guys in some bad situations. Eddie Smith, Steve Stempian, Stephen Harlow was in that. So there's 4 or 5 guys that probably would have had top 10s today that are done for the night.
Unfortunate for all of them. Of course, Smith, Stempian, you've got Stephen Harlow, of course, included in that. Zach Wilson, who was strong early in the race. All of those guys we'll have to see the next race in 2 weeks' time. But this most recent yellow, our stage break, hands the lead off to Joe Sanchez, who will have lap lead number 1 and counting here on this restart at around lap 105. Ross Harlow on his outside, Brandon Banks, Chris Progar, and Austin Shoemaker round out your top 5. They are amongst the 9 cars to stay out on the stage break. Isaac Mock, the first car out of pit road, is going to restart in 10th place with Lawson Peel right down under there around row 6 on the racetrack as it stands. So many storylines changing here at Charlotte. We may see another batch of storylines change up in the next, give or take, 95 laps to the end of stage 2. Joe Sanchez and Ross Harlow, the pair of Chevrolets, bring us to the green flag. Stage 2 underway.
This could be the redemption day for Joe Sanchez. Remember the great race he was having at Texas. We go back to that with Zach Wilson's first win, but Sanchez led a lot of those laps. He was up front there towards the end, got taken out. Well, you could argue taken out. Trouble in the back of the field. It's Aaron Adcock.
And the 17 sideways, hard into the wall. Several others involved. Dakota Curtis and your points leader, Austin Reedy, gets a tag in this one. 4th yellow flag out tonight.
Man, I don't know what happened here. It looked like the 17 was loose, or maybe somebody might have gotten into the back of him here. We'll back it up a little bit more. That's the 99 back there. Yeah, the 17 was already snapping free. Got into the 1. There's the 96. The Curtis is sliding. He's just trying to check up. He gets hit in the back. We'll ride on board with the 43 here.
And on that split decision, the 17 of Adcock was one of those to pit, along with all those other guys, about 10th on back. And from Curtis. Slides up the racetrack, nowhere to go as he gets tagged from behind. Austin Reedy in the 96 added to the list of potential casualties from Charlotte. This one not treating him kindly, and then right behind the mess, Mario Miranda escapes this one.
Just barely. This is back at about the 25th spot when this all begins. I'm going to see the entire race, the first 100 laps flash before your eyes. He just came down pit road to get some of that damage repaired. He didn't want more of it.
And back in 28th at the time of the yellow was Justin Winters, who was that car who did get into the 43 of Dakota Curtis as he slid up the racetrack on the brakes. So he remains out there. There's the 43. Who's going to take his chances and remain out on the racetrack. Jonathan Cofield right in front, but you can tell just how much damage is assessed to this Celsius Chevrolet. And Dakota Curtis rides with a special member on his name rail. It is Senior Airman Robert Graves. Of course, this is the Memorial Day race for the Sunoco Cup Series, although it takes place, a week after the actual Memorial Day weekend. But all of the drivers, either with their patriotic paint schemes to show their support and honor to those who have fallen and served in our military, and the 43 with Senior Airman Robert Graves on his name rail. Obviously, unfortunate to see Curtis dinged up this early on in lap 107, but he rides with a very special man on his name rail, and like many others, giving their tribute and honor and remembrance to those who have given their life to the active service.
We got, what, 6 laps, 5 laps into that second stage already? Well, we didn't even really get a lap in. It was sideways off of turn 2, so cold tires. This track's in that transition mode of the sun going down, and Joe Sanchez up at the point. He would love for this to just keep happening. He could stay up here and lead the most laps today if these guys start taking him around at the pace speed.
Just similar to what happened on the last yellow before the stage break, right? We saw those upstairs on older tires just sort of hanging on in front of the newer tire competition, just because all the yellows were coming out so frequently, and they could just keep their time up at the front. And this is good news for Drinkin' Bros Racing, 2 of the top drivers in the top 3. Sanchez and Banks running first and third, with Harlow splitting the difference in the middle. Talk about some of the drivers honoring tributes with the military members. There is another driver, the 32 of Richard Swavely, with a name on his name rail. He is honoring Specialist William Dan Harley. That's a good friend's brother of Swavely that passed away in his battle from leukemia last year. So unfortunate for what happened, and obviously our thoughts and prayers with the Dan Harley family. But William Dan Harley, the specialist, is certainly great tribute for Richard Swavely. He's riding with a heavy heart and a clean race car right now inside the top 15.
It's good news for a lot of these cars, though. Some of these guys that maybe came down pit road, I think, with these heat cycles and stretching out the run a little bit, as you see Austin Reedy coming back down pit road. But some of these cars will even out. And Joe Sanchez and Harlow and Progar up here in the front at 14 laps on this stint, but probably 7 or 8 of them under green here because of the stage transitions. So there's not really a lot that they've lost here by having that second or that stage pit stop that put them back a little bit behind the 8 ball.
We double the field up. Next restart ready for us at lap 110. Field comes out of turn 2. Austin Reedy, you saw him momentarily on your screen. The 96 car is going to stay out. He does not go a lap down, but he, of course, took his chances on pit road to repair whatever was left on damage for his race car. He's back in 30th, and we'll have to reset behind Shane Wyatt, who also picked up a ton of front end damage. He's going to be back in row 15 when we get the next restart. Sanchez, the leader, he was somewhat involved in one of our most recent cautions that took Eddie Smith for a ride on the back straightaway. But Sanchez is still in this deal, and he's got 14-lap old tires. Harlow and Banks are top three. Chris Progar back to a 4th place running at the moment. Good news for the 70s. He's been sort of tipsy-turvy all over the field, but a great run for Progar as it stands. Out of turn 4 through the quad oval. Good jump by both lanes, heading to the green flag. Harlow looking to stay right next to Sanchez at the entry of turn 1.
Harlow got a really good start. That timing right there, it's tough to do, and we've seen it time and time again. When you put these guys into an exact restart zone, it does help a little bit. He's going to have the advantage going into turn 3, a peak for the lead. Again, pinch down there on the bottom, doesn't get the drive off. The 3 is going to be pinned back in second.
He stays there, but it is razor thin, the margins between them. Brandon Banks goes for a skip in the grass. Harlow looks to keep into second. Shoemaker and Progar going that tussle door to door for 4th place.
Oh, he
Harlow
touched
hit the apron. Here comes Banks down low.
That was a mistake right there for the 3 car. You can't afford to do that. He's going to lose probably 2 or 3 positions. The 7 of Progar now to the inside. He might be able to get clear of him here through the quad oval. Doesn't look like the 3 is clear. And so another car, it's kind of a freight train now. If he's not comfortable with that outside, he might lose another one.
And they're going to lose a lot of time to Banks and Sanchez. Drinking Bros Racing taking over 1st and 2nd as long as they go single file. Harlow still fighting against Progar. It's going to lose them so much time to the point where this top 2 can just easily run away with this deal. Remember, the fresh tire cars are still in the mix on this split strategy, led now by Isaac Mock, who has dropped to 7th, now 8th place. He's working in a battle against Chris Shoemaker. The look on board from Kip Easley's Chevrolet, and Shoemaker's forward behind. Mock still looking to get down low, but cannot get the run.
Car's off the back here.
And
I think that was a 75. That'll bring out the yellow. I think that's Garrett Brown. No, Colin Forrester in the inside wall.
Yes, the 31 gets tagged at the exit of 2, and another contender possibly taken out. There's all the damage on the Dunkin' Donuts Toyota Camry. And this race is getting ugly.
We said it was a weird one
dominated
here.
the season.
We said it was a weird one. I mean, the distance is longer, but some of these guys, it's been one of the shortest races of the season for them. He's got heavy damage on the front end of that machine, too.
We'll get another look at how this all transpired at the exit of turn 2. Much like Mario Miranda, Colin Forrester, several cars behind, was on fresh tires, but just lost all of that track position. And there's where the deal-ending blow gets to him. It's out of turn 2, and right on the outside is Chuck Phelps with help from Dustin Reeves. And I think off the corner, you see that 6 car give the slightest tap to the Ford Mustang up ahead, and Phelps sends him down the hill, right downstairs into Forrester, who has nowhere to go but slamming the inside wall and almost tags Garrett Brown on the way up. And I can imagine suspension damage, Bradley, that will take Colin Forrester out of this race or will leave him severely wounded for the rest of the night. The onboard look from Brown, who just barely escapes this accident.
That was close there between him and Chuck Phelps. And I think that contact, like you said, got the 75 out of shape. I want to take one more look at this because we didn't quite get a look at that. But there's the 6. Just a slight touch there. I think Phelps off the throttle a little bit longer than the 6 was predicting. But yeah, how about Garrett Brown to sneak through that? Well, unfortunate, it's the 31 that gets the worst end of this, and he had nothing in it.
Such a tough dagger to the 31, and that's something that we were talking about over the break, Bradley, behind the scenes, was that a lot of the cautions involving some of our best drivers in the series have been in situations where they are not the cause of the yellow. They're not the derivative car in the caution. They're always just the 2nd or 3rd car that's in a specific lane that just happens to be in the heart of the accident. When you look at drivers like Eddie Smith, he was running down low with Stephen Harlow, nowhere close to the origin of the accident, but when Sanchez swapped down low, it was just right into the path of the 87, and Smith had nowhere to go. Steven Stempian also in the middle 3 wide, entering turn 3. Jesse Whittington just gives him a tap, and Stempian also has no space to get out of that. He just ping-pongs back and forth until he goes outside into the wall, and that was it. So a lot of our cautions involving our bigger drivers, they're all just on accident. They're not because they are the cause of it. And Colin Forrester just added to that list.
Yeah, and it's also the situation where they were up front in clean air, had that caution not happen to put everyone on a different cycle, or maybe guys had to make race-changing decisions based off of where that caution fell. It put some of these guys deeper in the field to get caught up in those things, and that's another factor that when you pit, like Forrester, he's deep in this field. He would never be a part of that had we not had some of these cycles, and now the 31 car is behind the wall. Deeper in this field, more traffic, more likely to happen.
And the only driver, if you're looking at bigger picture, Bradley, only driver to not have race-ending damage or close to race-ending damage in the top 5 in standings, it's Joe Sanchez, who was, inside the top 5 at that time. But you're looking at Austin Reedy, who's picked up a ton of damage. Colin Forrester, who just now was involved in this crash. Eddie Smith, who had a chance to take away the points lead. He's out of this one as well. Zach Wilson, who was pretty high up on the point standings before we dropped the green flag tonight. He is out of this race early. And there's Reedy, one of the lone survivors along with Sanchez, but still on the back foot here in this one, as he is all the way back in the mid-20s, back in 26, as he just gets out of pit road here. And it's become so difficult for these guys. And what's going to make things even worse, Bradley, is that this is a higher points-paying race. You've got 3 stages as opposed to the usual 2, so you have more opportunities to gain stage and playoff points. You eliminate a ton of guys who are top 10 in standings early, and you take away all of the points available that they could have gained.
Yeah, that's absolutely a major point, that this race being longer also means we have that extra stage, so it's kind of a one-off bonus that you're not going to see anywhere else. You got to factor that in, that if you have a bad day, it's going to be a bigger gain for the guys that are able to stay in this race. And for the top 10 in points right now, you said 1 car in the top 10. We're looking at him right now. If you would have told me that at the start of this thing, I would have called you a liar. There's no way that that's going to happen. And we're witnessing it right now, barely through stage 2.
So several yellows to break this one up. 117 laps in the books. And still a long way to go until our second stage break at lap 200. We're, again, glad that you're with us tonight on VSPEED. It's a long one. The longest race of the year by far at 600 miles. We go full length in NASCAR Cup Series style racing here in the Sunoco Cup Series. That's why we always take 2 weeks, between each race. And we always have at least a weekend off, because it gives these drivers a chance to relax a little, especially before this one, to where they've had to mentally and physically prep for this one throughout the several weeks prior to it. Sanchez and Banks lead us back to the green flag at lap 118. Drinking Bros Racing leading back to turn 1.
A little bit calmer restart here in the top 5. They single out pretty quickly, a little side-by-side as the 7 of Pro Car gets by on the inside. Now it's Kip Easley and Austin Shoemaker out of turn 2. They'll be side by side. Looks like the 14 of Shoemaker turning up the heat later in this race. He's maintained a top 5 for a lot of this last 20 laps or so.
And this 14 car started back in 14th, so a nice run up through the field. And same could be said for the 8 car of Kip Easley, who started this race at the green flag in 26th position, moving up through the field. And I guess that's the other trade-off for those who have been taken out early. You give that door wide open to these guys who were starting in the mid-pack or further back in the field. You give them a chance to possibly be in contention for stage points. And then you've got one of the faster cars on the racetrack still alive in this one. Isaac Mock in the 47, trying to spearhead his way through 7th and now 6th place back to turn 1.
Blinked out there just briefly, and I thought maybe they were going to have some contact between him and the 14 of Austin Shoemaker. But this is the guy that has fresher tires up in this top 10. We're talking about 6 or 7 laps in the advantage, but it hasn't been an advantage all night. We haven't seen even 10, 12 lap fresher tires really be all that much better.
It really hasn't, and that's the one thing that Jesse Whittington brought up to us in that interview under caution. He says, I don't think that the tires really matter that much. We're not really gaining that much on the track, and Isaac Mock is feeling the brunt of it. These drivers were given 10 sets before we dropped the green flag, so it's still plentiful on the tire side of things, but if you burn through those quickly, you're not seeing the rewards paying off all too much. You're sort of thinking to yourself, why pit often anyway? What's the point of getting the fresh tires unless maybe it's a 35 to 40 lap difference? And you see the results there. Chris Shoemaker on 6-lap older tires having to power through the outside. Mock losing one there at the exit of turn 2.
It's hard for me to wrap my mind around it because everything that we've saw this season, 10 laps was everything. Every mile and a half that we've been at, it has been, if you can string out the run a little bit longer, you're going to have a 2 or 3/10 advantage. But here tonight, it's all dependent on your line, and we're seeing the 4 hold on really well. Now the 14 is under fire. He pushes the 47 all the way up to the outside wall, but they are putting up a fight against this Isaac Mock, not being able to pick him off, and Brandon Banks, he takes over the lead from Sanchez while we were talking about that.
And the common thread between those two passes that you saw with Chris Shoemaker and Isaac Mock, they used the middle lane to get around the traffic. No faster is the bottom anymore. The middle lane seems to be where you can gain the most speed. The look on board from Chris Shoemaker, look how much he gains on a guy like Kip Easley, who's only on the same set of tires as Shoemaker. He's using the middle lane to his benefit. Mock took notice. He went up there to make the pass on Austin Shoemaker, and Chris continues to move up through the field. He's got his nose there on the outside of Easley for top 5 position.
That's incredible. That run down the backstretch really showed how much advantageous this middle line is, and he's going to drive off of turn 2. That's the downside. There's the side effect. Clips the outside wall. That dirty air from Progar as they exited the corner pushed him up the racetrack, so he has to be mindful of that. He's still just as fast as these guys, even though he just picked up a little damage.
And every lap that he touches the outside wall, there's going to be a threshold that breaks, and you're going to see more scratches on that 4 car, but he remains adamant on running up high. He will beat Kip Easley off the corner. He looks next towards Chris Progar, who's stable in 4th place, and they single out back to turn 2. It turns back to what we talked about the oval refresh and the different lanes that could be of use here in this longest race of the year. They're running 126 laps where most of the field is running down low. All that energy and all that rubber is going to slow that lane down, and as the night progresses, that middle lane will get stronger as less drivers use it.
Well, absolutely. Absolutely. Any lane that gets driven on enough is going to become useless later in this race, so they're going to continuously hunt for grip. Right now we're looking back in the 23rd position, riding on board with Brad Fulham. You're seeing a mix of different lines already 127 laps in. Think about lap 327 when these guys have used the entire racetrack. Where do you find grip at this place, Kenneth?
You got to look all around the racetrack, and as the sun sets here in Charlotte, that's what's going to make it so much fun. Another onboard look from the 19 of Fulham, who's down 5 since the drop of the green, where he began this race in 18th. He's dropped to 23rd and got a good front row seat to what's happening in front between the 2 Ford Mustangs, one of Prestige Worldwide Racing, the other one for Poman Motorsports, and Garrett Brown, the Season 1 champ, and then another champ in Ray Rogers. So both of those title drivers going at it for position heading back to turn 1. They've got Austin Reedy, who's fully repaired all of the damage given to him on his Toyota Camry. He's looking to recover. He's on the same set of tires as all of these guys around him, and he's starting to gain.
We just threw out the name Ray Rogers. Wasn't that another car that was up in this top 10 to start the race that now finds himself back outside the top 20? It has not been kind to guys that have had success at the start of this race. Contact with the 48. Alex Muscarella and Dustin Reeves go side by side out of 4. Muscarella loses a ton of ground. Now the 16 of Brown to the outside.
Trying to make it work. 48 car just bobbled out of 4, and that takes the momentum out of your favor for the next 2 or so corners. It may even do it for the next full lap. Look at how the 48 gets freight trained up high. Onwards goes Brown, then Rogers and Austin Reedy. You could see Curtis Kelly added to the mix, and potentially Justin Erb. Those guys are slow down low, and they have no answer for the runners up top.
And again, it's a mix of different tires in these packs all the way through the field. I'm looking at the stints right now. You've got guys with 35-lap-old tires, guys with 15-lap-old tires, 29 laps. It is all over the place back here, and these guys still, they're racing side by side like it's lap 1. There's no advantage at all with any particular car. It's all about how you're getting on and off and where you're trying to pass.
Well, you were talking, Bradley, about how the drivers who started inside the top 10 tonight have found struggles. Well, those who are running in the mid-pack when we drop the green flag or even further back, they're having a lot of the fruitful, positive benefits of the situation into their hands. And the average starting position for the winner here at Charlotte over the last 2 seasons has been 15. It was a 5th place starting position for Jesse Whittington in his win last season, then 25th for Joe Sanchez, who now runs 2nd as he's falling at the clutches of Ross Harlow, Chris Shoemaker, and the likes through the top 10. So again, this track in trends over the last several seasons, maybe not the kindest to those who start up front and have all that track position early, but look at this, almost a 1.5 seconds between Brandon Banks, the race leader, and Ross Harlow, who just overtook the 55 car of Sanchez for 2nd place.
Massive gap. But this goes back to what we saw earlier in the race with Steve Stempien and a few others. They had strung out so far ahead of the rest of this field. And then we got towards the stage break. Unfortunately, we had the caution, but you saw Eddie Smith and a few others reel those guys back in. I think right now, if you're Banks, you got to kind of time that. Now, you can kind of afford to save some tires. You're seeing the 3 of Harlow start to split away as Sanchez starts to struggle, peel back up to 3rd.
3 of the 4 Drinkin' Bros Racing Chevrolets occupy spots in the top 10. Remember, Lawson Peel was just 1 spot short of the leadoff pit road from Isaac Mock. He's taking that top spot of fresh tire cars by. He moves around his teammate Sanchez, searches for grip to get around Ross Harlow in the next several laps, and then onwards to chase after his teammate and race leader. How has this race turned around? Well, for Lawson Peel, who dropped the green flag in 37th place and is up to 3rd, looking for 2nd on Harlow.
Well, you just said the statistics about the average starting spot. It's such a long race. I didn't expect him to do it this fast and this early. We saw it with Mirinda as well. He started deep in this field. He had worked his way into the top 10 in like 30 laps. So not surprising, but still, it's, I don't know. These guys, they always put on a great show. I would have to say the 12 and the 99 they've always been able to pass cars, and I don't get how they do it and still have something left for the win.
And watch this, 3 wide in the quad oval. Jesse Whittington up high, Swavely in the mellow yellow car down low, Progar stuck in the middle. We know how much of a struggle it was for Whittington to get back to this position after all that went down. He's going to swerve up high and get the position. We're back to side-by-side action through the mid-pack. That's for P11.
Whittington said, thank goodness I cleared those 2 cars, because he's already had a little hiccup once today, and we've seen 3 wide go wrong in so many different instances. This racetrack is starting to cool down a little bit. That does help, but it's so narrow. Every time you hit a transition from the entry to the exit, you're running out of racetrack all the way through.
Whittington finds the space, though. He calmly settles into 11th. And still in possibility of getting stage points. We're going to be a little over 60 laps to go until stage break number 2, lap 200. And Kip Easley, who gets himself back into the top 10, will have to look closer in that rearview mirror, because that's about 11 laps of difference in tires between Easley in the 8 and then that 94 of Whittington, who somewhat did what he did earlier in the run, Bradley, when he lost the race lead. He's running up high. I guess he's just understanding that no one's taking that line, and to get the runs off the corner, Whittington is just methodically pointing his car in different parts of the racetrack. That time, he unleashed a run out of 2, goes under Kip Easley, and then looks onwards to the quartet up front, including Mario Miranda. So that one would be a little tough to get by, but nonetheless, he's still working forward.
But I think that's where the factor of 8-9 lap fresher tires does come into play. The longer that we run, the heat cycle, these tires heat up a little bit quicker the older they get. And so for a lot of the guys in front of the 94 right now, they're experiencing maybe a hot right rear. They're not able to run that line. As the 94 goes to the inside of the 14, he's able to pick and choose where he wants to go as he sees the handling struggles for a lot of the cars in front of him.
You've got to display a level of patience, especially on fresh tires. And for Whittington, he's doing that to cleanly move past the two Prestige Worldwide Racing Ford Mustangs. They're going to keep alive with the run out of turn 2. Nonetheless, this is where Whittington makes all of his money, and he cracks into the top 10. He stays there. He's going to crack onwards to Chris Shoemaker, then Mario Miranda. These two have basically been on the back foot now, trying to recover. Then you find Joe Sanchez, who's slotted back in 6th place. His set of tires is starting to reach the cliff, and that's where you're seeing the fresher tire cars of Miranda and Whittington start to work hard and get the rewards off of the benefits here. Look on board on the rear end of Sanchez. Miranda filling up the rear view mirror.
Well, that's the pressure right there for the 55. He's been in this situation before, so you know he's going to handle it well. But right now, when you're falling through the top 5, you've got to say, well, I'll let the 99 go, as he does into turn 1. I'm going to live to fight another day. We still have over half this race left to go. I'm going to back this up a little bit, save my stuff. As you see up front here, the 3 of Harlow to the inside. We've got a 4-way battle for the lead.
And there was a touch to the back bumper on Harlow from Peel. Harlow gathers it up, makes another set of contact with Peel, and the 12 car slots up to second. He deals the block to Harlow back to turn 1 while Banks holds on to the lead. It got sketchy there at lap 143.
Wasn't the 54 car the one they were all trying to pass? And ultimately, he benefits from all of it because these guys start to door check each other over the quad. The 3 of Harlow, I don't know if he knows what happened to him just now, but he got moved.
But he held on to it. Is there going to be payback later on in the race? The 2 Drinking Bros Racing Chevrolets go door to door. This is for the point back to turn 1. Harlow decides to help Peel, pushes him into the corner. Peel up high to the lead at a turn 2 from Charlotte.
So now with Peel taking over the point, this throws another wrench into it because this is a guy that he's got fresher tires compared to Harlow and Brandon Banks, but Isaac Mock is struggling to get around all of it. Peel in this fresh air, he probably could afford to pull away before this stage break.
Well, there might be good news for the 47 of Mock because as everyone was dueling in front of him, Mock just sort of was watching in the wings, seeing what was going to happen. So as they burned off the little piece of rubber left on their Goodyear Eagles in this run, Mock could just play the waiting game and utilize the pressure on everyone else to get by them in the later portion of the run, especially here out of turn 4. Harlow is starting to struggle. That right front is screaming for the grip. He almost nagged the outside wall, and here comes the 47. Crossover at the entry of turn 1. He looks for second while Peel pulls away to about half a second of an advantage over this battle behind him.
Yeah, they're going to battle like this. That's going to help Peel even more. The 47 is struggling to get around the 3 right now. That's going to add a little bit more out of 3 and 4, washing up the racetrack and also having a blinking moment there. The 3 of Harlow had no clue where Isaac Mock was.
Well, nonetheless, we are stepping into our potential second round of green flag pit stops because in this stage, they need to pit at least one more time, and these guys are right on the threshold of getting to the end of their fuel tank. You know, 46 laps here for Lawson Peel, 46 for Isaac Mock, but then you look at that second place car on Harlow, he's out for 53 laps. There may be a window to close soon for the 3 car, and he has to think about when he's going to come down pit road. Same can be said for Brandon Banks. You look further back to 7th place Chris Shoemaker, 9th place Austin Shoemaker. While they're getting split by all of these fresher tire cars, everyone in some sort of way has to enter pit road.
They all have to do it. When do you choose? We saw the short pit earlier in this race with the 94 of Whittington. He benefited from it the most. I think right now everyone's learned from that, and Whittington probably is going to play that same card again. There's no reason to stay out here and worry about 10 laps on tires. Come down pit road. That's what put Stempien and Smith and those guys deep in the field outside the top 10, and look how much they struggled. So I think come down pit road now.
Well, there's going to be a point where there's a calling card for these guys, and they're going to have to come in at some point for the 4 fresh tires and the fuel. But we saw how different each strategy was. a little over halfway through stage 1, Bradley, to where, you know, guys like Jesse Whittington did the short pit at lap 45, but then you got Steven Stepien and Eddie Smith going over 50 laps and just extending it on their stint. Even though they lost ground at the exit of that cycle, everyone had their different decisions, and here's one now. Chris Progar in the 7, pits from the mid-pack. He's dropping to 28th, but he's on pit road at lap 151.
So there's the guy that's going to start it for everyone. And, of course, Progar has been up here in the top 10 a few times today. So he'll be the first car kind of playing that Jesse Whittington page in the book.
Progar pitted from 15th place at the time, and this battle continues to ring on. In the latter half of the top 10, Chris Shoemaker through the middle, Austin Reedy into a race-high 7th. Boy, has this race absolutely spinned its head for the 96, although he still has a lot of traffic to maneuver around. Jesse Whittington looking middle, potential 3 wide, and Reedy down low on Shoemaker. He's got the spot at a turn 4, contact behind him.
94 got a little touch there, ended up putting him into the outside wall. He's going to lose a lot of that ground that he had gained. He had worked his way up to about 7th position before that happened. Now falls out. He has Richard Swavely trying to snag the top 10 from him.
And Swavely started back in 17th. He's +6 since the drop of the green flag. We mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, riding with specialist William Dan Harley on his name rail, car down pit road. It is Jesse Whittington, brings in Kip Easley this time.
I told you he was going to play the same card again. I mean, why not? It worked out so well for you last time. You might as well try the success again, see if it works out. You've got some of the guys that have stayed out longer than you anyway. You're going to make up a ton of ground right here.
And here's Isaac Mock in the 47, pitting from 2nd place behind Lawson Peel. He's in. It appears not many drivers follow suit. 4 car of Chris Shoemaker, 16 of Garrett Brown. A pair of Prestige Worldwide Racing Ford Mustangs behind the Camry. Do you like this call to overstay if you're guys like Lawson Peel or Mario Miranda? Does it matter at all? Because we know what happened with Steven Stepien and Eddie Smith, but what do you see out of this call from these guys?
It absolutely matters because look at the tire difference already. The cars that are hitting pit road were, 6-7 laps fresher tires. They're going to have a tremendous deficit now because originally 8 or 9 laps, that's not a big deal. 6-7 laps, not a big deal. But now we're talking about 54 laps on tires. They need to come down soon or they're going to lose 2 or 3 seconds a lap.
And somehow guys like Miranda, or rather Harlow and Banks, they're still out on 61 lap old tires. They have not given up on this strategy quite yet. And you'd figure that past this moment, either they're going to run out of fuel or the tires are going to blow somewhere, but they're staying out on track and giving it their all despite having 7 lap older tires. And then those who occupy 1st and 2nd in Peel and Miranda. So we await those guys to come in. Meanwhile, more of those in the mid-pack have made their decision or are about to. Look on board with Miranda from 2nd place. No chance he's coming down pit road this time, and neither is Ross Harlow, neither is Brandon Banks. Gonna run out of pit road for Austin and Chris Shoemaker. They're already out looking for the blend line. They're on fresh tires now, charging to unlap themselves.
Side by side here with Ray Rogers, and as this pit cycle goes through, these are guys that were outside the top 20, still out there on the racetrack, battling for the 10th position. You'd have to bet that they'll come down here soon enough. I think there's no real advantage to staying out unless they're praying for a caution. This could work out for them. There's the 26 of Logan Sturgeon. Haven't mentioned his name much tonight, but Sturgeon started back in 33rd. There's only really one way to go for him tonight. It's up because 32nd's the last car on the racetrack tonight.
Logan Sturgeon doing a good job at the moment to hold on to what is a spot just outside of the top 10. We got word that Ross Harlow will be entering pit road this time by, but Logan Sturgeon talked to us 2 weeks ago after finishing in 3rd at the end of the All-Star race at North Wilkesboro. He saw a bunch of the drivers in front and go around with Lawson Peel getting tagged by Ross Harlow, and Sturgeon sort of got the benefit of staying alive there at the exit of turns 3 and 4, so good to see the 26 having a clean and green run tonight from Charlotte Motor Speedway. Ross Harlow is in this time by.
Yeah, 3-car came down. Clean entry to pit road. I think he's going to be in the top 10 here for this stage 2. And good to see the 3-car finally able to stay up here. It's been a struggle for him as well. He's had speed pretty much everywhere we've went, but caught up in a lot of mix. And we were talking about the consistency. And Kenneth, I just want to call you out. Every time you mention a guy has had consistent finishes this season, it ends that day.
You know, maybe I just wouldn't say it anymore. I'm not even going to keep up on the trends anymore, because if I'm just a bad luck charm, then so be it. I mean, yesterday, when I was calling the iRacing Indianapolis 500, as you watch Mario Miranda hop on the brakes and he's in on pit road, I mentioned the possibility of a yellow flag coming out, because at that moment, the race had gone 178 laps green. What happens? Yellow flag comes out right after I finish my point. I'm just a walking jinx. I don't know what's going on.
It's the curse of the commentators. We hear it all the time. We have this mysterious power. We don't know where we got it from, but it was bestowed upon us. As soon as we turn on the camera, we almost speak things into existence. And I don't like that ability, as you'll see right here with the 30 a wide bracket. Yeah, I absolutely don't love that happens to people. I think we need to just change it into something positive. We're going to say Alex Muscarella, he's doing well. He's going to win this race. Maybe that will turn things around for the 48 team. I'm going to call it now.
I don't know. I mean, I just don't even want to say anything based on trends, because I just look at what happens in previous history, and I just try to state what's going down, and all of a sudden, you know, things turn around in a matter of moments. There's Austin Reedy coming at the exit of turn 2. He's blending in with the traffic and going to come right in time with the 54 of Brandon Banks. So all of these drivers around the mid-pack, 18th, 17th. That's the battle for position you're watching on your screen. Ross Harlow up the road by at least several seconds. He's in a battle with Joe Sanchez for top 15 territory. I have to ask you though, Bradley, what's your worst commentator's jinx moment? Do you have one?
Oh, I have one. I have a couple that come to mind already. I would have to say just last night. And I don't know if you caught any of the Saturday Night Racing League. Car in the wall, that was the 23. Ray Rogers, he's in third right now, but there's a gaggle of cars in front of him. Muscarella's going to come down pit road. But just last night, the guy that came into the race with a 7-point lead, we talked about his dominating performance and how he was going to probably wrap the thing up. He had led 105 laps. Looked like he was going to finish Las Vegas on point. Yellow flag with 8 laps to go. First yellow of the night.
Oh, man.
He got caught up and wrecked, and yeah, it just, he got total, finished 25th.
It always hurts, either when you're calling the fate of a driver and you're giving them praise, and all of a sudden they get involved in such a terrible accident, or they get taken out by something immediately after you say that. I remember one time in a league that I covered on Wednesday nights that has actually several drivers from this Sunoco Cup Series that run that league as well. You know, one of those drivers was a rookie, and it was at Daytona. I was calling his move through the field, and he had started pretty far back in the field. That I wasn't exactly sure what full position it was. It was Justin Urban, the 20 race leader, is coming on in. Ray Rogers to follow and actually goes side by side with him on the break entry to pit road. Nice job there as they go tussling for position, and Lawson Peel should take over the lead. I'm calling that car. Go on the inside, and I'm saying we haven't seen him all night long. This is the first time he's entered the top 5. We're riding on board with him. As soon as my point's done, his car is facing the outside wall, and he gets turned and creates the big one at the track. So that was also one of the worst if we're not counting yesterday. Another one was with Road to Pro at Dover Motor Speedway, where I basically called the yellow. It's one of those things you have to deal with as a commentator. You always have to have that feeling that if you bring something out there, you manifest something in a way, and it'll happen.
Yep. We've done it here a couple times as well, where we spoke things into existence. We saw a lot of good racing that you kind of see the trends and how these guys react to each other. It almost becomes second nature, and right now, second nature, seeing the 12. Takes back the lead after the pit cycle. 167 laps into the books. 33 laps left in stage number 2. But he has a lot of hungry cars behind him. Mario Miranda, who hasn't quite seen the lead yet today, but he's on the hunt now.
you know, I'll bring up the point that you mentioned earlier about it mattering, and by it we're talking about when you come down pit road and whether you go a little earlier or later. We saw in stage 1 the call to pit later not work out in the favor of Steven Stepien and Eddie Smith. They sort of got trapped in the mid-pack, but for Lawson Peel, he pitted later than both of these guys now running in the top 5, and he's got the lead. The only driver that pitted later than him was a lap after, and that was from the car running second in Mario Miranda. So it seems as though the overcut strategy here in stage 2 works out as we cross the line next for 30 laps to go until stage 2, and the top 5 are within half a second.
It can also be a factor of how fast are you on and off pit road. We saw Mario Miranda. He was one of the cleanest and fastest down to that pit cone and that commitment line to hit pit speed. You have to be careful with that to not get a speeding penalty, and we've seen that happen to Miranda, but he's one of the best at getting in and out, and you could turn easily 2 or 3 seconds advantage out here on the racetrack just with that half a tenth into pit road.
Well, Miranda right now is the hottest driver in the Sunoco Cup Series because he rolls off of a win at Kansas Speedway, locked him into the playoffs, and then won 2 weeks ago for extra measure, fighting with that 12-car appeal in the late goings at North Wilkesboro. You'd like to be Mario Miranda at this moment in time, who wants to become a 21-time Sunoco Cup winner. There to the outside, he goes Jesse Whittington, tries to spread the race car, but just unfortunately got there in amounts of time, and he's poking his nose out there, and more cars add on to the fight. Ross Harlow is in there back in 6th place. We're door to door, at least 2 rows deep momentarily.
Freshest tires sitting in 2nd position. Ross Harlow, probably the 2nd freshest tires. Well, I guess Lawson Peel, I mean, he's leading the thing right now. He has the freshest tires. Are on the wall. That was the 43 off of turn 4. Dakota Curtis still struggling. Good to see the front end back on that car, but he's going to lose another lap.
He spent a lot of the time down pit road repairing his Chevy Camaro, but he's back in 30th. Now ticked down as 3 laps down on the racetrack. He lets everyone through without a hitch, and the gap for the lead remains at about 0.2 of a second. We saw this almost mirror image, Bradley, at North Wilkesboro for the All-Star race, and obviously that one didn't matter as much for the points or for the championship, but Miranda and Peel still raced at it like it was a championship event, and they're going to go toe-to-toe here in the waning laps of stage 2 as Whittington and Mock attempt to go side by side, and Ross Harlow is there to spoil the party. He looks for 4th place.
Little door check there from the 47 of Mock. The 3 car down to the bottom. He is able to clear. Now he's going to work on Whittington. I think Harlow's advantage right now is that he's able to pick that bottom line a little easier. Fresher tires making a huge difference. Here he comes off of turn 4, going to look for 3rd spot.
And Whittington remains in that middle lane. He's been more experimentative than almost everybody else in the front pack. We've really seen nobody experiment with the higher lanes unless you're a guy like Chris Shoemaker, who's tucked back in P6, and maybe even a bit of Isaac Mock in the 47, who rolls in 5th place. But other than that, nobody else thinks about that middle lane. Everyone is very happy and content with running the bottom. That seems to be the winning move, Bradley. But do you think the 94's got something cooking? Because been able to hold off some drivers on defense, but in the middle of the corner, that's really where his pitfalls shine. And the driver down low gets the run, and there's Ross Harlow on to 3rd.
Well, he's definitely got some strategy behind him. I mean, he put himself up here. Look at the starting position. He's got something figured out at this racetrack. So, obviously, he's got the speed. It's just a matter of now we have all these other factors. Guys are going to mix it up. We have some of the best drivers that he was going to compete with tonight out of this race. So now it's just a matter of keep the 3 that are in front of you within range. Almost some contact here off of turn 2 between him and Mock. But he's been battling with these guys all race long. He just needs to find that weak spot and press on.
Whittington's already led more laps today than he did in his first career win here at Charlotte 1 season ago. He led 35 in that Season 6 event. He's led 48 tonight. He's definitely been one of the faster cars on the racetrack, but sort of on a downfall now as Chris Shoemaker moves underneath. He'll take the spot potentially, although Whittington is going to hold on and keep that middle lane benefit rolling as Peel remains in the lead of this race, not by much. We're coming down to the final 20 laps here in stage 2. Talk about Austin Reedy, who's been all over the place. It feels like tonight. Started back in 35th, tried to work his way through the field, then got almost race-ending damage. Got hit around several times. Spent some extra time on pit road to get his Camry fixed. And the points leader going into tonight has survived thus far. Could get to halfway with a pretty clean race car and sits in 11th.
Yeah,
and now 10th.
He's repaired his car 4 different times during that first stage. He came down. He got more damage after that. He came back in. I don't think there's an original piece on this car from where he started the race, to be honest, how much he got caught up in. But now claws his way back up here into the top 10. And with a 600-mile race, there's plenty of time to salvage the day. We're not even at that halfway point yet. So for Reedy, this is what you got to do to maintain that points lead.
And he's had 3 races in this season to where he started 20th or worse and has been able to find a way to finish top 10 in all 3 of those races. His last was the Kansas run where he started 21st and was able to move his way up to 9th by the time they waved the checkered flag from America's heartland. So Reedy, in all that consistency and in all that relentlessness, that's why he's at the top of the standings going into tonight's race, even though he's one of those guys that has not been able to accomplish victory so far in 2024. He moves onward to Brandon Banks, so Reedy gains another. He slides up to 9th, and the Shoemakers going at it here, Bradley. Chris and Austin, and you were watching that for 6th place, and they haven't been giving each other an inch as they try to catch up to Whittington.
That's what happens when you have family out on the racetrack. You race them a little bit harder no matter where they are in the place. And right now, what I'm actually witnessing is Reedy is slowly catching up to Swavely and Shoemaker brothers. I think this is going to be another good scenario for that guy in the 96 to pick up a couple more stage points. If they get to racing like that up there, it's going to let him catch up. And you can see Jesse Whittington, he's starting to fall off entirely from this. He's going to put him side by side for a little bit. Yeah, I think the 96 car, with about 17 laps to go, he could get a top 5 out of this.
You're right, and the lap times are telling for the 3 drivers running ahead of Reedy in 6th, 7th, and 8th. You're watching right now on your screen. They're running laps in the 30.6s and 7s, while Reedy is clicking off laps comfortably in the 30.3 second bracket. So already about several tenths faster Reedy is per lap. As soon as he gets into the traffic, it could slow down, but I think everyone is opening that door by running through the middle on the high side here, looking for extra grip. Reedy gets so close to the 14 and had to back out at the exit of turn 2, but he's going to patiently work his way down low in 3. Reedy moves up to 7th place.
That was really tight coming off of turn 2. I thought for sure they were going to at least touch. Now he gets wiggly loose off of 4 and opens the door back up for Swavely. That's how frustrating it is here to be on the bottom, because you just drove all the way up here to these guys. You get clear of one of them, and then a little mistake or whatever, the handling's not there anymore, and you give it all back. Almost a door check from the 14. Oh, man. Austin Reedy probably reconsidering catching up to these guys at this point.
And what you don't want to see if you're Reedy was Shoemaker and Whittington going door to door for a slight second. He did not want any of his lanes eliminated from him. He goes underneath the 94. This is for P6, so Reedy will get stage points as long as he stays here with about 14 laps to go here in the second stage, and still 2 more cars to beat that he's definitely much better than. And you saw as he moved through traffic, his lap time ballooned. He went up to the 30.685 lap as soon as he got to traffic.
Yeah, it changed everything. Dirty air. That makes all the difference. Here he's going to go to the inside of Chris Shoemaker. This is for the top 5, which, hey, I spoke that one to existence. I said maybe a possibility, and there it is. Watch this battle for the lead. It's starting to heat up. Last time by, Mario Miranda, a 10th faster than your leader right now, Lawson Peel. Starting to feel the pressure with less than 20 to go.
This is exactly like North Wilkesboro, Brad. Do you remember this 2 weeks ago?
Oh, I do.
It was
Absolutely.
Peel slightly in front of Miranda, and at some point, you know, the Camel had its back broken when Miranda gave the bumper to Peel, moved him up the racetrack, and just demanded the race lead. We're not sure if that's going to happen here with a little over 10 laps to go in stage 2, but is still a viable possibility.
That was on KBRN, I believe. We got to witness that. Those guys duked it out like it was the championship fight, and I loved every second of it. I mean, two of the best in here to fight for something that means nothing more than bragging rights. That's how competitive they are, and to witness it in real time, it's a special thing. We might get to see it right now. We'll have 11 to go. They're already closing up a little bit each lap. Another 10th, that time by for Miranda.
And they're going to approach a bit of lap traffic. It begins with the 75 of Chuck Phelps in 28th and 27th. Bill Schoonover, and then 31st Dakota Curtis, who will go at least 5 laps down if the leaders catch up to him before the stage caution flies from Charlotte. So not only do you have the challenge of holding off the pressure from Miranda, look on board from the Chevrolet Camaro of Lawson Field looking behind, and you've got the challenge in front of weaving your way through lap traffic without losing time.
Hopefully these guys don't catch him before that, but it's not looking good. 75 of Phelps is side by side now as he gets by the 9 of Schoonover. This is for 27th. He will clear. But yeah, you saw just that little bit of side by side for that moment, and these guys shaved off a whole second. They're probably going to get to the back bumpers about 194.
And each lap, Miranda creeps closer to the back bumper of this 12. And it's so small, the difference in lines between these two. Now it's a little more obvious in 3 and 4. Miranda tries the high to low cut in the second part of the racetrack. But for the most part, you've got Miranda running a tad bit higher just to get a little more cut down at the exit of the corner in turns 2 and 4. That's what's been the difference for this 99 car, but the time is waning. 8 remain here in stage 2. Miranda looking for what's going to be his second straight stage win at 1.5 miles. He got a stage 2 win at Kansas, and there he goes. Dive to the inside for the lead in 3 and 4. Peel's going to hold on using the middle.
Good pinch there from the 12 car right at the apex when the 99 had to get back to the throttle. That's when the 12 really pinched him down into the corner, and that'll help him hold on. It might even be kind of a factor of the momentum because the 99 is going to take a lap or 2 to recover. If he can do that move again, when we take the white flag, he'll guarantee that he gets this stage number 2.
But he tried there, and it did not pay off. He's got 7 more laps to change the story. They're catching up to lap car Bill Schoonover. We'd imagine that he'd let the field by, and the quad oval he does. Good part to catch up to lap traffic, so Peel and Miranda will not have any problems. Miranda goes up high. He tries to cut down low again. This time out of turn 2, Peel is going to wash up. The onboard look from the 12 looking behind, and he's going to stay in front of Miranda for the time being.
Chuck Phelps will be the next factor in this. He's been able to run away enough here that they didn't have to pass these cars at the same time. I was starting to contemplate if, they get up here to this lap traffic side by side, what's the move there? Do you take it 3 wide? Miranda, very aggressive, to say the least, this season. So if there's anybody that would probably go that moment, it would be the 99. Peel still playing defense. Let's see it again here. He takes the line away entirely in 3 and 4.
He tried it again, Miranda did, but Peel again shuts the door on the Oklahoma driver. So, adamant is Miranda on getting the race lead. He's doing whatever possible to cut down, get the run off the corners, and make an attempt in 3 and 4, but all for not now with the time running out still. 4 to go and then 3 to go when we cross the line next until we get the caution break for stage 2. Miranda fakes low. He goes high directly into the path of the 12, and that's dealing the dirty air that Miranda does not want to feel, but he stays intact. Still nose to tail for the race lead.
Through the quad oval, he's peeking to the inside again, tags the grass there. He's showing where he wants to go. He's going to move the 12. Had such a run there into the entry of 1, but it's not going to be enough. The 12's going to hold on again down the backstretch.
Well, this is the best spot if you're a Miranda. You can side draft the 12 and get the run into 3. Does Peel give an inch? He does not. He tries to force Miranda down low, but the 99 car breaks free. Peel the attempted crossover, surfing the turf to the line. 2 to go in stage 2.
What a move there by Peel. He went all the way down to the grass almost to get back by the 99. What a crossover off of turn 4. They're going to do it again here out of the exit of 2 down the backstretch. A little bumper check. The 12's going to play defense and pinch down into 3.
Miranda, another attempt. This time they're even. Running up the hill in turn 4. This will be the final chance that either of them have at running for this stage win from Charlotte. We've got 198 laps, now 199, with a ton of yellows, a lot of strategy, and many different crashes throughout the field, taking out big names. But at the end, it's always the Titans. Peel and Miranda side by side, they make contact. Peel is sideways. He goes up the track. Miranda bulldozes through, and for the second straight race, Miranda wins a stage. It's stage 2 this time from Charlotte.
Oh, how did they not wreck? That is the repeat of what we saw at Wilkesboro, but it worked out this time. Wow.
What a finish to stage 2.
Oh, man, it's just these guys so competitive every single lap. They don't give an inch, but somehow they make it through the other side. That is incredible racing.
And it took the bumper again. Remember North Wilkesboro, how Miranda took the lead from the 12 car? It was in the same vein. This time he was down low. Peel tries to shut him off, but he goes up the racetrack and slides. He keeps the car intact, good enough to finish second in the stage. But Mario Miranda was having none of it, gets the stage win. And as a bit of payback, Peel is giving the bumper to Miranda. Under caution behind the iRacing official pace car. He was not happy with that.
I mean, the door was there, though. To be fair to Miranda, he was there. That was absolutely not clear. So the 12, I mean, he tried to shut the door, but just good racing. To my perspective, that's just what you got to do at that point.
And that's a heavyweight boxing match if we've ever seen one to end the stage like that. We are halfway through the 600 miles here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. There's a look at our race summary as it stands. 7 cautions for 17 lead changes. Lawson Peel, the race winner in stage 1. Then stage 2 went to Miranda in that fight with the 12. They split one apiece, and they will be 1-2 at the exit of pit road with a call for the 4 fresh tires and fuel. An absolute war going to halfway. Stage 2 complete. Another half left to go in our 600-miler from Charlotte Motor Speedway.
What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Fuller.
Yeah.
Needed F-150 for Smith build.
Got it.
Yesterday.
I know.
Don't forget my BMW.
Gotcha. Check this out. All the major online automotive sites in one place. BMW, done. F-150, done.
How's he do it?
I can search nationwide, even those classified sites. Auto Tempest, all the cars, one search. That's how I do it.
There is Max Papis in the Ferrari. As great a race as Ferrari has ever had.
The steering wheel for me has always been a sensitive spot. There's a whole experience there that we're all trying to refine. Max Pappas, he asked me one day, he said, what can I do in a wheel? I said, well, with the new.
What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Some stock car backyard boxing at the end of stage 2 brings us here 204 laps in, and we welcome you back into the broadcast booth here on VSPEED. We're alongside our producer and color commentator Bradley Cooper. I'm Kenneth Bueno. Parting thoughts after stage 2 for me is wow. Miranda and Peel going toe-to-toe. It almost felt like a battle for the race win, but that only brings us to halfway, and we still have another 196 laps left to go from Charlotte.
Yeah, just under 300 miles now as they'll take the green flag to go back underway for stage number 3. Haven't said that yet this season, so stage number 3 all the way to lap 300. And the 2 stage winners of this race are going to restart side by side when they go into turn 1.
And behind them, Ross Harlow and Austin Reedy 3rd and 4th. So for the first time, we see Austin Reedy back in contention for a top 5 running position. He got some crucial stage points this time by in stage 2. And we'll see what happens. Still one more stage to go before we just run this one all the way to the checkered. Our next stage break comes your way at lap 300. Pace car moves to pit road. Miranda and Peel set to bring this one back underway from Concord, North Carolina. The outside line on a sluggish restart, but Miranda surges ahead with Ross Harlow behind, back to turn 1.
It was not a good start at all for Lawson Peel. He lost 2 positions. I mean, he was right neck and neck with the 99 going into turn 1. There's Harlow around the 3 down the backstretch.
And behind them, Garrett Brown goes for a spill. Caution flag is out. Rogers in it late. Several others get collected. And that's a yellow quickly off the restart. Everyone on cold tires. And there it is. After a little while of green flag racing, the yellow slows us down once more. And it is mayhem for Shane Wyatt in the 27 and Ross Harlow in the 3 car.
This all starts out at turn 2 for every one of these guys. Of course, the 3 of Harlow way ahead of all of this. I think the checkup that was created from the smoke. 3 gets loose. Peel had nowhere to go. Minimal damage there for the 3, but you see in the background, he gets another tag there from the 23 of Rogers. Now let's go figure out what happened to the 16.
Like 2 separate incidents. It began with Harlow,
He
and
got
then
loose as
the
well.
same thing happened in synchronization to Garrett Brown, the tap from James Kunkel, and how Shane Wyatt and Ray Rogers get involved. You saw that there. The 23 goes sailing down low just to avoid the contact in front. This is a better look from the onboard shot of the Ford Mustang of Rogers. He's running up high. He will see this 16 car go sideways and move up the track. He notices they're right in front of him. Here, he gets away from it barely and basically collects and sideswipes the 27 of Shane Wyatt.
And there's where the front end comes off of 2 of those cars. Wyatt and Rogers both lose the nose piece. We get one more. I think the 27 of Rogers was also just an innocent bystander that gets the worst end of all of it. Yeah, he got hit coming down the racetrack from the 23.
Shane Wyatt was running 25th at the time of yellow. And this is about a 4-car incident, going from barely scathed to severely damaged. Shane Wyatt on that severely damaged category, while Ross Harlow some flat-spotted tires, but he seems to be okay. Garrett Brown in the middle of all that, able to continue, but several different stories being told to those guys involved. And you look at Ray Rogers as well, getting some heavy front end damage after the secondary hit to the inside retaining wall on the back straightaway, thus bringing us our next yellow, which is now here a lap 207. And this is something that we saw earlier in the race, Bradley, to where it's all on cold tires. You're going through most notably 4th and 5th gear, and you're in that very high rev range. What's going on there with these rear-wheel drive cars? When you get into that corner, you're fresh off the restart, and you've got the throttle planted down.
A lot of it now is that this car has an independent rear end, so you don't feel it step out like you used to. And for a lot of guys, that's been the learning curve with this new Cup car. Love it or hate it, it is what it is. But now, when that car starts to step out, the likelihood of you catching it in time is even smaller. That window of counter steer is just not there like it used to be. So combine that with the fact that these tires are cold, they're not gripping to the racetrack. You hear about wheel spin on restarts. It's essentially like that. You're sending this car into a transition that it's just not warmed up for yet. And yeah, as you just saw, multiple cars struggling to get through the exit of turn 2. And we'll see that the more that this track cools off, it's going to take longer and longer for those tires to heat up.
And we had a track temperature at around 84 degrees. It is now dropped to 76 as the night is falling. You look at the track conditions at the top left-hand corner of your screen. Air temp sitting at 71 degrees. So you're right, Bradley. Every lap that we take down into the nightfall, the track will cool down, and the tires also will take a little longer to get up to full song. Mario Miranda, the leader here at lap 208. Ray Rogers has called it quits tonight from Charlotte. Too much damage to assess, so he has taken it behind the wall and into the garage. Rogers, in turn, our 8th DNF of the race. He joins the likes of Jonathan Cofield, Aaron Adcock, Stephen Harlow, Justin Hendry, Steven Stempian, Eddie Smith, and Zach Wilson from about 31st back to 38th. So over this long race, Bradley, you know, we've seen so many drivers' day end earlier than anticipated. And while some like Colin Forrester and Dakota Curtis are staying out, staying relentless despite all the troubles, a lot of those others not so lucky.
Yeah, way back, I kind of mentioned it briefly there. Stay out here as long as you can, even if the car is not driving like it was. If it still has an engine and some seat belts, try to stay out here, because you could very easily pick up another 5 or 6 spots. I know in a 600-mile race, it's almost mind-numbing, and it'd be much more fun to just go turn on Netflix and sit down with the significant other at this point. But you gotta kind of weigh the pros and cons. A long race like this, there's plenty of time for somebody else to get knocked out of it, and I don't wish it on anyone, but that could be 3 or 4 spots that you could mitigate some of the damage tonight.
You know, I didn't think I'd hear a Netflix reference from you at all tonight, or throughout the season, but here we are.
Here we are. It's been a weird
All right,
day.
well, you know what? This has been a blockbuster, though. Miranda and
Yes,
Peel
it
at the
has.
front of the field. This has been the best show to watch up until now. We will rack them up and start this one all over again here at lap 210. Miranda, the control car, Peel up high. Had a slow restart last time through. Does he pick it up this time by? Off of 4, pace car is down into the restart zone. Miranda up and away. Peel with a cleaner restart, but he cannot escape. Isaac Mock in the 47, who will fill the space down low and will try to challenge for a second going into turns 1 and 2. Peel's going to win the race against that 47, who now has to fight against the 96 of Austin Reedy for 3rd. And look at that, 2 fast banana Toyota Camrys running 4th and 5th as Wyatt Brackett, who started this one back in 16th, he's up into P5.
Fast banana most of this race. I mean, these guys have been pretty quiet with the exception of the 96, or yeah, correct me if I'm wrong on that, the 96 of Austin Reedy.
Well, it's been really close between those two, and Brackett, who's been sort of struggling as of late in the Sunoco Cup Series season, looking for a rebound and has kept his Budweiser Toyota clean up until now, so that's the good news that you can give yourself about halfway through this race, although he almost got shot up the hill by Austin Shoemaker in the 14 car.
I think Austin's still having that competition back there with Chris. So they're kind of racing each other vicariously through the rest of this field. You see the 54, Brandon Banks, trying to get out of it. Whatever beef these two might have here today has been a great show. They've been fighting inside the top 10 since about the start of stage 2.
It almost seems like, Bradley, the Shoemakers are operating as a package deal because through halfway and for the first two stages, we're seeing them both collectively move forward and backward throughout the field. Chris is going to best Austin here back to turn 1, and they're looking to get by Brandon Banks in the 54, but they seem attached at the hip ever since the drop of the green flag, as here's Austin Reedy challenging for second, has to back out.
Well, and he had to back out because the 12 was setting up his pass. He's going to look to the inside of the 99. And you mentioned it there where they touched each other under the caution lap. I was wondering if it was going to happen under green there as the 12 of Peel got to the inside. Miranda not putting up much of a fight there. He could have probably pinched him to the entry of 1, didn't do it, and the 12 of Peel is going to resume the lead on lap 214.
Still a long run left to finish, so Miranda not going to fight this one all too drastically. Side by side further back, that is Charles Stevens making his debut Sunoco Cup Series run in Season 7. He's under fire from Richard Swavely, Brad Fulham, Chris Rogar, and even then Alex Huffman, the Talladega winner. You've got 5 cars under a blanket in the top 15, back to turns 1 and 2. Look on board from Stevens running in 15.
New driver camera in here tonight, so thought we'd get an opportunity racing for the 13th position. He goes by Richard Swavely now to pick up a spot. Started back in 15th. He's been definitely a top 10 car today. He showed glimpses of being in that top 10, but back here, it's tough to get it all sorted out. You're going to use up tires a lot faster than you want to.
Stevens, the newly acquired driver for Full Lock Racing, hence you see that specific font that is very similar to the 94 of Jesse Whittington, who only runs about 2 spots better than Stevens right now in 11th place. So good to see another not new driver to the sim and to the Sunoco Cup Series. He actually made his official debut in the All-Star race, but if we're talking what's awarding points in the grand scheme of things, it is, of course, that 84 car Stevens making his official debut. Lawson Peel has dropped back to 3rd. The Toyotas moved on by. What happened here, Bradley?
I don't know. Let's sort it out. Something happened because he lost 2 positions and there was some contact. I want to say somebody got moved out of the way here. Ran up the track a little bit here on the exit of 4. Now we're going to go side by side through the quado. Well, you can see back there, this is the 96 of Austin Reedy. He'll get by the 12 as well. But I don't know if there was a mistake or if the 12 car is falling off here. He lost a ton of ground there.
Just seemed like a game of runs, and Austin Reedy used the draft off of 4 to get right behind Mario Miranda and take over 2nd place. But worse for Peel, he has to fend off the 2 very contentious cars behind going side by side. Wyatt Brackett and Isaac Mock off of 2 different Toyota teams here in the series. On the inside, representing his race team. On the outside is Fast Banana. They'll stall for a minute. They'll let Peel regather himself and try to attack on the Toyotas up front. But he's the only Chevrolet right now, Bradley, inside the top 5. He's got no support out there. And his teammate, Brandon Banks, you have to look back to 7th to find him.
So lonely up here for Chevys right now, and I saw the 4 of Shoemaker think about 3 wide. He's thought about it 3 different times now. He'll finally get to the outside of Isaac Mock in the 47 for 5th spot. How about that 4 car? He's really fast here tonight as he tags the wall again. That's really been the only flaw with his line, as he occasionally tags the entry and exit walls here tonight.
And he's one of 4 drivers inside this current top 5 that started 21st or worse in the field. So this race has really rewarded those who have started further back in this field. Shoemaker lined it up on 25th on the grid. That's about, give or take, row 15, I'd say. Rather, actually, that's a row 13. Row 13 inside.
Yeah. That's deep in the field. Just, you know, like we said, long race, plenty of time to get these positions, and you're seeing it with Miranda and Peel. They worked their way up here to the top spot. They haven't left it since. Qualifying makes it a lot easier, though. I would have to argue that if you can qualify up here in the top 5, it changes things for you. I say that lightly because a lot of the people that started up front here today are no longer in this race.
And the highest starter in this race to still be in the top 5, it's Isaac Mock, who rolled off from the grid in row 3 on P6. And he's still running up here, this time in third. Boys, he had a strong car all race long. You got to give all the credit in the world to what Isaac Mock has been able to accomplish. Under fire from Wyatt Brackett, who moves up to a race best third right now, as Austin Reedy, while we were speaking about the different points of track position, took over the lead. Miranda wants to steal it back at the entry of turn 1. He's got it, but Reedy's going to fight back hard in turns 1 and 2. Miranda nonetheless will clear at the exit of the corner. Reedy looks for the crossover. This fight is not done yet.
I was just about to go back there and look at some side-by-side behind them as they crossed each other back over. I'm seeing another car behind this battle sneaking his way closer and closer to this top 5. That's Logan Sturgeon in the 26. This was the opportunity. I think we're going to turn it on anyway because why not? We haven't rode on board with him yet here today. But you can't quite see him. He's got the lights turned down. This is a headache. Maybe a migraine. He's got to turn the lights off. I'm not sure.
This reminds me of Ryan Vargas' setup where he wouldn't turn on a light until he was in the top 3 for broadcast interviews. Otherwise, the light would only come from that monitor in front of his face. So Logan Sturgeon is locked in all of the darkness, but I mean, it's paying off as the sun has set here in Charlotte. He's up to 6th, and look on the other end of this, Bradley. Lawson Peel is dropping the anchor. He falls back to 7th place.
Not quite sure what's happening to the 12. He might be going into a little conservation mode. Maybe he's going to stretch this run out. He kind of stretched it out the last time, but maybe he's looking for a bigger window of, 10 or 12 laps where he won't have to contend with Miranda as Reedy is putting the pressure on. That might be a wise choice here for the 12 because with Reedy and Miranda racing as hard as they are, Miranda's going to use that car up a lot earlier than he did last time.
And that also translates to Brackett. It translates to Isaac Mock.
Yeah, everyone's going after
Shoemaker
him.
and Sturgeon. So all of the drivers that are occupying 1st through 6th, they're starting to push because they see the traffic in front. All that track position they're willing to get. As Miranda takes over the lead, Reed drops back to 4th place, and in his place, his teammate, Wyatt Brackett, moves up to P2. Isaac Mock following back in 3rd. So you're right, maybe Peel is playing the longer game. He's settled into this semi-long run and understands that there's still a lot of this race left to partake in. So he'll let everybody else burn the rubber in front and then get his statement in near the final part of it. Almost 3 wide here around the mid-pack. James Conkle fighting off Kip Easley in the fight for 13th.
Another name that we mentioned it maybe a couple times, but just a quiet night and not a bad one at all. Started in 31st. He's up 17 positions. He's fighting with Kip Easley now for about 7 laps that these guys have went back and forth for 13th. But plenty of speed here in the 45 machine. Early in this race, he got caught up in some things, so he's had to repair some damage. He's since recovered. He's having a solid night.
Kunkel in the 45 started 31st in this race. And the Toyota Camry in the mid-pack was involved in one of the cautions, just barely got a nose into one of the cars. This is one of the spinning ones as Alex Hoffman slides way up almost into Kunkel. He got a piece of the inside apron and slid up the hill. Oh my.
Almost got him. That was close. We got to go back and look at how close this was. I don't think you could fit a piece of paper between their bumpers here. Oh, he did touch him. He did touch him.
Kunkel hung on to it. Got to give them both credit for them avoiding what could have been another added yellow to this race. I think the car just got loose here. I think that's how he catches the apron. Yeah, he gets that apron transition, goes up into Kunkel, slightly taps the 45. But they both keep it righted, and we're going to stay green. They're still in 14th and 15th, and Kunkel now dropping to 16th, but still running nicely in the mid-pack.
That might just be a product of, a little bit of wheel spin. Might have made the right rear a little angry. So it'll take a few laps for that to cool back down. Battle for second now. Isaac Mock's going to go around the 30 car of Wyatt Brackett, pick up P2. Will he go up there and contest Mario Miranda? I think Miranda's had to defend about 6 different cars here since this restart. And look at the 12 appeal back on the offense.
A constantly changing environment, but the better news for the leader in Miranda is that it's not just Isaac Mock behind him, that's his teammate. So they can work together to hold off the competition. Although Mock is going to run through the middle, he missed the entry at the bottom in 1 and 2, and here comes Peel back for the taking. Toyotas will work together on the high side to prevent that bow tie from getting any further ahead. Mock holds on to second place, and Brackett stays in third.
Well, if you're a Chevy guy right now, that's the underdog. Every Toyota on the outside to make sure that 12 cannot get the exit. He'll go back to fourth, back to the drawing board. Now he's going to look outside of the 47 car. I don't know what I'm going to do here, Kenneth. I'm already losing my voice, and we're not even at the 400-mile mark.
What racing we've had at Charlotte Motor Speedway, it certainly has not disappointed, and Miranda slides down to give some extra draft to his teammate. And a smart chess game move there. Peel having to use the middle for the first times all night long. He hasn't really been forced up the racetrack all too much. Gets off the final corner nicely, and Isaac Mock is going to, in turn, trail behind. He falls to Austin Reedy, maybe to Chris Shoemaker, then to Brandon Banks and Jesse Whittington. It's a long line of cars that might freight train him, but the side-by-side action for the lead continues, and Miranda loves the sight on the rearview mirror because as long as they go door to door, he can just pull away.
What he wants to see, 2 by 2, all the way back to about 6th position, almost 3 wide here with the 4 into the wall. Brandon Banks gave him a break there. He could have easily gotten to the back of the 4 of Shoemaker.
It almost got ugly again. They all save it. Chris Shoemaker falls back. Jesse Whittington in contention for a spot. And again, Isaac Mock will have to reset. I think that's what we've been seeing so far over this run, Bradley, are these drivers here specifically second on back. They just fall back and then they reset. They fall back and then they reset. Peel had a reset. Now he's moved up to the inside lane. He almost touches the race leader. And once more, Miranda and Peel back to the point, trying to fight for it into turn 1.
Another dogfight here. He touched the apron to get by him there. Helped that car rotate just enough, but the crossover down the backstretch, he's going to block, half block, checks him out. 99 is there. Now they go into 3. The crossover move still on for Miranda. This is what we saw at the end of stage 2. Just tight racing, not giving each other much. What a fight. These guys, I hope this goes all the way to the end of this race, because what we saw at the end of North Wilkesboro in that All-Star race, it never truly had its ending. This could be the one that makes up for it. Oh,
and
contact
they touch
off of 2.
again at the exit of turn 2. Wow.
That's, yeah, that's letting the guy know, hey, I'm still here, and I've got the speed now. What you did to me in stage 2, not too happy about it. The patience is wearing thin. We're past the halfway point. Now it's all take.
Still door to door, and who's the third car in line? Wyatt Brackett. Who's behind him? His teammate, Austin Reedy. So Fast Banana can go a 2 for 1 here and maybe double up on those drivers going first and second. Still even. They're going to side draft each other down the back straight away. Peel has the momentary notice up front. He's going to take the lead away. We are still approaching another possible green flag pit stop cycle. So Bradley, not only are we having this position change for raw track areas, we're also looking at what pit road could do to cycle up the field as well.
So here's my play with pit road. I'm going to do something ridiculous this time and then do something normal on the final one. Throw these guys off. Or, you know, just don't show them what you're actually going to do in that last 100 lap stint. If you found something in the first 100 laps, keep that in your back pocket. And I think that's probably what Jesse Whittington's doing right now.
It's more of a question of when do I come down pit road, and is the overcut now the perfect strategy? Stage 1, it wasn't. Stage 2, it was. Does it fly somewhere in the middle, or does it hang towards one side or the other? We'll just have to see exactly how that all fares. Rear view look from the 12 of Peel. He still has the lead, but Miranda's not going to give it away so easily. And yeah, I'd say that if you're a good spot in Jesse Whittington, you're probably going to go for an alternative call. And this is good for the 94, the driver who started on pole and led for 48 laps in this race and looking to lead some more. He's trying to get 5th place from Isaac Mock, and there's Joe Sanchez right behind one of the lap cars looking forward.
55 of Sanchez was up towards the front here at one point in this race. Remember, he led some laps today, but since then he's kind of went quiet. And I just wonder if he's kind of on the same page as Lawson Peel was, where he's in that reset mode. Let's sit back here, let these guys use up their stuff, maybe hypnotized a little bit. You know, he's still looking for one of these 1.5 miles to go his way.
It seemed like it was a lap down. He's actually in 9th place, so Sanchez having a solid run from Charlotte. Just got that completely wrong, but the Ally Chevrolet, got to give him his respect for what he's done. Bristol winner earlier this season, just hanging by with Chris Shoemaker and his teammate Brandon Banks up in 7th. We've got a battle between really Drinkin' Bros Racing, Race Team, and Fast Banana. All three of them represented inside the top 10 in healthy numbers. Battle further back on through the field. This is out of turn 4. This is a second pack of race cars that starts with 16th place Alex Muscarella. And I have to ask you, Bradley, what's the call for them? You know, also in this mix, Charles Stevens. You've got Brad Fulham in the 19 car. And then I believe that is Ross Harlow in the 3, who's a lap down in 28th. But in this rain, for all these guys in the mid-pack, what's your call as we stay green?
Might try a short pit here. It won't hurt you as much because we have that stage break, so you're guaranteed a yellow. You might short pit and pick up a few spots. I think that's the call now. If you're Chris Progar, who was used to running up in the top 10 to start this race, has since fallen out of the top 15. Yeah, come down pit road 5 or 6 laps sooner than these guys. This is probably the window for these guys, 15th on back.
Harlow, the lap car going on by door-to-door contact. Mock and Banks fought for 6th place, and Brandon Banks has the edge. That red, white, and blue Chevrolet moves on by. That's a Kyle Larson patriotic paint scheme that I think he ran through victory lane in the 2022 Coca-Cola 600. Beautiful paint scheme on the 54 as he tries to catch Jesse Whittington, who has picked up the pace as of late. Looking onwards to prey on Austin Reedy for 4th.
He's trying that high line again. He's way up there on the high line. Watch that outside wall. Doesn't seem like it's working quite as well as it did. He will get a run, but they're going to go side by side in front of him. So, yeah, can't really take that anywhere here. Reedy's going to get clear of Wyatt Brackett. Really, it's just a Los Appeal, Mario Mirinda on their own chapter, and then these guys behind with Reedy to Whittington. You could probably throw Banks in there and Mock. They've been fighting amongst themselves. Here comes, hey, look at that. 94 Whittington's going to start the pit road.
He's always the earlier pitter, and this time he does come down on lap 246. Several laps shy of the halfway marker until the stage 3 caution break at lap 300. Remember, each of these stages are 100 laps apiece, so more often than not, we're seeing these guys come in and around lap 45 to 55. It's sort of a big range between when they come in and how long they stay out, but for the most part, it's a halfway cut strategy. Whittington in first. He banks on the undercut. For the moment, almost everyone else is staying out, so they'll wait some extra laps before they enter the lane, but we should expect the next 5 to 10 to feature a bulk of those in the pack to enter pit road and get what could be the final set of service until stage 3 is over.
Watching Curtis Kelly here back up to 13th position. He was another driver in the top 10 to start this race. Hasn't had the success since then. Battling with Alex Muscarella. He's a guy that if we were going to stretch out this run, he's done it twice now. He'll go the furthest that any of these cars will. Lap 249, you'll probably see the 48 car up towards the front before everyone's cycled through on their pit stops.
And once more, this is behind Alex Muscarella, who's moved up to 13th. And we checked in with the likes of Curtis Kelly and Justin Erb a little earlier on. Sturgeon, who had a top 10 run brewing, he's going to stay there. And here comes Curtis Kelly. Hop on the brakes. Fast Banana is in. And there are more drivers ahead. They're also taking down pit road. Wyatt Brackett, Chris Shoemaker join Kelly this time.
To the 30, a little bit shorter stint this time. Pits from the top 5. It's about where I would say everyone in the top 5 is going to pit as we have a battle for the lead just before pit stops.
And behind them, Austin Reedy says, yeah, I'm coming in. I don't mind what y'all are doing up front. 96 car is on this time by Alex Huffman. The Talladega winner and rookie for Allen's Legacy Racing is in. And the battle for the lead remains red hot. Miranda down low, Peel up high. Brandon Banks has taken over 3rd. Question is, when do either of these drivers come down pit road, or is the battle too fierce to give up quite yet?
That's a good question, Kenneth. One of them's going to force the other one to pit. That's for sure. But if you're the 12 and you have Miranda right on your back bumper, yeah, now he's going to check up. That tells me that the 12 probably, unless he tries a crossover here, he's probably going to bring it down pit road.
Stays back. He's going to hold his fire until later on in this race. Could imagine that Peel will be the next taker onto pit road, at least inside this top 5 as it is concerned. He's going to stay out, though, at the exit of turns 3 and 4. His teammate Brandon Banks follows, but going the opposite way is Isaac Mock in the 47. Race team is in on behalf of Mock. Does Miranda follow the next lap?
That's pretty much everybody minus Miranda and Peel. You got Banks and Sanchez. They were at the edge of this top 10. Swavely was outside of it.
And there's the yellow flag. Caution is out at lap 253. Trouble on the racetrack. And that will deal our first caution in the middle of a long green flag run. We'll take a moment and decipher who might have been the cause of the trouble. But Miranda and Peel will have a chance to come down pit road without any green flag stop pressure. There's a look from Shane Wyatt and Dustin Reeves coming out of pit road. I'm not entirely sure whether this was the cause, Bradley, or what.
Nope. It's Ross Harlow in the 3 car.
Oh, boy. Oh, it hit the same bump that Dakota Curtis did earlier in the race.
But that brought out a yellow. That's strange that threw the yellow flag. I think that would... Because we saw with Curtis, he was down off the surface. That wasn't enough to trigger a yellow. So that's really strange for that to bring it out.
Yeah, he was way under the racing line and took most of his journey through the grass. So Ross Harlow brings out this latest yellow flag at lap 253. Your leaders onto pit road, so they will not have any troubles at all about pitting and knowing they'll be good on fuel and tires until the end of the stint at lap 300. That's such a peculiar yellow to be thrown there. And for those that don't know what happened to Ross Harlow there or to Dakota Curtis earlier in this race, when you get out of Charlotte pit road, this is a 2018 scan. As soon as you reach the beginning of the yellow line, which you'll see in just a moment as the leaders come off of pit road, you'll see the gap between the last pit box, that speed channel sign, then the wall, and then there's a yellow line right there. There's a specific nasty bump that if you hit it at a specific angle, this next-gen car bobbles, the underfloor shakes, and the car just gets out of control, and you have no way of saving it. That's exactly what happened to Harlow and to Curtis. This time, in Harlow's case, brings out the caution.
Yeah, I was trying to see if we could go back and ride with the 3 car. We saw it on board with Curtis there where it bounces the nose. The underpinning of this car is completely different from back in the old days. They now have louvers and pretty much an undershell of carbon fiber. So when you have an uneven surface like that, you pretty much become a surfboard at that point. The bottom of the car scrapes the racetrack, and so you're no longer riding on your front or rear tires. You just kind of pivot, and if you've ever heard the term bottoming out, that's essentially what's happening. And it just really upsets Cindy's car around. If you're not prepared for it, you could very easily lose control, and you saw that today with the 3.
And one thing about the next-gen cars that we learned avidly in our All-Star race 2 weeks ago at North Wilkesboro is that the car just doesn't like to get on the bumps. As soon as you get on rough track surfaces and pretty nasty bumps, this car just oscillates, and because of that underbody, it just doesn't like any much yaw. And as soon as you get a bit sideways from the bump, the car rabbles out of control, downforce is gone, and the car goes for the quick spill. Now, for Harlow, he escapes without any damage, maybe some flat-spotted tires, but similar to one of his last incidents in this race, to where he won't be able to gain any damage to take him out. So that's good news for the 3, but the bad news is caution flag waves right in the middle of a green flag cycle. Ton of guys came down pit road, and a lot of them, Bradley, will not be able to cycle. Most notably, Austin Reedy. You know, you look at Jesse Whittington, Wyatt Brackett, they're back to about 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th on the racetrack. They would have cycled out to the front had this one went green. Unfortunately, that's not the case.
Yeah, they're going to get pinned outside the top 10, and that also works against their strategy where they had short pitted a little bit compared to these other guys that were still on the racetrack. So they get to keep it on the lead lap at the very least. But yeah, that really throws a wrench in what they were going to play, what worked out for them in the first stage for sure.
So it's quite an odd exit out of pit road. Miranda is technically the race leader in front of Brandon Banks in his Kyle Larson paint scheme, Joe Sanchez in a patriotic number 55 in third, Richard Swavely, who's up to a best fourth place finish right now, fourth place run. As it stands, Alex Muscarella has moved up to fifth. Shoemaker, Sturgeon, Hogarth, Charles Stevens, and Justin Erb, your top 10. Look at the bulk of the cars that have to get a wave around here just because of the yellow flag coming out.
That is half the field going around there. That's what happens when you have a caution like that during a pit cycle. It can really trap some guys in bad spots. 16. Equipment malfunction here. Hit the outside wall just now.
And there's the field with Austin Reedy at the very back. Remember, they're still waiting for almost everyone else to come back out. The lights are off from the iRacing official pace car, and here's everyone trying to scurry to the front, get to everyone, double file. We may see a delayed green if not everyone is lined up perfectly, but they are going to run down low, so I think we will be able to get this green flag restart done without having to delay it an extra lap. Miranda, the race leader, Drinkin' Bros Racing occupying the outside of row 1 and the inside of row 3, courtesy of Brandon Banks and Joe Sanchez, and another Chevrolet and Richard Swavely to help the 54 on the outside of the second row. Pace car is down, lap 258 underway from Charlotte. Miranda got above the inside line, chokes up, and we're back underway.
Very scattered there on the outside, thankfully. The 99 of Miranda wasn't on that high line, trapped in traffic, because he pulls away half a second out of turn 2. Joe Sanchez has his work cut out for him. That's Brandon Banks on the back bumper going into 3. Sends it in the corner. Richard Swavely has to get out of the throttle, and they're really close to the exit wall. Muscarella gets a pass for 4th.
48 moves on by. He'll have a bit of help from Draft with the 26 of Logan Sturgeon. And again, we see Joe Sanchez move up to the front. He's been back and forth all race long, but the 55 car has had his fair share of experience leading laps tonight. Brandon Banks' teammate, smart decision to help, pushes Sanchez forward. Muscarella trying to scurry through the top 5, but Swavely beats him off the corner. He's going to be able to hold on to it. On-board look with the 48.
Really proud of what the 48's put together tonight. He's been in and out of the top 10. He's been stretching the run. Now back on even tires. He has the speed. He's loose into 1. Okay, commentator's curse. I'll stop.
Oh, man. But he holds on to it. So Muscarella stays put. Chris Progar to the outside this time through. There's Austin Shoemaker, Charles Stevens, Justin Erb. And that's when you find Lawson Peel back in 11th. Remember, when this caution came out, it shook everything up. So Peel is in 11th. Austin Reedy's behind him in 12th place. And they have to get through all of this traffic ahead, knowing that they do not have fresher tires. They're all on the same set as each other. They just wore out 6 laps on the set of Goodyear Eagles. So Peel doesn't have a clear advantage here like he would if the run had gone green. Muscarella once again bobbles on the inside of Charles Stevens. Look on board from the 48. There's filling the rearview mirror into the bottom. 3 wide through the grass. And contact into turn 1.
12 car door check there. He got clear of him. 48 is struggling here with the handling. That's a tough
that
break.
got scary.
Yeah, it did. Thought we were going to see a repeat of what we saw in the start of this race, where guys that were up towards the front a lot of the day get caught up in something trying to work back through the field.
And look up front, battle for the race lead. Joe Sanchez and Mario Miranda, and the 55 gets through. The 54 of Brandon Banks sends it into 1. He's got second. Drinkin' Bros Racing back to the point.
How about that? Joe Sanchez, it kind of looked like he had fallen off there earlier. Definitely has the short run speed. This is going to kind of fit in his stint because it was about 30 or so laps He'll probably hang on for stage points in the top 5, but I'm still looking at what Lawson Peel has to get through to get to the 99, and Miranda has really been the car to beat since stage 2.
And at this juncture of the race, you've got a little under 40 laps left to go in stage number 3. So, Bradley, are you thinking saving here? Do you expect another quick yellow, or do you see this one going green until the end at 300?
We're seeing a lot of guys that haven't shown their hand in this race until this point, probably feeling a little more confident, but with that comes people you're maybe not used to racing around. And so I wouldn't predict that this stays green all the way to the end of stage 3, especially right now where you see side by side, almost a wash up moment there for the 54, and then you go back deeper in this field. They're still side by side. You see the 4 of Shoemaker, who was used to being in the top 5. He's trying to claw his way back through here. The 30 of Wyatt Brackett. These are all the cars that got pinned because of when that caution fell.
And they are all trying to survive as best as they can. You've got some guys like Justin Erb, who's moving up through the field. He started this one in 7th place. He's dropped to 15th, but you know, some extra spots could be gained here with the long train of cars in front of him, and he gets to the outside of Garrett Brown. He's running a silver bullet paint scheme, and that's a tribute to the U.S. Air Force, like we've talked about with the Memorial Day and U.S. Patriotic themed paint scheme. That's a beautiful looking number 20 for the Chevrolet of Justin Irvin, rolling right behind one of the Jimmy Johnson patriotic throwbacks of Alexander Muscarella. Gorgeous spec map and the silver color look on Justin Erb's Camaro as he runs 14th.
Yeah, shout out to all these guys. It was collectively all of them shouting out to the military and the previous week there of Memorial Day. Oh,
and
trouble.
sideways.
14's around.
The Shoemakers get involved. Austin Shoemaker gets the worst of it, and somehow we're going to stay green. I don't know how that did not bring out the yellow. Now it does. Everyone slows up as Austin Shoemaker finds trouble at the exit of turn 4 and got into it with Isaac Mock to kick off the crash.
It talked about the struggle of handling this 48 car was having. Unfortunately, that time there were so many cars behind him that nobody could check up in time.
Look at the replay off of turn 4. It just looked like the 47 got a piece of the 14 and sent Shoemaker sideways. He could not hang on to it. He got bullied up the racetrack, and as he tried to keep onto it, the 4 car of Chris Shoemaker's down there. Then Justin Erb has to check up. Several other drivers were slowing up in the middle of all that, and it could have been much worse with all of the cars in that little proximity area. The look on board from Austin, you see barely in that rear view mirror. Mock is going to get into him. 14 tries to save it, hangs onto it for about 2 seconds, and gets hit by the other Shoemaker, and around he goes into the grass.
Great job, though, for a quick 360 of saving that car, and then even better job to be mindful that he still had half the field to go by him and not come back up the racetrack and collect somebody else. I thought it started with Alex Muscarella, so I want to apologize to the 48 car. He just was an innocent bystander in my entire speech there. But, you know, this goes back to what we said earlier, how everyone in 15th on back got pinned back there. Now they're racing with guys they're not used to racing with. And so the 47 of Isaac Mock, who hasn't really been around some of these guys tonight and deeper in this field, he probably feels like, man, I've been in the top 5 for how many laps? I need to get back up there. And then just a little mistake there, and he tags the back end of Shoemaker and sends him around. It's just the patience game. It's wearing thin.
And he's going to make this alternate call along with everyone about 22nd on back. Isaac Mock is on pit road. Jesse Whittington, Garrett Brown, they also took to pit road. So a ton of drivers on this strategy, knowing they could have made it sooner. They're coming in now for the fresh tires and a splash of fuel to get them to the stage end to lap 300. And this is a huge undercut call, and they may need some yellows in order to have their wishes come true. But for Isaac Mock, guess he's doing what he should do, even if it costs him track position now. It could be a reward later on in the race.
Did Isaac Mock just disconnect?
Oh, no. He did. Oh, no, he's back in. He's back in. All right, a little bit of a scare. He was blinking in and out.
Yeah, I was wondering about that because he has some damage, but I didn't think it was day-ending. The front end of that car, about a minute extra there in the pit. So I was going to say that there's no reason to count it out now.
Isaac Mock leaves pit road unscathed. Yellow flag out once again. You're lap 271. A bit under 30 to go until the end of stage number 3. And your race leader for the first time under green is Brandon Banks. He spent some time up at the front, led 29 laps, but a lot of that has come from green flag pit stop cycle strategy, where he just stays out a little longer than everyone else. But for the first time on raw track position, his 54 is up front. Bradley looking for his first win since April 30th of last year at Dover Motor Speedway. That still to this day is his lone Sunoco Cup Series win, but he's been successful on these mile-and-a-half tracks. You pick up all the averages on his finishes at the mile-and-a-halfs this season at Las Vegas, Texas, and most recently at Kansas. His average finish is 5th, so you can never count out the driver of the 54. And here unleashing here with about 130 laps left to go, Banks could change up the story tonight.
I think we bring him up here and ask him what he thinks the odds of that happening here is tonight. He's led 29 laps, started back in 29th. I think he's looking pretty good to maybe get that done.
Let's see if we can talk to the man up front right now. Lap 271, we are joined by Brandon Banks. Brandon, you've enjoyed some time at the front. You've got your teammate on the outside. What has this race been like for you over the first 2.5 stages?
Long. It's been a lot of fun. It was just, if you get buried back in track, you got to pretty much just try not to get caught up in the dirty air. And then if you do, you have to kind of just ride it out until you can actually find a little bit of lane to go. The dirty air is just absolutely horrible. So being out front definitely is a lot of help. I don't know if I have anything to hold off Lawson and Mario, but we're going to see what we can do.
But Drinking Bros Racing have been along your side for most of this one, specifically Joe Sanchez here, Lawson Peel several rows behind on this restart. How big of a help is that for you as you get ready for this restart and try to wrap up stage 3 on a high note?
Oh, there's a ton. Like I said, we try to work together here as much as we can and just try to stay in line, not really work each other too hard, and just try to keep everybody behind us. And said Lawson's really good here, so he's been kind of feeding us a little info. So trying to listen to what he's saying, and we'll see what happens.
Teamwork makes the dream work. We're loving the view up front for you, Brandon, and we appreciate the time. Best of luck on the next restart.
Thank you.
Brandon Banks rejoins his teammates with Drinking Bros Racing. They're locking up the front row with the 54 and the 55 of Banks and Sanchez. Pace car turns to the left once more to pit road, all on the 54 to lead us back to green at lap 273. Sanchez to react. A good start by either lane. Sanchez could shut the door on Miranda to turn 1. He does, and Banks stays in front.
28 to go here, Kenneth. This is the short stint that Sanchez has been really quick at. We've cooled these tires back off, but Brandon Banks up front, he needs some success here today. Miranda's going to try to throw a wrench in all of it going into turn 3. Toyota's trying to get back to the front. 2 bow ties up front.
You know it wouldn't take long for Miranda to make his opening statement here in this run, and here he does. To the inside of the 55, they're going to remain locked door to door before they enter turn 1, and Banks mentioned Lawson Peel and his strength. He's running midway through the top 6. He's trying to get around the 5th place car in Richard Swavely as Miranda slides on through, and he's up to P2.
Logan Sturgeon sitting in the 4th spot, showing the speed. He's got top 5 contention for this stage number 3. Brandon Banks is about to be under fire for the lead. Last time by, a 10th faster for Miranda. He is quick.
And remember, these guys are on what's now 20-lap old tires. We mentioned the likes of Garrett Brown, Isaac Mock, Jesse Whittington, who visited pit road not too long ago. They're started from 15th on back, but everyone up front still has grip left on their tires to unleash. Austin Field is unleashing this pass on Logan Sturgeon. That's going to be for the 4th place position. Still working on that 26 car, and then going to look forward to his teammate. I will be surprised here, Bradley, if we see the 55 let Lawson Peel by, although it may not be that easy as Logan Sturgeon. Wonderful job to hang on to position.
Yeah, Sturgeon's been really good. I'm happy to see what he's doing here, running the middle line. You saw that earlier in the race with, you know, the 96 and the 94 going up a little higher than everybody else. I think guys have started to learn that this car handles much better in traffic if you just move it up half a lane.
You get some extra grip and specifically a run off the corner. That's what everyone's looking forward to getting when they run that higher lane, specifically in 1 and 2. And that's exactly what got Garrett Lowe his positioning at the NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series event here at Charlotte to get right by Jimmy Mullis to the start-finish line and create the closest finish in NASCAR history. There is benefits to be reaped if you go up high. So far, though, your top 4 edge down low. The 12 car down there looking for space on Logan Sturgeon. Cannot quite get the run, and so far, Banks, the race leader, looking keenly behind as Miranda picks up the pace.
Back in the 16th, 17th position. I wanted to take a glance at just the tail end of the top 10. You have Justin Winters in the 22 back up here. How about that? Starting in 32nd, but he's been quiet all race long. He's looking at some stage points with just over 10 to go.
He's got 3 cars fighting for position ahead. Wyatt Brackett, Kip Easley, Richard Swavely as they're up front. Battle for the lead again. Miranda down low. The 2 American flag race cars going at it. 2 shades of blue, but every shade of red as they come out of turn 4, looking for the lead once more. And this is a prime decision here for Joe Sanchez if he wants to help that 54 stay up front on the outside, but no match for Miranda, at least for now in 1 and 2. Banks keeps his foot in it. We are still even for the top spot.
Well, that's what you see on that outside. It gets a better run down the straightaways, and if you can pinch a little bit, you can play a little defense. We saw it with Peel and Miranda earlier. He's getting it again from the 54. Banks holding on just by a splitter across the line that time around.
And for Drinking Bros Racing, they occupy 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. So how much teammate action will you see here? Peel is going to go on the inside of Sanchez. Who's going to give each other the draft? I think Banks is deciding between both of them, but can't quite pick a favorite. Peel's going to go down low while Sanchez bobbles in the middle of the corner. The 12 car underneath for 2nd place.
Shaping up for a rewind of stage number 2. Austin Peel could get up there and start contesting the 99, and he learned a lot about how he was going to get raced. He's going to be on 2nd place coming out of turn 2. Now it's just a matter, can he catch up in 8 laps?
And how does he catch up to the 99? That's the biggest question. We saw how Miranda was able to get by Peel by doing exactly what this 12 car does here in turns 3 and 4. You use the middle to cut down low. He has a huge run that Miranda sees back there. Peel dives underneath. Miranda gives him the space, slides up the racetrack. But Miranda still has control, and there are the DBR teammates to help out.
On the shoulders of Mario Miranda right now, you have 3 teammates that would love nothing more than to draft right on by you. Unfortunately, this 1.5 miles, not quite wide enough to push into the entries of these corners. Peel's not going to cut him any slack, though. He's going to try the inside again. I don't know, Kenneth, where would you prefer to pass this 99 car?
Probably have to do it out of turn 4, going back to turn 1. You can get such a big run off the corner to where in turn 1 you can just send it up the track and hope it sticks, but it's going to be 3 and 4, the entry to where Peel gets his advantage. The 12 car back up front here at Charlotte Motor Speedway with about 16 laps to go in stage 3.
Dwindling down a little bit more. And I'd see the 99 maybe going into reset mode. He might be backing it up a little bit. Hasn't really pushed the issue on the entries Peel was very aggressive. There it is now. 99 back to the inside. This is going to allow the 54 maybe to have a shot back at it.
And you have to ask yourself, after what Miranda told us when he won the All-Star race in North Wilkesboro, whether Peel still has a give bumper free card in a sense, if he can give Miranda the send, because Miranda did it to him earlier in the race. They talked about that at the end of North Wilkesboro. Miranda said, well, I gave him the bumper, he just gave me it back. We just sort of traded hits in that sense. Does the 12 car do the same if he ends up behind the Victory Fuel Toyota Camry if we get to the closing end of stage 3? But one thing I'm noticing here, Bradley, is that the 54 is intercepting. The DBR teammates working in tandem just to prevent that 99 car from getting a run. Every time Miranda looks onward to the race leader, he has to worry about what Banks is doing behind, and then Austin Reedy, who's cracked back into the top 4.
They're definitely playing defense. I'm not sure how much from behind you can really change the line of that 99 car, but even if you just maybe fake a move, you can make him block or change the way he enters the corner, and that might be enough for Peel to hold on. However, I am worried that the 99 is back in reset mode, maybe trying to get these tires nursed back to health. It seemed almost a little too easy in the entry of 3 for Peel to get clear.
And on iRacing with the oval, specifically in the tires, you work a lot of it off of tire temperature. If you end up cooking the tires and getting them extremely hot, they're not going to do what you ask them to do. So when you go hard racing for about 2 to 3 laps, those tires get much hotter than they would if you were running just by yourself. And what Miranda's doing is just sort of like you said, Bradley, hitting that reset button to the point where you can cool down those Goodyear Eagles, get themselves settled back into play, and then when he's ready to attack again, that's when he'll do so. But for now, he hangs back in the dirty air, but he has to keep in mind of what's going down behind him between Austin Reedy and Brandon Banks, because they are not leaving the top 2 just to themselves. They are staying within striking distance. So it's not only a 2-car race, it's a 4-car breakaway from first back to that position. Look at Garrett Brown further back. He looks on the inside here on Logan Sturgeon. This is for some of the last spots in the top 10. And while we were looking at the challenge for the lead, this is the challenge for some of the last points given to you at the end of the 3rd stage.
Yeah, I was just checking in with where Sturgeon was falling through this field a little bit. He was up in the top 5 a moment ago. Now he's just hanging on the edge of stage points. So he's going to have to play defense. Looks like the 4 of Chris Shoemaker might have an opportunity to get back into the top 10. 10 laps to go here in stage 3.
And look at that. 4 cars almost gone from Joe Sanchez, who could fall to the mercy of the 32 of Richard Swavely, who, like Mario Miranda, also ran the iRacing Indianapolis 500 this afternoon. Came away with a 12th place finish on his mellow yellow Dallara IR18, and he wants to complete this Sunday night a lot of racing overall, but wants to be rewarded with a decent finish. He's in P6. Look on board from the 55 of Sanchez looking backwards. That 32 car sitting pretty at the moment. Could possibly make it a side-by-side charge for position inside the top 5.
So, dormant right now is what I would say. The 99 just kind of quietly waiting to erupt on his time. 8 laps to go in the stage, and when does he play the move? He's matching the speed, almost identical lap times last time by, even in the dirty air. That's impressive for the 99 car. Miranda's peaks again. Backing up these corners a little bit longer than Peel. That tells me he's saving tires. He's not getting the same drive off. He's not losing ground. He gains it all back here just before the entry, but watch, he'll get to the throttle a little bit later. And then gets the run down the backstretch.
And that's what you need if you're Miranda, is at least to stay there. If you want to make a pass happen with at least the next 6 laps on board before you cross the line for the end of stage 3. If you can stay where you are, that's enough to build up a run on Lawson Field and get yourself mentally ready for that fight. Brandon Banks and Austin Reedy, though, want nothing to do with the top 2. They want them to make the mistakes so they can pounce, specifically Austin Reedy, who wants to search for a stage win tonight from Charlotte Motor Speedway. That'll make it 3 different stage winners so far, but not possible at the moment. We crossed the line for what's going to be 5 laps left to go until lap 300. And once more, it could be another war between the 12 and the 99, considered possibly as 2 of the greatest Sunoco Cup Series drivers that we have ever seen, specifically in this next-gen era. Peel still holding on to a 1/10 of a second advantage.
The longer this run goes, the more I'm thinking maybe Miranda isn't saving tires. Maybe he's struggling because he has guys right on his back bumper taking the air off that rear tire. He hasn't had the drive off these last couple laps, and Peel is starting to pull away. We're talking about 2/10. That time by half a tenth, roughly. It's not much, but it's enough to maintain this lead.
Miranda on a plateau in this run. He hasn't gained all that much. Like we saw the ferociousness on display at the end of the second stage. Austin Reedy nor Brandon Banks have put out any passes of their own. They're also hanging back there, just wanting the stage points. They understand that there's probably a bigger picture at play, specifically for Reedy, considering he was the points leader. Miranda gets a tap of the outside wall. That won't help his cause. 2 left in stage 3 from Charlotte, and now Peel is checking out. 2/10 of a second.
Just about perfect here as they come off of turn 2. The teammates probably helped, I think, taking the air off the back end of Miranda and keeping the pressure on to where he can't get to racing the 12. That's definitely a factor in all of this. And, you know, Reedy staying on the back bumper, or Banks, whoever the case may be, these guys have a top 5 for points. I don't think we've seen the end of the battle, but Miranda probably wise not to try to challenge. He can lose a couple spots before it's all said and done. White flag is out.
Well, this stage could be decided. Even the lap before, the checkered flag comes out for the 3rd stage. Lawson Peel stays ahead. This time, no real pressure from behind. Miranda does not have enough time, nor the momentum gives stage 3 to Lawson Peel, his 2nd stage win of the night from Charlotte.
So the redemption, these guys have won all 3 stages. Who's going to win the race, though? Who's going to have the final say? Is it going to be somebody else? We've seen a lot of guys up towards the front. You know, Brandon Banks could still have that moment. Don't count him out yet.
As strong as ever, the 2-time champ. Miranda back in 2nd, Austin Reedy 3rd, Brandon Banks 4th, Joe Sanchez 5th, and Kip Easley in P6. That is all 4 Drinkin' Bros Racing Chevrolets who finished this stage in the top 10. They definitely have to be happy about the collective effort all throughout, but everyone slows down. They will catch the iRacing official pace car, and for the first time tonight, we've got a repeat stage winner in the 12 of Lawson Peel.
Now pit stops. It's going to get really busy. 4 tires, without a doubt. Lawson Peel, Mario Miranda are going to restart towards the front, barring that no mistakes are made. This is the second to last stop, in my opinion, that you just have to be perfect here.
Well, they call it a money stop for a reason. This one not going to be. It's probably the dime stop, maybe the nickel stop, but not the full dollar stop in terms of the race win, but this will give you good position. Miranda gives a check to the back bumper of Peel, who has one of the first pit boxes. Remember, he started this race back in 37, so that's the biggest crutch for the 12, is that he has to pit so far back of everyone else, to the point that when he comes out, you know, he may fall short to those who have higher pit stalls and maybe around him in track position. So everyone is in consensus for fresh tires and fuel, and we will go another 100 or so laps until the end of the race fully from Charlotte Motor Speedway. Race off pit road. Peel so far has control. Miranda down low, but they head to the commitment line at the exit. Peel's got it, and he has the race lead here at lap 302 at the end of stage 3. Final segment left from Charlotte. You're watching coverage of the Sunoco Cup Series and Race 7 of Season 7. Live on VSPEED.
Yeah, I said that we are. All black, everything, and our girls are blackbirds. Riding with they diligence. Kid moving deaf if you boys really love. Cause now we squared up. Hold up.
Welcome back to Charlotte Motor Speedway and virtual stock car racing's longest night for the Sunoco Cup Series. Joined alongside by producer / colleague in the booth, Bradley Cooper. I'm Kenneth Bueno. We welcome you back into the broadcast booth. And boy, has this race been a heap of fun. And what once was a race between Steven Stempien, Eddie Smith, and others turned into a showdown between two of the greatest drivers in series history. Mario Miranda and Lawson Peel have been 1-2 for the last 2 stages in a row. Last one went to Miranda. This most recent went to Lawson Peel. And now we're ready for another restart. This is our final stage of the race with about 95 laps left to go. We anticipate at least one more pit stop before the race is said and done. And this one goes all the way to the checkered flag. This is for the big dollars, all the money and all the points available for this big win. Lawson Peel the leader, Miranda on top in turn 1 and 2. They will go. Austin Riddy and Joe Sanchez filing out inside and outside of row number 2. Pace car is down. Final segment from Charlotte underway. By Peel, Miranda follows in tandem. Miranda's loose, a big wiggle out of turn 2. Shoved to the back by Joe Sanchez. It keeps that 99 afloat, but that was scary on cold tires.
We've seen that all day. Cold tires have made these guys miscalculate their entry. You kind of get hypnotized 60 laps into a run of where your marks are. You kind of forget that this car doesn't handle the same when you enter turn 1 on those fresh ones. And Sanchez gives a little tap there to remind Miranda that this is the restart. So, unfortunately, though, for Sanchez, now he has Ross Harlow, who's recovered back to the lead lap. Remember, down the backstretch, he had some damage. He's back in the top 5.
And he was at once in this race 1 lap down, so how much things change in just a matter of laps. Ross Harlow back in contention here at Charlotte, looks underneath Joe Sanchez, and that's going to be for 4th place, so he will split some of the DBR Chevrolets. That's a drop in the hammer bow tie that we're looking at in the 3 car. His teammate Steven Stempien is out of this one. Dakota Curtis and Alexander Muscarella have had their fair share of struggles, but the 3 car is back in this one as they are door-to-door ahead for 2nd place. Austin Riddy looking down low back to turn 1.
Still very early in this run. Now I'm already sizing up. I'm going to back up my corners a little bit and save some tires. Unless I'm the 12 appeal with the clean air, I think Miranda maybe lets the 96 of Riddy have this spot. Well, he is going to fight, and he's going to maintain 2nd, so scratch that. But there's a couple instances here that I've seen guys be a little more aggressive than they need to be. Maybe back it up a little bit, because now if we stay green, you'll have something for the tail end of this run just before pit stops.
That's something we saw happen in display in around stage 2 or 3, Bradley, where, you know, the 12 and the 99, they were in the mid-pack, and, you know, they had their chances to hold back. They just did whatever they could to save their tires. Huge crash on the back straightaway. Isaac Mock among those involved. It appeared Brad Fulham, Justin Erb go hard into the inside wall. Charles Stevens in it too. And a pileup occurs on the back straightaway, and one of our strongest cars might be taken out.
That's another one. The trend continues for guys that ran up front for a lot of the race. They got pinned back there deep in the field and never could get out of it. And now finally it strikes again. 47 of Mock. Heavy damage on the front end.
Isaac Mock will possibly go laps down with the amount of damage assessed to his race team, Toyota Camry, and it begins up the road between Charles Stevens and Austin Shoemaker. Just a tap out of turn 2, and it sends Stevens down the track into Mock. And then Justin Urban, Brad Fulham looking to escape. Unfortunately, get caught up right in the hurricane.
Fulham has pretty minimal damage here, but I think the 84 is what triggers this. He gets loose. I want to ride on board with that 84 car and find out if... I think I have a feeling we're going to see this turn to the right a lot off of 2. Yep. Maybe contact.
It's just that tap there from the 14 is enough to send Stevens for the slide. Stevens, remember, in his debut Sunoco Cup Series race here at Charlotte, ran the All-Star Open 2 weeks ago at North Wilkesboro, but this is the official first regular season event for Stevens. I'm sure he didn't want it to go down this way specifically. He escapes with relatively minor damage, but is just a small part of a cog machine that takes around 4 cars and brings us our most recent caution flag. Here's a look at the 47 of Mock and exactly what he experienced.
Watch this car leave the ground with this contact here. That's how hard they bounced off of each other. He never really could save it. He left the ground immediately, and then at that point, it's let's get it away from the inside wall.
You know, that almost seemed like the 2022 All-Star near flip by Ross Chastain. You remember that when he went to the side of Kyle Busch in the 18 going on the front straightaway and just had both right tires lift off the ground?
Yeah, it's just
sort of what happened there to Mock.
It's incredible how, you know, even with the physics of iRacing, they're very accurate, but in real life, with a car that weighs over 3,000 pounds gets hit by another one, how that weight transfer will lift a car up. You know, they do all the safety protocol to keep those cars on the ground, but sometimes it's unpreventable. What you can do roof flaps, you can do, you know, ballast and all these number of things, but ultimately, sometimes there are circumstances that just you can't predict, and it almost defies physics how these cars can bounce off of each other.
And it seems relatively easy at speed when you look at it from a glance, whether it's in real life or the sim, but these cars sit at around 3,400 pounds. These are not light cars at all. They're not like an Indy car, which is a little over 1,500 pounds on a speedway like Indianapolis, to where if they go flying, you can make the case, yeah, they don't weigh anything, but for Cup Series cars, they weigh a ton. They are hefty cars in their own right, and sort of wide boys, if you will. So that was a near flip there for Isaac Mock, but even more so, damage that would take the 47 out of any contention for some decent points. And it's such a shame for the 47. It just shows you that we've had so much to talk about between Mock, between Peel, Miranda. You give the spotlight to guys like Ross Harlow, to Jesse Whittington. You know, a ton of drivers have shared the top spot from Charlotte. And when you add on a longer race at 600 miles, you get more of an opportunity to see what they can do. And I'm sure that this is not the result that Isaac Mock was looking for, and I'm sure it's not reflective of his raw pace, because Mock was one of the fastest cars on the racetrack, no doubt about it.
I'm going to go back to what you said about the Indy cars. Remember back in the day when NASCAR thought it was a good idea to put a spoiler on the back of these cars?
You mean the wing, or you mean the big
yeah,
spoiler that Dale Jr. used to talk about?
No, I mean the wing and the COT.
Oh yeah, I remember
essentially
that.
A kite on the back of the car. That's similar to what IndyCar has, and that's why those cars go airborne. And the roof flaps on these cars, they almost glue them to the ground because it pulls air into the roof. But when you put a back spoiler, that just reminded me of that. No air got to these roof flaps at all. And the most iconic one I can think of is Carl Edwards at Talladega, just flying into the catch fence. That was 100% that rear spoiler going the wrong direction.
You know, a lot of crashes at Talladega had cars flipping everywhere. I remember Mark Martin in 2009. That was a weight shift transfer that sent him up and over. But then you look at, if you're talking about the kite physics, Ryan Newman.
Yeah.
where he went up on top of Kevin Harvick, flying up and over. You know, those cars brought a fair share of flips, but I don't think it discriminates on the car. I don't think, you know, the aerodynamics in the wind, I don't think it matters what car you're driving, because even then, in this next-gen car in real life, how many almost or full flips have we seen happen because of air-related things? You look at Harrison Burton, the first ever race with the next-gen car. He went up and over due to aero. Chase Briscoe also had a near flip moment where the back end just hits the air and the underfloor just basically acts like a wing. It just gives it all that much lift to where the car just gets off the ground and the wheels are no longer in contact with the surface. So I don't think it matters what car you're driving, but it does matter with an Indy car when it's weighing way less at about 1,500 pounds and you're maybe going about 235 miles an hour.
But all of these cars that we're talking about, they've all had a number of changes for safety, and especially IndyCar with the halo. And then you talk about the COT. It was originally developed for NASCAR in the name of safety. I forget the name. It was the 00 that tested that out in the outside wall during qualifying. And, you know, if we would have saw that back in the 90s, it wouldn't have turned out well. So the safer barriers, the roof flaps, all of these things that change, you can still see these miraculous crashes, but guys are walking away, and that's what's important. It's been well over a decade since we've had, you know, a tragic accident here in NASCAR, and that's kudos to everybody that's developed these cars. It's great to see, but sometimes it gets a little scary to see when they touch each other the wrong way.
Well, thankfully in iRacing, you don't have to worry about life or death situations. You're just thinking about a wrecked race car and just a reset button to take you back to pit road. Ready for the restart, lap 315 of 400. Peel the control car, Miranda up top in row 1. Solid jump by the race leader. Austin Reedy has the advantage of getting to the inside of Miranda. Banks has a vantage point. We have a spinner at the back of the field. Justin Winters goes for the spill. Green flag will stay out. We'll see how long it does remain on the speedway. Winters is slow to get going back to turn 1, but we are staying green, and the battle for third heats up. Brandon Banks looking for a 2-for-1 in 3 and 4.
Miranda's got shuffled out of the position to play offense. He cuts a hole in front of Sanchez, going to go to the bottom of the quad oval. He knows that he doesn't want to be in this situation, buried 4 or 5 cars deep, because Lawson Hill would have every opportunity to run away with it. He gets enough teammates in front of that 99. It's going to be tough.
And the barrier could become impenetrable if you add on the DBR teammates, because Banks is not going to give Miranda the spot quite easily, especially in knowledge that his teammate is up front. Side by side between the Toyotas behind in 3rd and 4th. Austin Reedy, who has been just hanging in the top 5 for most of this recent run, is going to use the middle to pinch Miranda down low, gets the run off the corner, and all of a sudden, in a heap of a switch, Bradley, we went from a talk to all Toyotas, no Chevrolets, to all Chevrolets and barely any Toyotas.
The 55 of Sanchez just got a door check into the outside wall down the backstretch. Miranda thought he was clear and came up in front of him. And yes, it has flipped entirely. The Toyotas are now falling through the field. You're seeing a flip of some of the guys that were up front earlier in this race, surging back. And we're talking about the likes of Chris Shoemaker, Kip Easley, the 3 of Harlow. He's kind of fallen back a little bit here, but new names back up front.
And this is spelling danger for the Tulsa, Oklahoma native of Miranda, because he has dropped back to 5th. We haven't seen him in a place like this in a very long time, and although he's done a phenomenal job to move through the field when he's needed to, this time it's a different story, knowing that we have at least one more pit stop to go. It's still a long green flag run until we can finalize this race at lap 400. Side by side up front for the lead. Banks wants to get more. He cannot accomplish it midway through 3 and 4. And Sanchez wants to break ahead of Austin Reedy to make it Drinking Bros Racing 1, 2, 3 at the stripe.
Almost has it there as they came out of turn 4. He's going to pinch the 96 of Reedy down. Again, we need to go back and talk about the fact that this 96 car was involved in a lot to start this race. He's just repaired and recovered completely. He's maintained the top 5. for the last 150 laps. So he's done a fantastic job being here today. We still have 140 miles roughly to go, though, for him to finish the deal.
And look who's putting his name into this list. Chris Shoemaker in the 4 car. That lone Ford Mustang in this sea of race cars surging out of turn 2 while Austin cannot complete the story right now as he sits inside the top 20. Chris Shoemaker can. They both have been attacked by the hit most of the race. Shoemaker says, I gotta go my own way. Chris does. He looks middle 3 wide. He can't thread the needle. Look how packed up these cars are. 3 rows deep, 2 wide, back to turn 1.
Miranda gave a little shot there to Reedy as they went into turn 1, and Kip Easley almost slides up into the side of Harlow off the exit. You'd think it was 3 laps to go the way these guys are racing third on back.
Well, this is punching at everyone's weight. Everyone is basically ferocious with one another. It has been fun to watch here from Charlotte. And as long as this race is, it tells you nothing is over until it's over. Banks with a gorgeous drop to turn 2. He looks under the race leader.
This time he's going to get it. That was well done off of the exit of 2. Carried all that speed. But even then, it's not over yet. It's not over yet. The 12 probably backing it up. He sees what Miranda's doing. He's not pushing as hard as he was earlier. I don't think that the appeal wants to contest these guys for too long. Try to run his line as long as he can. Unfortunately, he's going to get freight trained here to the outside now for the 55 of Sanchez, the 96 of Reedy. Now he's going to fall back to Miranda. He has to maintain that. If there's one thing that he wants to do is stay in front of that 99 car. He doesn't want to have to try to pass him later in this run.
Well, if he wants to save his tires now, Bradley, he's trading off the clean air he had up front. All of a sudden, you get some Chevrolets and cars in front of you, you're going to get the aero wash at some point. It's going to make it much harder to rotate that car through the corner. And while you have Austin Reedy, who's really not going to play fair to Lawson Peel, not going to give him any sense of space, he's just going to go for the position because, you know, it's a free-for-all for the 96 car right now. It's going to make the 12s run up to the front, at least back up to the front, much more difficult knowing that he's going to have all that dirty air spilled right behind the 54 car. But the good news is Banks is running up high, so it isn't really affecting Peel as much as it could. But off of turn 2, it does. As you look at the fights right behind, Jesse Whittington back up to top 10 territory. He looks under Chris Shoemaker. Peel remains under Joe Sanchez for second place.
Sorry I'm dancing the camera around so much, but what I'm noticing here is now it's not just the top 10 that pulls away from this field. It's about 17 cars deep now, back to Garrett Brown. These guys are racing each other very hard, side by side, all the way through this pack. And that's how you know the intensity has picked up. This is definitely the final stage of this race. It's less than 80 to go.
Watch this.
They have to do it.
3 wide, Sanchez in the middle. Ross Harlow wanted to take it upstairs. He can't do it. Austin Reedy with a fair wiggle in 3 and 4, and Lawson Peel in one fell swoop charges back to second place, and we are still 3 wide in the middle of the top 5. Sideways is Easley.
Easley almost lost it, but he's able to save just enough there. I saw the 99 of Miranda. He looked like kind of the biggest loser of that whole situation because everybody 3 wide, he backed out of it. He did not want any part of that. Now the 10 of Huffman. How about that into the top 5 almost on the back of the 55. We haven't mentioned his name much today.
Now, where have we seen Alex Huffman, who started this race in 20th place and currently the lone driver for Allen's Legacy Racing, running this high in this event? Justin Winters, his teammate, went for the spin off of the recent restart in the grass, and Alex Huffman, as a rookie, standing up to the veterans who have crunched up the top 10 by at least half a second. This 10 car shot out of a cannon and looks under Joe Sanchez. They touch at the exit of turn 4.
They're using every inch of this racetrack now. This is what we talked about earlier. Once they use every single line, now it's a hunt for grip. And everybody equally losing it through certain parts of the racetrack. You can see on the exit for the 3 coming out high. He's going to get to the inside of Miranda. Little bobble there down the backstretch, but the 3 of Harlow now checks back into the top 5.
And if you're Mario Miranda, you lock back into the top 5. You can take away 4th here, but you're trapped. You cannot run the inside lane. You have to run the middle. How do you make this work if you're Miranda, especially knowing what the top 3 are doing? They seem to be doing the same thing and giving Miranda dirty air as Lawson Field up ahead goes underneath for the top spot.
I think how you win this battle is you get on and off pit road faster than everybody in front of you. The speed that these cars have right now, barring that we don't have a caution, I think Miranda's got the best chance to come in and out maybe 2 or 3 tenths faster and get the edge, get ahead at the end of it. So that's what I'm planning now. Save the tires a little bit, but you know, don't put yourself in a bad spot where you get wrecked. Just bide your time, save it for lap 352, and bring it down pit road.
You know, we still have one more pit stop left in this race. You make a fantastic point about gaining track position and then trying to make use of that important pit stop that could give us the end running position here tonight from Charlotte. And while looking at the field, I'm seeing a bulk of them cross the line for their 31st lap on their stint. But there's somebody in the middle of all of this who has 9-lap fresher tires, and it's the 30 car of Wyatt Brackett. So he may be one of the lone alternative strategy deciders in all of this. And because he can stay out longer than everyone else, should a caution or some other situation arise, we could have Wyatt Brackett spoiling the party later on tonight.
Don't crash it. I mean, we've seen, I think me and you have seen enough of Mario Miranda and Lawson Field mixing it up. Let's put another car in there. That's what we like, is a little suspense, not knowing who's going to win this race. And we talked about how we could have a repeat winner. Maybe we could have a first-time winner. Still up in the air here tonight.
Well, so far we have gone 6 races without a repeat winner, and this is the longest streak of different winners in series history since season 3. Last season, it took us 4 races until someone won their 2nd race of the campaign. So this season is standing in the history books with all of its parity and all of its openness and all the drivers that have been able to get to victory lane. If Lawson Field does it tonight, he will add to the list and become our 7th different winner of the season. Same goes for Brandon Banks. The only driver in this moment that can change the story is that 3rd place car, the 99 of Miranda, who dives underneath, makes the lunge in 1 and 2 on Banks. They will touch, running up the hill.
I saw that coming. I mean, that was a send from the 99. I don't think that's ever going to stick, even on fresh tires. He's going to try it again. But yeah, this track's used up. It's just not going to work. He's pinched down there. We're going to end up losing a spot over that, too. Reedy to the outside now.
That's all the draft. Running out of turn 4, it just spilled over like you break the Hoover Dam. All of a sudden, the water comes rushing through. Austin Reedy up high, followed by Ross Harlow in the 3. So basically, Miranda defenseless here entering the corner. He'll be able to hold off the 3 car for the moment, but not sure if he can really keep at bay the 96 of Austin Reedy. He does a great job of side drafting the Toyota up top. Make that side-by-side action for 3rd. And look back here in the top 6, latter half of the top 10. Some relatively good names up here with possible chances at getting a nice finish. Jesse Whittington, who led a good amount of laps tonight, he's in P6. Alex Huffman, we mentioned, shot out of nowhere. He's in 7th. Alex Muscarella looking for another solid top 10 run. In 8th, Joe Sanchez and Wyatt Brackett, like we've talked about, rounding out your top 10. And then even further back, Shoemaker, Easley, Progar, Swavely. All of these cars under a blanket by at least half a second or so.
I think we're still in the same scenario that we were earlier in this race, though, for Wyatt Brackett. And even with 10-lap advantage on tires, it's just not enough. He's still struggling to get around some of these guys on 37 laps, and it's in the top 10 for the 30, but I don't think that stretching this run out any longer than the guys in front of you is going to pay off. You might as well come down right when they do. Even if you could go further, I don't think it's advantageous right now. As you see, the 30 he's struggling right now just to get clear of these guys.
Nonetheless, again, he has 9-lap fresher tires, and he was sort of bulldozing his way through the field earlier on and having a bit more trouble on the inside. And we've seen that be the story over the course of the night, how much slower the bottom line gets with each and every passing run. It becomes even more difficult to pave your way on the bottom versus running the middle or even going up to the boards at that outside wall. Here's the door-to-door action for second place. And look ahead, 0.7 of a second, the largest gap we've seen from the leader to second in I don't know how many laps, Bradley, tonight. But all of this is helping. We knew that the DBR teammate of Lawson Peel would not let Miranda go so easily. This is real-life proof of it.
Yeah, hold him up as long as you can. That's a teammate right there. You're fast enough to keep pace with him. Hold him on the outside. Keep him pinned down there because Lawson Peel knows, and I'm sure Brandon Banks knows, that Miranda is definitely one of the cars to beat here tonight. He's been up front. He's got a stage win. And if you can help your teammate, as you see Miranda slides back to fourth, anything you can do to help your teammate, it's kind of like a 10th here, a 10th there. It could turn into what you see now, 1.6 or 1.2 seconds over top. I think we have to go back to stage 2 to talk about a lead that large.
Basically, yeah. And Miranda was just frustrated after lap not being able to get by Brandon Banks, so he tucks back in line, lets Austin Reedy through as well, but he's going to keep up his wall of defense on Ross Harlow and the approaching Jesse Whittington. Mind you, these drivers have just reached lap number 41 on their stint. There's a look on board from the Miranda car, who's led 44 laps tonight. The bottom right camera on your screen. These guys still have at least one more pit stop left to go. If Miranda had this much of a struggle getting by Brandon Banks, does he elect for an earlier call?
I don't know. I don't know that it matters. The way I've seen him on and off pit road today under green flag stops, I don't think it matters when he pits. He's going to make up time regardless. But, yeah, I guess it could matter if he pits in traffic. That could affect his entry. So, yeah, it would probably be a short or, string it out a lap extra than everybody in front of you. Just got to plan that accordingly. He's been here before. He knows what he's doing.
Well, here's Miranda, dive underneath Brandon Banks, falls back, and Austin Reedy takes over the second spot. Ross Harlow going against the fellow Chevrolet. Instead decides to get back in line. On the call, Jesse Whittington says, "Witty pity, the 94 car is in from 6th place." Here at lap 345.
Witty pity, I like it. 94's been short on these stints every single time, and this is about the time he did in the first stage. 5 laps shy, halfway. A little bit shorter than last time because I think with the stage break, they strung it out a couple extra laps on that 300 mark. But good job on and off and clean into the stall. I think he's going to pan out to probably a top 5 after this.
That brings up a solid point. He's always pitted earlier than the main leaders do. It's pretty much on brand for Whittington and his strategy all night long. It's panned out for the most part to where he's been able to at least be there within the top 5 and top 10. In the end of a run, door-to-door contact. That is going to be for 4th place. Brandon Banks and Ross Harlow not giving each other an edge. Physicality at utmost importance for both of them as they work through, and Brandon Banks did so much defense on Mario Miranda. Now he has to play it on the 3 car who decides to come down pit road this time through. We're seeing a lot more separation in the amount of drivers that call in, Bradley. Usually we've seen maybe 2 or 3 cars enter pit road at a time. This time it's only been 1 and 1 over the last 2 laps.
Yeah, it was like one car would come down and then it would trigger a group of 3, a group of 4, and just tandem pits after that. Chris Progar back here fighting at the tail end. He's actually having some connection issues towards the tail end of this race. But, yeah, I think we're going to see a flood of cars all at one time. And right here, here's the pack that's probably going to pit together as you see Alex Huffman leading with Justin Erb, Alex Muscarella. I think all these cars are going to end up down pit road together.
The mid-pack is always the right place to watch side-by-side battles. Sanchez, that 55 car in the middle of this, that bright yellow and green Chevrolet of Richard Swavely, trying to tack on a top 10 finish. Easily got into Austin Shoemaker, while Chris Shoemaker enters pit road. Alex Huffman to follow, and Mario Miranda in the 99 appears to be in this time at lap 350. Look at the replay here with this fight and almost 3 wide action.
I just wanted to say that heads up by the 4 car to drop down below, because he was going to pit in front of a lot of cars right there. That was not going to work out well for him. Unfortunately, he loses a little time from that, but heads up move from those guys to do that. It looks like Austin Reedy in the 96 is down pit road now.
He is. He drops into his box. No problems on the entry. And the right side jacks lift up on his Toyota Camry. So Austin Reedy getting his scheduled amounts of service. We wait for the top 2 to make their calls. Everyone else in the mid-pack surely should be coming in. I see Curtis Kelly calls in. Kip Easley calls in. They have to do it in the middle of traffic. They'll try to do their best. Richard Swavely and Joe Sanchez are also in. They hop on the brakes. No real problems. Nobody getting the black flag. And everything's clean here at lap 352. This is the heap of traffic I was talking about.
There's
Lawson
Peel.
Peel is in too.
Yeah, Peel, we kind of missed the call on that one, but he pits from the lead. So here and 52 laps, probably about, what, 48, 49 on the stint for some of these guys, right on the edge of halfway. Justin Erb is going to take over the lead, asking Alex Muscarella. Say the 99 has came down pit road. No, he is, yeah, he has. He pitted 2 laps sooner than the 12.
And we've got an interesting call from the 2-time champ. Lawson Peel sits at 11.9 seconds on his pit box. 2-tire right side call. He is not taking 4 at this juncture of the race.
Well, there's something that we didn't talk about at all the entire time. How's this going to work out? Do you like it, Ken? I don't know if I like it.
I think I may like this. The tires haven't worn off that much, and Jesse Whittington alluded it to us earlier in the broadcast. He said, well, the tire difference doesn't matter all that much in this race, and if you can gain track position, plus the time on Mario Miranda, even though he has 4 fresh Goodyear Eagles, the time it's going to take and the effort it's going to take to catch up to Peel will be enough to equalize them on tires. So I like this call by Lawson Peel to get only right side tires. It saves him time down pit road. It gets him the net race lead, and it gives him possibly the best shot to hold off traffic.
So I'm looking last time by Peel, 29.865. We go back here to Miranda, 29.878. Doesn't look like it hurt him too much yet.
Oh, sideways is Muscarella in front of Miranda. Gets him sideways. They keep it together. The yellow flag does not raise from Charlotte. And that might be a dagger for the 99 car.
And he's going to pinch guys down. He's not happy.
It was in a fight with Wyatt Brackett in that 48 car. I saw Brackett loose out of turn 4, and I thought to myself, this may not be good news. They were on cold tires, the 48 car and the 99 car Tango, and it doesn't deal that much damage to the Victory Fuel Camry. It keeps Miranda alive, but at a massive cost.
Yeah, he was already down on time compared to Lawson Peel, and then that moment right there adds on probably another 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds to that. Now he's in defense mode with, Ross Harlow and some of these guys that were not really in contention to get around him. Now they're on his rear bumper.
Harlow, Whittington, Austin, Reedy. That's the traffic behind the 99. They're all separated now, but like we've seen for most of this race on strategy, you can get a ton of clusters of cars. Alex Muscarella enters pit road. He is the last to make a decision. Therefore, Lawson Peel gets away the race lead, and he is up by 2.5+ seconds over the second place car in Wyatt Brackett, that 30 machine. Mario Miranda is catching up at a rapid pace, but it will take some effort for the 99 to properly make that pass. They are not teammates, although they do run the same manufacturer. With under 50 laps to go in the final stage from Charlotte, this race has turned on its head.
The 2 tires, 30.1 last time by for Lawson Peel, a 29.795. So there's about 3/10 separating on that speed. Was it worth the amount of time of 2.8 seconds? I asked you earlier, Ken. I don't know if I like the call, because does he have anything for the 99 when he gets there? Because he is going to get there.
Well, he will get there, but again, it all comes down to how much time Miranda spends catching up to Lawson Peel, and we saw that happen earlier in the race. If you have a car that just patrols the way through the field, you're going to start to struggle more and more as the laps progress, because, you know, Miranda has fresh tires now. Sure, he has the upper hand over Lawson Peel, but give it some traffic, give him some time, and a lot of space that he has to close up in a matter of moments, and now 40 laps to go. Miranda's tires are going to eat away slowly, and yes, Lawson's left side tires will surely be screaming in their own right, but for Miranda, it may be even tougher to get around that 12 car, although he has 4 and although the 12 has 2. So I think it's a pretty smart call, and it's one that saved Peel a lot of time and possibly could have, you know, gained him some space on that 99 car. They might have been closer together had they both taken 4 fresh tires. There's the lap car in the middle, Brad Fulham in the 19.
Yeah, I think the Fulham will probably politely get out of the way. But if he does hold up Miranda at all, that could be another factor this time by. That's another 0.2 of a second that the 99 has caught up to Peel. And again, this goes back. We're sitting under 40 to go. I'm doing the math here. 0.2 a lap. That's going to put him at the back bumper. He's going to be on the back porch in about 20 laps. That's very, very close. I don't know if I like it or not, but it could be one of those things where Peel's dialing it back a little bit just to save. You know, don't overdrive your stuff. That right side is a little hotter than the left side. Maybe the tires need to heat up a little bit more before he pushes it.
And that is to predict that Miranda is going to have that 0.3 of a second advantage every lap from now on. You know, you may see the 2 lap times get closer and closer as the times go through and as we progress through this race. And then there's that lap car to go through. Now, I will accept your point for sure, Bradley, that 19 car isn't going to play a factor. I don't think he's going to do anything to Miranda. He's going to let that 99 car by because, you know, they're running their own race. They're minding their own business. I don't believe Brad Fulham is going to try because he has no real incentive to do anything to hold back that 99 car. Now, it's all going to be about placement, though, because even though a lap car is predictable, even if a lap car is harmless in their motives and mindset, they can still be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Miranda can still catch that 19 car off the exit of a corner where he maybe has to lift off the gas a little more. And it could provide some problems. And then you add on the equation of, well, Ross Harlow and traffic are behind this 99 car, so they can pressure Miranda too.
That was the next factor I was going to talk about. The third factor is that there are still plenty of cars within arm's reach of the 99 that could get up here and get side by side with him, and Peel could just walk away. So, yeah, anything can happen. I think right now Harlow is just going to follow this 99 all the way up to Lawson Peel. I think they are going to get there, as you see another couple tenths shave off. But once they get there, that's when the 3 car is going to try to play offense.
And then he has to also worry about Austin Reedy. So I think every driver is looking after the guy they have to beat that's charging right behind them. And I'd say it's a trend backwards for Ross Harlow because Austin Reedy gained a ton of time off turn 4. They may go side by side before Harlow can even catch up to Miranda.
Fulham actually going to be a factor for the 12 here off the exit of 2. He's going to get by and get one of those 2 laps back. Maybe. Not quite clear just yet. 31. Man, this is a weird set of traffic here for the 12 of Peel. He does not need this.
And he goes around Colin Forrester in the 31, deals the bumper to Brad Fulham. He pushes him down the straightaway. But remember, if Fulham runs the same line, which he does, that's dirty air given to Peel, which will help the 99 of Miranda. That time through, Miranda was almost a half a second faster then Peel on the racetrack.
So now Miranda's actually pulled away, and Ross Harlow's lost his spot to Austin Reedy. Back to fourth now for the 3-car. Not what we really talked about. And then there's the fourth factor that I won't even say out loud because of that curse we talked about earlier. Yeah, it's just we're down to 30 laps. Now Miranda has clean air. There's nothing to interfere with this at all. And Peel has to be perfect. He's changing his line.
Last time by, they both set 30.2s. There is no advantage for Miranda the last lap, but we'll check in this time by the cross of the line for 30 laps to go.
He's losing
Peel
ground.
is faster.
He's losing ground. That is maybe partial to the 19 of Fulham being in front of him. A little draft down the backstretch. That could be helping a little bit as well. So well played for the 12 to push that 19 out ahead. Fulham is on a little bit different tire stint than the rest of these guys, so he'll probably maintain in front of Peel, and Lawson could use that as a draft.
You're right, and also, too, for the 12 car in Peel, what he might have been doing early in the run was nursing his tires, so that at this moment when Brad Fulham got around him and there's no real separation in cars between Peel and Miranda, that 12 car can just tell himself, all right, let's get it, let's go. And he starts to push on the throttle a little harder, and he's pushing the car more. Watch this battle here, Justin Erb and Richard Swavely. This is for 12th place.
This hasn't stopped in the mid-pack since probably lap 100. These guys have been on top of each other. Swavely side by side with Erb. We saw Erb actually have problems with the inside wall earlier in this race. The 71 of Curtis Kelly hanging around 12th, 13th position a lot of this race. And it hasn't subsided. Alex Muscarella, who stayed out longer than the rest of the field, he's done that notoriously throughout this race. He'll probably work around these guys here in a couple laps, but yeah, it's been a struggle to maintain a spot if you're 13th on back.
If you want to see the best excitement racing-wise in the Sunoco Cup Series, tune in to 12th on back, and that's where you'll find 2 and 3 wide action. You'll see clusters of race cars all together. Look who's a surprise here in 16. Shane Wyatt in the 27 car. We saw him involved going hard into the inside wall on one of the earlier cautions in the race. As Muscarella gets a tap from Curtis Kelly and he hangs on to it. But Shane Wyatt, what a recovery drive this is for the 27.
Seen a couple recoveries. The other one that I want to talk about, this is the biggest one right now. This guy, I mean, just claw and claw, keep digging. It's not over until you hear the whistle, and that guy definitely knows it.
And just to touch back on the 27 of Wyatt in his rookie campaign, he searches for his 4th top 10 of the year. But you are right, Austin Reedy, no doubt about it, the best recovery drive we have seen all night long. And to talk about the points leader out of all people, going into this race with all the struggles that he encountered, the strength early on from Eddie Smith, you'd immediately think to yourself that Austin Reedy is not going to be a factor. We're going to have a new points leader coming out of Charlotte Motor Speedway. Well, that answer gets negated when you take out Eddie Smith after a big crash and you bring Austin Reedy to a place where he is now. Even if he does not get the win with about 25 laps to go, this is a win in Reedy's book to survive as long as he has to stay as ready and as focused as ever. Reedy could walk away with another podium, and he could continue at the charge of the points lead in this series going into Sonoma 2 weeks from tonight.
And that was probably partial to the motivation, is that some of these guys that were close to him in points tonight had bad days, and he knew coming in, I could make a lot of ground up here if I stay in this race. I have to go back out. I have to maintain and get this damage repaired. Sometimes as a driver, and you've seen it with roughly 10 cars tonight, you get damage early, and it's so easy to just hit the exit button and sign off for the night.
And if if you want to give Austin Reedy a racetrack to have a race like this, it'll be a 1.5 mile track. He's finished in the top 10 on all 3 1.5 mile races of the season at Vegas, Texas, and Kansas Speedway. So that's really the bread and butter for the 96 car. We'll keep tabs on him as he tries to chase down Mario Miranda. That was actually faster than that 99 car the last time by, and so was the race leader Lawson Peel. That's where the plateau begins for the 99 car.
That is impressive. Do you think Lawson Peel practiced this week? Do you think that maybe some of that stuff was tested to know that it would work? Because none of us thought of it. That's the difference right there, is that when you have track time or you have people as a team, somebody experimented with that and they knew it would work, and nobody tried it for the entirety of the race. That was the ace in the sleeve right there for Lawson Peel. I'm going to try 2 tires on this last pit stop. We talked about short pits. We talked about when do you come down, who do you come down with, or, you know, the cautions throwing the wrench, but nobody tried 2 tires. Genius call. I'm sorry I doubted you, Kenneth. He's making it work.
Well, remember when we talked to Brandon Banks and he told us that Lawson Peel has been the fastest car out of the Drinkin' Bros Racing cars, and you know, that he was giving his teammates some tidbits, some notes. I wonder how long the conversation was about 2 tires, or whether Peel just thought of this himself.
I don't think that if he knew that, he didn't tell. There's certain things that you share with teammates, and then there's certain things that you don't. And you know, it's not that you don't like the guys, but you're out there to win the race. And I've been a part of teams that we communicate, we tell each other this is the line, but you know, when it comes down to maybe a catalyst to put you over the top of everyone else, you keep that to yourself for sure.
Lawson Peel missed out on the FTF Bar Visuals Cup Series race that is currently underway from Charlotte Motor Speedway, and they're about to finish under an overtime restart. But Peel, a usual regular in that series that runs on Saturday nights, had to skip out on that 1,000-kilometer race because it was at the same time slot as this series, so he chose to race Sunoco versus the FTF Cup Series that features a ton of talent from the eNASCAR Road to Pro qualifying, iRacing Series, the Contender Series, the Coke Series, and all across the board in sim racing on the oval side. But Lawson Peel chooses this one, and 383 laps in, he is 17 away from getting his first win of the campaign.
You said he skipped out on 1,000 kilometers, but he's still running 964 of them, so I don't think he really skipped out on it.
It's about 415 laps that they were running on the FTF race.
I mean, it's just as long out here tonight. So it's still an endurance race, and we started this at 7:30ish tonight. It's 11:29. You know, just a great race, but you're going to be numb. You're going to be sweating after this. You're going to be sore. I don't think much conversation is going to happen post-race. These guys are going to be ready for bed.
This is the most physically taxing race of the season, and these drivers had to adjust to the entire season being full length. And you look back to the last several seasons of Sunoco Cup Series action, Dakota Curtis and the league admins have relatively flirted with the idea of full-length events. In the last several schedules, they would have maybe half-distance races, maybe a little longer than half-distance, be for the most case, but then on specific races, every 4 or 5 weeks, they would add a full-length NASCAR Cup Series style race at any given one of the ovals. Charlotte was not one of them. Remember, last season we only ran 180 laps, but this is the first full-time season into which we're running the same distance that the Cup Series does every given Sunday, and that means you run 600 miles, and that means you are going to be dead tired at the end of a race like this. Keep easily back there fighting for P6.
That was Whittington that touched the wall there.
Whittington, yeah, you're right. Whittington behind.
Yeah, and I think the fatigue is starting to take over. It's easy for that to happen as we see a little battle back here with Muscarella and Curtis Kelly. This is you see that 15-10 to go mark, and you start to think it's almost over, but you can't let your guard down, because when you start to relax or think that it's over with, this is where you start to lose positions and make mistakes. Whittington touched the wall. Now you see a battle back here with Muscarella. These guys are going to fight. You got to play to the very end of it here. It's not over yet.
Muscarella trying to dial in 2 straight top 10 finishes at mile-and-a-half speedways. May not be the charm tonight as he falls short from Curtis Kelly, and this is around 13th place with another fast banana Toyota. That's a lap car, Colin Forrester, in the midst of all of that. But nonetheless, some position on tap. Muscarella, though, gets tight off of turn 4. We'll have to let that Air Force car on by. And there's a look at second and third. The gap has shrunk between Austin Reedy and the car ahead in Miranda. So I'm not sure at this juncture of the race that Miranda really is thinking too much about what's left to gain on Lawson Peel. It's more so what's left to hold off of Austin Reedy.
Yeah, Lawson Peel is not a thought anymore. It's try to bring it home in second because Austin Reedy was about 2 seconds back when we had 40 to go. Now he's within 2/10. This is just Miranda playing damage control, and it probably caught him by surprise that Peel is as fast as he is on those 2 tires, and he might still be wondering what happened. How did he get so far ahead? I'm sure it's been relayed to him at this point, but you had that factor as well where he was in traffic, got some contact, and lost some ground there. I don't know that that was really the deciding factor, but it didn't help the cause at all.
When you look at the lap timers, Lawson Peel is considerably slower. 30.9 in comparison to Miranda's 30.7. But even if that 99 car is faster than Peel from now until the end of the race, he still will not have enough time to catch up to the race leader and make a run out of all of this. Peel continues in the 30.8 second bracket. Now Miranda slows to a 30.830, so that may be the nail in the coffin, and even then some lap traffic sitting in front of the Oklahoma driver, Dustin Reeves and Brad Fulham. So unless we get a caution flag here tonight from Charlotte, Lawson Peel is in cruise control, looking to grab his first win of the 2024 season as Miranda walks on by to Dustin Reeves and trying to get by the 19 next.
So, you go back to the stage victories. That these two, it's fitting that they're both first and second, but I want to go back to what we had at the end of stage 2. I wanted that to happen again. I'm sure Lawson Peel probably didn't want the exact same scenario, but I wanted those guys close together. I wanted them to settle it out. But Peel, he thought outside the box. He wanted to gap himself as much as he could from the 99. And that goes back to these two probably respect that they're both fast, and Peel had to come up with something. I mean, beating him with just raw speed on 4 tires, I think the 99 wins this race. So
I'm sure the entire audience, Bradley, wanted that to happen. You know, similarly to stage 2, you wanted side-by-side action for several laps. You wanted the bumper and run in the middle of the corner. You wanted a close finish, but right now it doesn't seem to be the case. This looks more like stage 3, to where Peel can just hold off Mario Miranda, and even then the gap is larger now than it ever used to be. So there's more leverage that Peel can work with here in the waning laps. We will come down to 5 laps to go from the virtual Charlotte Motor Speedway. But you gotta hand it to the masterclass race that these two have been putting together. Both of them had their own struggles to start. Miranda started this one back in 21st, had to cut his way up to 6th, was up 15 spots in the opening run. Lawson Peel lodged back in 37th at the drop of the green flag, had to work his way through the midfield and was once barely inside the top 20. And now, after strategy and a heap of yellows, these two will finish 1-2, and this time it's in favor of Lawson Peel. Back at Kansas Speedway, Mario Miranda grabbed his first win of the 2024 season, but of his Sunoco career, it was his 20th total. That broke the tie between himself and Lawson Peel on the all-time wins list. Tonight, Lawson Peel is 4 laps away from settling the score and making it tied once again at 20 wins apiece.
when you go back to see, it was the 6th race in the season before Mario Miranda won a race. Both of these drivers had rocky starts to this season. So that's another category that they're both in. You know, very talented drivers, defending champions, and for them to have the rocky start that they had, but now they're going back and forth during this entire race, that shows you that they're both very resilient and they will do whatever it takes to get back up in contention. They're going to be probably one of the biggest factors when we go postseason. Off of turn 4, 3 laps to go now for Lawson Peel. Another, I just go back and say, great call for 2 tires. He has pulled out. He is relaxing a little bit, but it's still over 2.5 seconds as we go into 1.
It remains that way. The plateau continues for Miranda back in 2nd place. Seems as though the fight for 5th might be one of the closest we have on the racetrack so far. That's Kip easily working up to a race high potential 5th if he can go to the inside of Ross Harlow. What a race this has been for Easley as well, who started back in 26th place, and that red, white, and blue M&M's car hasn't shown up much in the spotlight, but now starting to take on the inside, looking to get around Ross Harlow, and it doesn't seem to pan out, but Easley with a phenomenal run tonight from Charlotte.
Harlow on a recovery as well. He was 2 laps down at one point in this race, so great race for him. Top 5 would be even 6th. I don't think he's going to be too upset about losing 1 spot to Kip Easley here in the closing laps. 2 to go, though, and off of turn 4 to take the white flag. The 12 of Lawson Peel is going to be 2.5 seconds ahead of Mario Miranda.
2.5 seconds at the cross of the start-finish line. And Miranda has been faster every now and then, but it was never enough to match Lawson Peel, who took 2 tires on his last green flag stop and pulled away from the field. Peel and Miranda, over their careers, have been entangled in Sunoco Cup Series history. A constant tug-of-war for the upper hand. This time at Charlotte, the round is won by Lawson Peel off of turn 4. First win of 2024 for the 12 car.
And he stretched the gap back out another 4/10 at the very end of that race. So what a statement there for 2 tires and the Barstool Sports Chevrolet. Excellent drive. Didn't see it coming. That call, gutsy, but definitely rehearsed in practice. Congratulations to Lawson Peel.
And our streak keeps rolling, rolling, rolling. 7 different winners in 2024. Peel the most recent and his first win since July 23rd of 2023 when he got a playoff win at the Tricky Triangle in Long Pond, Pennsylvania. The celebrations bringing on for Lawson Peel as the 12 car brings you tonight's Sunoco winning moment. More high-performance racing engines rely on Sunoco race fuels than all others combined. And for over 50 years, Sunoco has been fueling the top race car drivers around the world with high-quality performance fuels they can trust to power them to the checkered flag. Sunoco, fueling victories from track to tank. 20th career win for the Columbus, Mississippi native of Lawson Peel as he parks it on the front straightaway in celebration after 600 grueling miles from Charlotte Motor Speedway. Post-race coverage on the other side. We've got you covered here on VSPEED. You are watching coverage of the Sunoco Cup Series and Race 7 of Season 7.
What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Fuller. Yeah. Needed F-150 for Smith build.
Got it.
Yesterday.
I know.
Don't forget my BMW.
Gotcha. Check this out. All the major online automotive sites in one place. BMW, done. F-150, done.
How's he do it?
I can search nationwide. Even those classified sites. Auto Tempest. All the cars, one search. That's how I do it.
There is Max Papis in the Ferrari. As great a race as Ferrari has ever won.
steering wheel for me has always been a sensitive spot. There's a whole experience there that we're all trying to refine. Max Pappas, he asked me one day, he said, what can I do in a wheel? I said, well, with the new.
What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Back at Charlotte, where the 600 miles are done and dusted, and for the first time in 2024, Lawson Peel is a Sunoco Cup Series race winner. We'll take a look at the full unofficial results, flag to flag here from Concord, North Carolina. Lawson Peel the winner after starting second to last in the field on 37th. Mario Miranda gave it all that he got and his best punch, but the punch did not knock Peel off of his pedestal. That 99 car finishes in second place. Austin Reedy, you got to hand it to him for the recovery drive he put up together. Could have easily been taken out of this race about halfway, but recovers to finish on the podium. Brandon Banks in fourth place. Ross Harlow to make it a top 5 effort. You got 3 Chevrolets inside the top 5 at race end. Kip Easley and Joe Sanchez bring in 6th and 7th place on the racetrack. Justin Urban, the 20, quiet but successful night as he runs in 8th. Alex Huffman to come away in 9th, and Austin Shoemaker in the 14, rounding out the night's top 10.
Back in 11th spot, it's Jesse Whittington, the guy that was pitting a little bit shorter than everyone else. Also the guy that started on the pole. Not going to be able to go back-to-back here at Charlotte, but nonetheless, 11th spot. Chris Shoemaker is going to finish 12th. Richard Swavely in 13th. Alex Muscarella just outside of that for the top 10 at a mile and a half. He'll come home 14th. 15th, Curtis Kelly in the 71. Chris Progar 16th. Garrett Brown 17th. We have Shane Wyatt in 18th. Wyatt Brackett in 19th. And Dakota Curtis is going to recover to 20th after that big wreck.
21st is where you will find the list of cars that finish 1 lap down or more. It starts with Full Lock Racing's Charles Stevens in the 84 car, Logan Sturgeon behind in 22nd, Charles Feltz in 23rd, 24th goes to Dustin Reeves, top 25 placement for Brad Fulham in the 19 who fell 2 laps down at the checkered flag. Colin Forrester got hit into the inside wall early and just fell 3 laps down and could not recover as well as he wanted to. 26 places where he closes this one out at Charlotte. 27th to Justin Winters. 28th to James Kunkel. Bill Schoonover in 29th, and rounding out your top 30 is Ray Rogers.
Now we're going to get to the list of the tough breaks. There's quite a few of them in this list. Jonathan Cofield is going to be 31st. Aaron Adcock in 32nd. But then we're going to talk about Stephen Harlow, who was in the top 10. Steven Stympian, who led a lot of laps, was really close to a stage win. Justin Hendry kind of in the mix. He had a lot of problems tonight. He's going to finish 35th. Eddie Smith, who was up front to begin this race and got sent down the racetrack and heavy damage on the inside wall, 36th. 37th for Zach Wilson, took it 3 wide at the very beginning. Isaac Mock, that was another car that was just, and I don't know how Isaac Mock ends up at the bottom of this list. Correctively, for whatever reason, ignore this on your screen, but Isaac Mock should get 29th here today. 57 laps down doesn't make much sense there as you're seeing the actual math, why he's at the end of it. I have no idea, but yeah, it's just a lot of tough breaks out here for the cars that didn't finish this race tonight. We knew coming in that it was going to be a grueling race, but we knew that it was going to be a long race. And for some of these guys, it was one of the shortest ones they raced all season.
You're right. And to tell the story of Isaac Mock, he was disqualified shortly after his crash. So hence why he was awarded 38th and not, a higher place finish to where he would have been if he hadn't been disqualified by race control. But there was a whole different issue on that side. That 47 car, though, ends up as the last car listed on the unofficial results panel. Let's head to Charlotte Victory Lane, where we are joined by Lawson Peel, who visits Sunoco Victory Lane for the first time in 2024. Lawson, I have to imagine that this one felt somewhat like a long time coming. At Pocono in July of last year, that was your last win in this series, but this year it's been a little more back and forth. It's been harder for you to find that elusive checkered flag. What does it mean tonight to not only take a race win in the way you did, but to do it over the longest race on the calendar at 600 miles?
It's relieving and, just lifts a lot of weight off my shoulders for sure. And, all 3 of my seasons in this league, the first one of the year, it's just really elusive and hard to get for some reason. So once that one kind of gets knocked out of the way, things kind of fall into place normally. So hopefully that will happen. We got another kind of marathon next at Sonoma. It'll be a 90-lapper. So, another endurance race just like this one. So I've never done a race this long before, I don't believe. So that's probably the longest I've ever sat in the seat. And my foot's pretty frozen in place right now, but I feel good. So really happy with that, and glad it went green there at the end. And like you're saying, that it's been a little while, so I needed that one to kind of get some momentum going. I'm happy about it.
And let's talk about your pivotal call that pretty much helped you get to the position that you were in the waning laps. A 2-tire call versus 4. What was the reasoning behind the call, and what was the mindset like as you were getting towards that final pit stop, and how you elected for the alternative call to get ahead?
Well, I kind of had that in the back of my mind, from running the AFIX last week. That was the preferred, strategy by everyone. And I think that it's because with a little bit more wear on your left rear, you're going to get some more turn out of it. So historically, I feel like 2 tires make you tighter, but it's a little bit backwards. So with this package and everything, the right front and left rear are kind of your 2 tires that get worn the most. And so, funny as it is, 2 tires actually helps you turn a little bit. So had that in mind to do, and we were talking about it right there at lap 300 when the stage started, that, if we get the opportunity, let's all take 2 here. And so my teammates were a little hesitant. They're like, "Oh, really? Are you sure?" And then they were all telling me after we did it, well, yeah, this was definitely the right call. So that feels good. And ended up having to take like 11 point something gallons. And so I was sitting there expecting the stop to be faster, and was in the box for longer. And so I was thinking, man, maybe we should have just taken 4, because we really didn't gain that much time, but it was enough to kind of break you out of that draft where it was really hard all night to, even as the leader, to get further than about half a second out in front. The draft would just keep the guy behind you right there. So being able to kind of break out there like that and get in my own air bubble was huge, and just save the tires from there on out, and prayed there wasn't going to be a caution.
And the race for you was certainly a hurdle, because you started this one penultimate in position, 37th at the drop of the green flag, and it was not an easy task for you to work your way up through the field. You had to try and bully and muscle your way through the mid-pack until ultimately you found yourself with a good enough position to contend in the top 5 and win 2 stages out of the 3 from Charlotte Motor Speedway. What does it mean in essence, and how rewarding does it feel to not only get the win the way you did with that strategy call, but to do it after starting in 37th and basically being on the back foot from the drop of the green?
It feels great, but I was really nervous, before the race started. The first stage was probably the most hectic and vulnerable for me, just kind of having to get through some of those gaggles of cars in the first stage. That was tough. It was just a dirty air nightmare back there. So I was proud that I was still able to win the first stage. I did stay out there when we had a caution on about lap 80 and was able to kind of keep that clean air, and then got lucky with a caution at the end when Isaac was about to get me on his tires. So I'm a little lucky to get that win in stage one, but um, yeah, I was definitely the most vulnerable I felt all night working through there. And so once I got up in front of, of kind of all the chaos, I was a little bit more comfortable up there, but you just never know what's going to happen. And, Mario was really, really good on the long run all night, which was, not surprising, but uh, normally he's a little better on the short run and certainly a better qualifier. And I kind of normally get him on a long run. And so I was a little bit concerned. He was really keeping pace with me well on those long runs, and I knew it was going to probably come down to one here at the end. And so that two-tire strategy really just kind of gave me a little bit more cushion there to stay comfortable.
So it's your first race win of the season, your 20th in your Sunoco Cup Series career. You are now tied once more for the all-time wins leader list against Mario Miranda. You turn to Sonoma Raceway where, I've seen you personally in other leagues, including this one, and I always know just how fast you are at the road courses. What do you anticipate for Sonoma, and who do you got to thank for tonight's race win at Charlotte?
Well, like I said, it's going to be another endurance race, 90 laps, and just going to have to survive. But really looking forward to that. I think that's going to be fun. Never raced Mario at Sonoma. The only race we've had there in this league, he was gone for. So looking forward to that because, we've just battled the hell out of each other on every road course we go to except for that one. So it'll be fun to kind of see what happens, and really looking forward to that.
Well,
And also,
we,
yeah,
course...
want to thank everybody. Sorry. Thank my Drinking Bros teammates. Thank you guys in the booth, Dakota, Dustin, all the admins, and everybody for, just this was a really great race. I felt like a lot of fun. Everybody kept it green there at the end. And Paul set up shop, all my other DBR teammates that were watching tonight, all the four wide guys that were watching tonight too. And looking forward to it. And I know me and Mario are tied for those wins again, but, I do have one full less season. So I think my wins per race are certainly a lot better.
Well, Lawson, as always, we certainly appreciate the time. Want to give out our congratulations on your first win of the 2024 Sunoco Cup Series season. Looking forward to seeing you in 2 weeks' time at Sonoma Raceway.
Appreciate it.
Lawson Peel, the 12 car to victory lane here from Charlotte Motor Speedway. We turn to second place. Bradley Cooper, you are caught up with Mario Miranda.
Yes, I am. I'm down here talking to the 99. And Mario, I got to say, did you factor in that was going to be the call there at the end of the race, that Lawson Peel would take two tires? Were you surprised? Did you think, what happened? How did he get so far ahead of me? Because you were one of the fastest cars on and off pit road tonight.
Yeah, I was like, at first, I didn't see him on my relative. When I came back around, I was like, oh, he got his speeding penalties on pit road. And then I see he's about 2.5 seconds, 3 seconds ahead. And I was just confused. Because, like you said, I was really good on and off pit road, and I was like, I would get if he gained a little, but a second question mark. I didn't see the two-tire strategy, but I felt like I was gaining on him, and then he said the two-tire strat worked mid-run. I think, from my point of view, as soon as he got behind a lap car with fresh tires, I started seeing the gap increase because he was able to use that draft down the straightaways, and I didn't have that for me, which is really unfortunate. I felt like we were one of the strongest and probably the strongest on the long run. I will say, felt really good, but that last stage was so chaotic. I wasn't able to control it like I was the first parts of the race. So it was just mayhem, and I'm just happy I ended up surviving it.
Mario, I won't argue that. Yeah, we saw the factor of that lap car that was pulling. That was Brad Fulham in the 19, but there was also it seemed like maybe he was backing up a little bit and saving some stuff for you as you caught up. But you got that gap down to about 2 seconds, and then it seemed like he started to pull away. But we can go back to, you got that stage 2 win. And we knew you guys were going to be competitive with each other. We're going back to North Wilkesboro, where you guys left off. You guys have been beside each other a lot. So talk a little bit about that. And was the intention to race him hard? I know you didn't mean to get into him, but were you racing him hard off of that, or was it, well, okay, we still got a lot left in the tank. Let's dial it back and we'll see where we end up at the end of the race?
I think I was racing hard because I know I can race Peel hard, and he raced me back with respect. But yeah, at that point with stage two, I felt like I was really good on the long run, and my tires at that point I felt way better than what he had. So I was really antsy to get by him because I knew if I could expand that gap, and a stage win's a stage win, and that helps us a lot tremendously. So I knew that was on the line, but. Yeah, we went into turn three, and my spotter still sat outside, and I dove it in late, trying to stay with him side by side, and he dove it in late to try to clear me and get in front of me and give me a little bit of dirty air. And I think, yeah, I was as low as possible, and I got into him, and I didn't want to do that. I thought we were gonna finish the stage side by side, but uh, take him as you can. But yeah, I'm able to race Lawson with a lot of respect, and he does likewise. So I'm glad he didn't retaliate later on. But yeah, it was fun. It was a blast.
Yeah, I mean, you guys both had every opportunity to get back at each other for anything that maybe was spinning around in your mind, or just last week. But you come off of Kansas and you have another successful podium finish here tonight. Mario, I know that the season started out rocky, but both of you guys have turned it on as of late. Congratulations on the finish here in second position and a grueling 600 miles. Anybody you want to shout out and thank?
Yeah, I just want to thank Victory Fuel for being on the car for both this and the Indy 500 earlier. I can't believe we completed 1100 miles today and got two top tens out of it, and
Hey,
even
yeah.
almost a first out of that. So thank you those guys for being on both cars today, and likewise for Twisted Tech. They were on both as well. And shout out to Podium on the car and Team Watson Racing Setups. All those guys support me week in and week out, and no matter what car I get into or what race I'm in, I have their full support behind me. So couldn't do without them. And also shout out to the fans who watched my Indy 500 earlier and watched this one. I'm going to bed, and I hope they are too, because I am absolutely exhausted.
I won't be far behind you. I appreciate your time though, Mario, and we look forward to next week at Sonoma. I'm sure you have something in store for him there as well.
Of course. Thank you guys.
Mario Miranda, second place here tonight, 600 miles at Charlotte Motor Speedway. And that will bring us to our final podium finisher. That's Austin Reedy. We got to talk about a recovery, Kenneth. I'm sure you have some questions.
We do. At the top of the race, you were the points leader going into tonight. You are still the points leader coming out of Charlotte Motor Speedway, but I'm sure it didn't seem that way midway through, Austin. Walk us through what this night was all about, because it seemed more that it was all about redemption versus just straight up dominance, because you went through basically everything and back to get here to a podium at the end. I'm sure it must feel good.
Yeah, it was tough starting out in that or ending that first stage with our damage, and then get damage again there in the second stage. So we're kind of on the back foot all night, but we recovered pretty well. It took a lot of focus and just trying to get through it. I knew we could. It's a long race, and that's what's good about these things is you always have time to come back from it. So third place, I'm happy with that. We got points in every stage, so can't really complain too much.
And as a driver who's statistically done well on these mile-and-a-half tracks over the course of the season, did this one feel like if it was in your wheelhouse? Because it seemed like ever since you got all the damage repair and you were on your way, you seem to be one of the fastest cars on the racetrack and reeling down so many of the guys who had spent a bunch of the time leading laps, and you were all over their back bumpers doing whatever you can to get by. What about this track suited your style and got you in the zone to run as well as you did near the end?
I think just a lot of the just the way that these mile and a halves, especially like Charlotte run, the shifting I'm not really good at or shifting a lot tonight, but we learned it a lot throughout the last couple seasons racing these next gens, and then just just how throttle control helps you out so much during these races, and just knowing when to fight your own battles. I think that really helps me here, but. Charlotte's usually one of my better tracks. Pretty sure I threw away a win here last year, hitting that dumb bump coming out of pit road. But these mile and a halves are always our good ones. I think short tracks are better tracks, but These are fun. The tire wear was weird here tonight. It really wasn't that much fall off. So, um, I don't know. We had multiple lane racing, so can't complain. It was a great race.
Third place after 600 miles, and I'm sure you're ready to get some rest for the next 2 weeks before we go road course racing for the first time this season at Sonoma. We know you're usually a threat when it comes down to the road course races. With this next gen car, what can you expect from Sonoma as we head into the summer stretch?
I think I'll be pretty good there. I won't be an alien like Lawson or Mario, but I'm content with my third place.
All right, well, Austin, we certainly appreciate the time. Before we let you go, anybody in particular you want to thank for the run?
Just all the guys over at Sunoco putting on the series. They work their butts off and try out the best series they can. All the drivers, we had a great race tonight. Teamer Designs and TJ's team.
Well, Austin, we certainly appreciate it on behalf of all of us here at VSPEED. Congratulations on the podium finish here from Charlotte, and best of luck at Sonoma 2 weeks from tonight.
Thank you, Kenneth.
Austin Reedy in the 96 wraps up our top 3 interview segment of the broadcast, and we get to wrap up the show with our closing thoughts here after 600 miles. It has been a long Sunday night, and we've certainly appreciated all your support on VSPEED, watching at home, wherever you are. Myself and Bradley have been excited to bring you this race, and I think we had it all. We had all the strategy, we had the big crashes, we had a lot of the great racing side by side for stage finishes, and then, of course, that stint that brought us to the end and the race winner, Lawson Peel. Most impressive, though, is that 12's ability to change up the strategy. Convinced all of his teammates to go on 2 tires. It worked out miraculously. And finally, the 2-time champ, who spent a ton of time dominating this series, finally gets back to the win here in 2024.
Congrats to those guys thinking outside the box. That's what it takes to get a win at a long race here at Charlotte. And when you kind of give the information to these guys and share what you learned, it can ultimately pay dividends, and that's what a team does to overcome everyone else at the end of this race. And I think right now we're going to take away that Lawson Peel and Mario Miranda, they're both back in full stride, which is what we wanted to see at the start of this season. They're back to it where they took off at the end of last season.
That's a beautiful point. Over the first 6 races of the campaign, it's felt like we've seen them separated. Mario Miranda has had his fair share of strong races, but has always ended short. Then Lawson Peel, somewhat strong sometimes, but a lot of his races would fall apart as well. Tonight was truly the display of who are the strongest drivers in this series. And when it comes down to the 2 drivers that are tied for the all-time wins leader, you know, it really means a lot when you've got 2 of the best going at it toe to toe. And that's exactly what we got here tonight from Charlotte. But we get to make right turns for the first time this season. In 2 weeks' time, Bradley, we go road course racing in wine country at Sonoma. I'm sure that we're ready to get a ton of rest after what's been a really long race tonight from Charlotte, but we better be rested up for the road course, because there's going to be a lot of heat, a lot of intensity when we get there for the 8th race of the season.
Very tough racetrack, and, you know, I've said it, there's 11 opportunities to make a mistake at this place. Finally, that hairpin at the very end of that racetrack. That's where a lot of guys try to make a pass and they end up in the tire barriers, or they cut it short, lock up the brakes. It's one of the longest straightaways on the racetrack as well before you hit that corner. It's a driver's racetrack, and for 3,400-pound stock cars, they don't really belong here. So it's going to be interesting to see how these guys handle that. And they're talking about aliens with Lawson Peel and Mario Miranda, but I think we could maybe see a repeat winner there next week. So there is that.
We've gone 7 races strong. Does the streak end in Sonoma? You'll have to find out in 2 weeks' time. Tune in, and June 16th at 8 p.m. Eastern, we'll have live coverage right here on VSPEED of the Sunoco Cup Series and Season 7's continuing run through 2024 in California. So that would do it for tonight's coverage from Charlotte Motor Speedway. On behalf of Dakota Curtis and the admin team at the Sunoco Cup Series, for Adam Baker for all of his behind-the-scenes work at VSPEED, and for our producer and colleague in the booth tonight, Bradley Cooper, I'm Kenneth Bueno saying so long from Concord, North Carolina. We appreciate you tuning in to coverage of the Memorial Race from Charlotte Motor Speedway. Road course racing is next on June 16th.